Hello and a warm welcome to this training course. I'm really excited to get started and I'm sure you are as well. Welcome. The reason for this video is because I want to give you an introduction into the learning materials and give you an explanation of what you're going to learn by the very end of this course. As I say, this course is basically for anybody of all abilities because at the end of the day, when you complete this training course, you will be able to use Google Ads as an advanced user. You'd be able to make use of all the advanced features in the platform, which is fantastic. Now, the way the training course works is there are three different types of training material and video. First of all, you're going to see videos much like this one where I'm talking to camera and talking you through the step-by-steps that you'll need in order to get the most from Google Ads. Secondly, you're going to see videos where I present slides to you, where I show you information, data, and some written assets where I share with you and walk you through presentations in order for you to grasp some of the more technical areas of Google Ads. And finally, of course, because this is step-by-step learning, you're going to see tutorials of me walking through the Google Ads platform, sharing my screen with you so you can see what I'm doing in real time and understand how to use the platform and where to find specific functionalities, which is really going to help you. In addition to that, there are a few downloadable resources to help you in your day-to-day as you develop as a PPC expert. So those resources are going to be distributed throughout the training as well. In addition to that, we also have knowledge checks, or should I say quizzes, throughout as well to make sure that you're retaining the knowledge that I'm teaching you. So if you don't pass the quiz, don't worry, you can retake them. It's just to make sure that everything is sinking in. And again, as a member of this training course, you have full access to me at any given point to ask me absolutely anything you like. So feel free to use the Ask the Tutor system and ask me any question along the way, because after you've purchased this course, you have access to me forever. So make use of it. I love to hear your questions and it gives me inspiration in building better training programs in the future. So be sure to reach out to me if you have any questions or queries. Now, let's get on with the course now that this is out of the way, and I cannot wait to get started. Hello and welcome to this introduction to Google Ads. What we're going to look at today is understanding the principles of PPC itself, so you can understand exactly what you're going to learn. It will basically set the scene for the rest of the material, so you know you're in the right place and you understand the platform you're about to get into. So what is PPC? PPC stands for pay-per-click. Self-explanatory. It's a Google marketing method or digital marketing method that allows you to create ads online, and you only pay when somebody clicks your ad, which makes it a very powerful method of marketing. So PPC could mean, for example, targeting a business online through search ads, which is where you go to Google and people type in search terms to find what they're looking for. Display ads, often referred to as banner ads, or sometimes if you go to Google, what you'll find is you type something in and you'll see a bunch of products which are listed as shopping ads. And basically on this course, you're going to focus primarily on Google Ads, and the PPC platform of Google Ads is going to be the driver for this training. You're going to understand how to learn all the areas of the platform. So in a nutshell, let's understand how this works in a step-by-step basis. You want to advertise your services on Google. You set up a search ads campaign. Somebody searches for your products and services on Google. That triggers your advert to show to them, so they see the advert in the search results, and you don't pay until somebody actually clicks your advert. So the way this works is an auction. So much like you see in an auction when you look on TV where people put their hands up and say, I want to bid this amount or I want to bid that amount in order to win the auction, it's very similar. What you do on Google Ads when it comes to search campaigns is you're bidding on keywords, the terms that you want to drive your campaign, the things that you want to show your ads for when people type search terms into Google. For you to show on that page, you have to bid. You have to tell Google the most you're willing to pay for a click to your website. So every time an individual searches for keywords in your campaign, that triggers an auction between yourself and your competitors. So let's have a look at a search results page. This is an example of a search results page. You'll see this is a plumber in London search term. Now, plumber in London is a location-based term, so what you're going to see are local ads as well. So you'll see that option at the top that says 50 providers nearby, but then directly underneath that local search bar, you'll see more ads, which are the text ads that we're going to focus on the duration of this course. And of course, All of these things are managed in Google Ads. This is the platform you'll be using to manage the distribution of these advertisements. So this is your sales and marketing funnel. If you haven't been a student of marketing, then this won't be something you've seen before. If you are into marketing, then you definitely have seen this visual before, because it's a very common visual in the marketing space. The sales and marketing funnel is essentially a way of understanding your total market and how many people are at every stage of consideration when it comes to selling your products. At the very top of the funnel, you'll have awareness, where any marketing you do in this region is going to make people more aware of your brand. So people obviously don't necessarily always know they have a problem. For example, if I want a table, I don't necessarily need a table today, maybe in the future I'll need a table. Why am I aware of IKEA? It's because they do a lot of awareness marketing. I know who they are. So at the very top, you have awareness. Print, outdoor, TV, banner ads online. This is all about generating brand recognition. So it's important to do this, but ultimately, you're not going to get many sales from the recognition part straight away. You need to move people through the funnel. So once they recognize who you are, then they move on to consideration. So maybe they're looking at content, maybe they're reading things around the subject that you're promoting. So maybe they're on an email list and they've joined an email list from what you're doing. Maybe they've downloaded some of your content. So that's kind of the awareness stage. Right at the bottom, you'll see the conversion stage, and that is where PPC sits among other channels as well. For example, SEO can sit here down here as well. But essentially, with PPC, you're catching people when they're ready to buy. And that's why it's such a powerful channel, because you're catching people at the very moment they're looking to buy. So this is what I mean. You're literally in front of your customers at the point they're looking for your services. It can be highly targeted. So your keywords essentially are looking at how people are looking for your services. So you're reverse engineering the customer process. People are looking for your services and you're going to show right there with the right keywords. In addition to that, it's of course measurable. You can see where every penny is going. You can see which clicks are converting, which clicks aren't converting, and you can optimize your campaign performance based on that data. And it's got a massively high return on ad spend compared to other methods. Remember, I mentioned the awareness stage. When you're promoting things like billboards and TV, you're promoting that content to thousands, if not millions of people who aren't even necessarily in your market. So your ad spend is going far and wide, which is good for brand recognition. But ultimately, PPC allows you to be there at the point people are looking. So you have a higher return on advertising spend. Billboards and TV costs thousands, tens of thousands, and the companies spend millions on these channels, and for good reason, to brand their products, because it's a competitive market out there. But for small and medium-sized businesses, you want a return on your ad spend over the shorter duration. You don't have the money to invest in TV and in brand until it starts to get you returns eventually. This is why PPC is so important. Now, I've been singing the praises of Google Ads, but it's very important to also consider the limitations of the platform. First of all, this might sound strange, but a limitation of Google Ads is that you can only target people who are looking for your services. So that means it's got limited reach. Because think about it. If you're selling a particular product, at the given moment somebody's looking for that product, you're going to show because of Google Ads, which is great. But what about people who have the need but aren't looking for it yet? Google Ads can't find those people. If they have a need and they haven't actually looked for it yet or serviced that need, then your ads won't show in terms of search anyway. There are other methods Google Ads can potentially use to help you get visibility for those people. But generally speaking, in terms of search, which is the product Google is known for, you're not going to reach those people. And of course, the main thing is as well, this pretty much applies to all methods of marketing, but you need a good website. You need to invest in a good website. If you don't have a good website, then PPC isn't going to work for you. Neither will most digital marketing channels, actually. So that is important. And we cover conversion rate optimization in terms of changes you can make to your website over time to improve performance on this training. So stay tuned. You're going to get more information on that. So in summary, Google Ads is a PPC product. And it is the best PPC product on the market. It has the biggest revenues. Of course, Google have a lot of money for a reason. It allows for highly targeted and measurable campaigns. It has a higher conversion rate because you're in front of your customers at the right time when they're looking specifically for your services. But it's not good for branding. People you're going to reach on Google Ads are typically those who are looking for your services, people who don't know about your services yet, but also have a need, who aren't actually searching. You're not going to reach those people. So it's important to remember those limitations. But parking those limitations aside, you're going to learn how powerful Google Ads really is. So now we understand what Google Ads actually is. Next, we need to understand that auction I mentioned. As I mentioned, people, when they go to Google Ads and search for your products and services, anytime that triggers your ads to show, you're entering an auction with your competitors. So how does this all work? So how does Google decide who's on top? Google shows ads from advertisers who use a particular type of location targeting and basically matches the user's keywords. So if you're in the right location that the advertiser is targeting, and the user performs a search for the keywords the advertiser is also targeting, that will trigger your ads to show. So make sure you're in the right location with the right product or service. So that is the auction process. But how does Google decide who goes on top? So when you go to the search results page, you'll notice the page results have an order. Now, naturally speaking, you would imagine the very top result gets the most clicks, and the number of clicks each result gets as you go down that list of 4 is going to get less than the one before it, which is correct. So as you can imagine, people are lazy. They go to Google, they type something in, they see the adverts that match what they like. They will usually click the first one, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one in that order. So it's important to understand what goes into that ranking system. So you'll see there are 4 ads at the top and 4 ads at the bottom for searches with significant competition. Sometimes there are only 2 ads, sometimes there are only 4 ads, but for searches with high competition, you'll see 4 at the top and 4 at the bottom. So the ranking order of ads is depending on mostly how much an advertiser is willing to pay for a click. So this is what's known as your max CPC bid, your max cost per click bid, the most you're willing to pay for a click to your website. So you basically set this up when you build your campaigns. You decide how much you want to pay. Now, at this stage of the training, I will say there are some caveats within that, which you're going to learn very, very soon for one of those caveats, and the other one we'll go on to on the course as well. But do remember this, because this is the fundamental of Google Ads. Is essentially you're setting your bid, and then Google ranks your ads depending on who's the most willing to pay the most for a click. But we'll go on to the caveats to that rule as we go on through the course. So let's look at an example so we can understand what the implications are of this ranking system. So say, for example, I have a plumbing business and I decide to bid on the keyword boiler repairs. I decide that the most I'm willing to pay for a click is £3 for that particular keyword. So that's the most I'm willing to pay for traffic to my website per click. So a competitor running ads in the same industry as me decides the most they're willing to pay for a click to their website for the exact same keyword is £2.50. What does that mean? Well, my bid is £3. My competitor's bid is £2.50. That means that my ad is most likely to show in a higher position on the page than my competitor by virtue of winning the auction. Remember, the highest bid wins the auction. That's basically what's happening here. However, as I mentioned, there is a caveat to this, and it's an important one. There are 2 important caveats to this. The first one is a factor called quality score, which greatly affects the impact of your max CPC bid, because Google sees things in a way that means they don't want advertisers with the most money to win everything. They want it to be more of a level playing field that focuses on the quality of campaigns. So quality score is something that plays into that, which we will learn in the next module. The other thing is automated bidding. So I mentioned that on Google Ads, you set your bids and you decide how much you're willing to pay for a click. That was the Google Ads of old, but it's important to remember that principle. Google Ads now generally wants you to use what's called smart bidding, which means you set an objective in your campaign and Google will set bids in your campaign to meet your given objective, whether it's how much you're willing to pay for a conversion, how much return on your ad spend you want to get back after you spend £10, maybe you want £20 back. You set those kind of rules and Google will automate bids at the time of auction to ensure it tries to meet those criteria and those goals. So that is also the direction of travel Google is moving in at the moment, which means the idea of bidding and winning in a straight competition in an auction is gone. you need to start thinking of these areas. And again, with automated bidding, we are covering this on the course. So don't worry if you don't understand what that is or the implications thereof. We are going to cover it. But as I say, up next, we're going to learn about quality score, which is an important factor in Google Ads because it will really help you understand how this auction actually works. So as mentioned, we're going to move on to quality score now, which is basically a score that will really help Google understand how relevant your campaign is to users searching for your keywords. So let's understand what I mean by quality score. So quality score is a score in Google Ads. Basically, every keyword in your account when you build a Google Ads campaign will be assigned a score. The score will be from 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest score. So quality score is determined by relevancy factors and user experience factors of your campaign. So a higher quality score can mean cheaper clicks for your ads because of the higher quality score indicating to Google that your ads are more relevant. Remember, Google is trying to create a product that people want to use in terms of its search. So if people go to Google and type something in that is not in line with their search term, it's providing a poor user experience. And conversely, Google provides a good user experience by showing results that are relevant to the user. So that's why they invented quality score. Also because it equalizes things a bit more, meaning that you don't just pay the highest amount to win the auction. They want to focus on ad quality. And as a result, it means you can get cheaper traffic because the quality score is a multiplier. So the factors of quality score that Google determines means you get a score of either 1 or 10 or anything in between is based on these three things. These are your expected click-through rate, often referred to as CTR in terms of the metric name of your ads. Now, your click-through rate is the rate at which people click through to your ads compared to the competition. So the number of times your ads show versus how many times they are clicked. It's an important metric because it shows Google how relevant your ad is to the search. So the other one is how relevant your ads are to your keywords, because Google wants to make sure the relevancy chain is in place all the way through. So if your ads are relevant to your search term, but your ads aren't relevant to your landing page or your keywords, then that relevancy isn't going to work. Google will understand that you're trying to promote something that isn't necessarily going to help the user. So it's important to remember that as well. The final factor of the three factors that affect quality score are the expected landing page experience of the user. So if the person goes to your website and has a very poor experience, it loads slowly, it doesn't render on mobile devices properly, it gives people a poor experience in terms of the content and the layout, and the subject matter as well, to make sure that's relevant too. As I've mentioned, if it doesn't tick any of those boxes or it ticks fewer boxes than your competitors, you're going to struggle because you're going to get a lower quality score. So remember these three factors because they're going to be important. So as I mentioned, the metrics we looked at in terms of these three I just mentioned, expected click-through rate is a measure of how frequently users click your ads over the ads of your competitors. Remember, the more appealing you make your ad, the more it appeals to the user's search term, but also to their intuition in terms of looking for a deal. Maybe you're good on pricing, maybe you're a better provider than your competitors because of reviews. Highlighting all those things, which we'll go on to in the course in terms of how to write high quality ads, all of these things play into your expected click-through rate. What will make people click your ad over your competitor? Start thinking of factors like that because Google weighs those factors into its quality score. So basically, Google will estimate the click-through rate because, as I said, it's called expected click-through rate, not the actual click-through rate. So Google will estimate this based on historical performance and other factors at the time of auction, also your competitors as well. So throughout the duration of the campaign, they'll continue to estimate what your click-through rate is going to be. So this is one of the areas you can positively make changes to improve your quality score because you can write better ads, you can get a better click-through rate through optimization. So these are things to remember as well in terms of improving your ads over time. Ad relevancy. Now, it's not just a case of writing ads that are compelling that make people want to click. You also want to write ads that are relevant to what the user's searching because Google, again, rewards relevancy. If you're bidding on a keyword like boiler repair London, there's no point in writing in gas engineer Bristol or something like that. There's no point because it's not as relevant to the user's search term. Your ads need to be relevant. If they're not relevant to the search, then you're going to get a lower quality score, which will hurt your campaign performance for reasons that will become clear very shortly. So you also need to make sure that your landing page is relevant to your keywords and ads as well. And your landing page experience, Google will go through your website as though it is a human. It's called crawling. It will go through all of your pages, all of your content, so Google will completely understand what you have on your website. There is no tricking them. They will know exactly what your content is. And as a result of that, the website landing page experience becomes really important because they want to make sure that users are getting a positive experience when they go to your website, because essentially Google's product is sending people to your website and it's affecting how Google make their money, so they want it to be a good experience. So ensure your website works on all devices. Sometimes this is colloquially known as mobile friendly. If your website isn't performing well on mobile devices, you've got no chance, because the web now, well, since 2015 and even before then, is mobile first. There are more people browsing on their phones than on desktop devices. So remember that, because if your website doesn't look good on mobile, then you're not going to get a good quality score. It needs to have easily navigatable pages so people can understand and Google can understand the hierarchy of the pages. So your navigation needs to be clear and thorough to make sure that people can find what they're looking for. It shouldn't crash or take too long to load. There are things you can do to make sure it's loading very quickly. We won't cover it on this course specifically. It's more of a developer / SEO task to look at. Of course, it affects PPC, but it's something to look into with your developers. And if you don't have a developer, you really need to hire one if your website is slow. You also need to present information in a clear way that's highly relevant to users, because as I say, if it's not relevant, it's not going to help your users, it's not going to help Google, and it's not going to help you because you'll be wasting money on clicks. So in summary, those three factors of expected click-through rate, ad relevancy, and landing page experience are going to be your defining factors for your quality score. And you can improve all of these factors yourself in terms of making sure your ads are relevant, making sure your content in terms of your ad copy is relevant, and improving your click-through rate by writing compelling and powerful ads. So that's going to help you, and Google will reward you with a higher quality score if you tick these three boxes and tick them well. So what does all this mean? It means Google's algorithm for ranking ads, known as ad rank, takes your quality score into consideration, as well as the most amount you're willing to pay for a click. So let's look at the exact formula Google used to determine this at the time of auction. Okay, up next we're going to take a look at ad rank, which is essentially what happens whenever somebody goes to Google and types something in. Ad rank becomes a very important factor. So let's understand how it impacts your search results. So what is ad rank? Ad rank is the formula Google uses to determine the ranking order of ads. When you go to Google and you perform a search, when you see the search results, the order of ads in terms of the positioning on the page from the top down to position 4, when you look at the top half of the page, there's a rule that determines who shows where in that kind of search result. And that is what ad rank is. It is the formula or the rule that means that Google can rank your ads. There are two factors that go into ad rank. They are your keyword quality score and your maximum bid, your CPC bid. So those two factors are what Google uses to calculate your ad rank. And how does Google do this? Well, they use a simple formula. Here is the ad rank formula. It is your max CPC bid, the most you're willing to pay for a click, times your quality score, which is the score given between 1 and 10 based on the quality factors of your keyword that we've discussed. Those two things equal your ad rank, your max CPC bid times your quality score. So let's understand this a bit more. As I say, your max CPC bid is the most you're willing to pay for a click to your website for a specific keyword. You set your bids if you're running a campaign with I suppose, manual bidding. Obviously, there are other factors involved, which we'll go on to in the training, that determine that Google can also automate your bidding. But that max CPC bid at the time of auction, whether you're doing it manually or not, still matters in your ad rank. And then secondly is your quality score. Now this is the score, as I mentioned, of 1 to 10 that basically is given to you based on the relevancy and experience of your landing page to all of your keywords. So this is a very important score, and you're about to see why. So the ad rank formula in action. Let's walk through an example. Say, for example, you are a plumber in London and you're bidding on the keyword plumber in London. Your business sets a max CPC bid of £3 for this keyword. Now, say for argument's sake, one of the competitors sets a max CPC of £4 for the keyword. Now, I know what you're thinking. All things being equal, my competitor has outbid me with their £4 bid compared to my £3 bid, meaning that I will probably be in a lower position on the page than them. However, that's only taking one of the two factors into consideration. Quality score also makes a huge difference. So let's take that example and run with it. So quality scores for a keyword. Say, for example, for that keyword plumber in London, my quality score is 10 out of 10. My ad is really optimized. My content is highly relevant. My landing page experience is awesome. And I have a 10 out of 10 quality score. Now, say, for example, my competitor's quality score is 5 out of 10. So half of what mine is. Now, let's run this example through in real time based on the quality scores and keyword bids we mentioned. So, plumber in London, my quality score is 10 out of 10. Remember, my bid was £3. My competitor's quality score is only 5 out of 10. And remember, my competitor set their bids at £4. So they outbid me, but they have a lower quality score. Let's follow this through in terms of how Google will potentially rank these ads. So remember the formula. Ad rank. Max CPC bid times your quality score equals your ad rank. So my campaign has an ad rank of 30. 3 being my max CPC bid times 10, which is my quality score. My competitor, who bid more than me, has an ad rank of 20 despite paying more for their click. My competitor's ad rank is 20 because of their £4 bid times their 5 quality score. So that's important. Despite my competitor's bid, my higher quality score means I would outrank my competitor on that given auction in the search results page, meaning I effectively pay less for my click but have a higher average position. My cost per click has reduced because of my optimization of quality score. The quality score is a multiplying factor. It's really important. So that is why it's really important to optimize quality score. It's one of the biggest things you will be looking at as a PPC professional to improve your quality score. Now, one thing I will say is you will never see the ad rank number given anywhere. That formula is essentially the ad rank formula Google mentions and how they rank their ads. But the output that we used in this example of 30 compared to 20, you won't see that number anywhere in Google Ads reporting. Basically, this was for illustrative purposes, but the formula still stands, though you won't see that number reflected anywhere in your reporting. That is how Google, however, that's how they calculate the auction. When somebody goes to Google and performs a search, that formula is what's used to rank your ad. So in summary, it's an important factor. A high ad rank means a better quality score means a better ad rank. So the higher your quality score, the more optimized your ads are, the higher your ad rank. And improving your quality score is going to be one of the most important parts of running a successful PPC campaign. So I know you guys want to jump in and start building campaigns and understanding how to do that, but before we even start getting going with Google Ads and building campaigns, we need to know how to set objectives for your PPC campaign, because if you can't measure success, then how on earth will you know if your campaigns are going to be successful? So let's understand this in a bit more detail. So the first thing is, and I talk to clients about this all the time, is the first objective is understand the business you're working in if you're in-house, or working on if you're an agency or a freelancer. You need to understand specifically how you want to benchmark current performance. You know exactly how the business is currently performing. Maybe they're not using Google Ads at all at the moment, or maybe they're using other marketing channels. Either way, the business is functional. You're obviously being hired as a consultant, a freelancer, an agency, or in-house. They're getting leads and sales right now. You have to benchmark where the performance is, because in order to know how well Google Ads can perform, you need to benchmark where the current performance is, and you need to know some very specific metrics to understand what performance is within a business. So ask yourself the following questions. How much traffic does your website currently generate? How many leads and sales does your website generate? What is your conversion rate of traffic to sale? What is the conversion rate of lead to sale if you're dealing with offline sales where you're generating leads and a salesperson has to call the lead on the phone or follow up with an email campaign? What's the conversion rate of lead to sale? What is your current cost per sale, your CPA? What does that look like? And what is your average order value? How does that tie into your Google campaign? If your order value is £200 on average and your campaign budget is £200 per month, then it's not going to work, is it? So you need to understand specifically what these metrics are. And the important part is if you don't have these numbers to hand, you need to get hold of them. It's really, really important. So why you need to ask these questions: it allows you to benchmark your current business performance, and PPC should be measured against your current business performance. If you're currently generating leads successfully and sales successfully, PPC is a channel that should also be delivering success. So understanding what success looks like means you can benchmark your performance against that success. You can see where the break-even line is, where the line of whether this campaign works or it doesn't work. That break-even line is going to be really important as well. All factors considered in terms of operational costs, cost of sales, cost of goods. Understand where that break-even point is for your campaigns, because ultimately that's going to determine whether or not it's a success. So how to use these questions? We need to use this to look at the minimum viable cost per lead for PPC. If you don't know the answers to these questions, you need to find them. So what I want to do right now is walk you through some scenarios or examples as to how you can use these metrics once you've understood them to paint a picture of whether or not PPC will be successful for the business you're working with. So let's take a look and understand a little bit more. Okay, so now we're going to look at this tool I've created, and it will help you understand how to illustrate your website performance to stakeholders in the business, and also for you to make a business case for PPC. We're going to discuss a lot of internal business metrics here, so if your business you're working with doesn't have these metrics to hand, you're going to need to find them. So let's start from the very beginning. What we need to do is fill in all of the yellow highlighted cells. And by the way, you can download this very sheet from this section of the course, so you can find the link to download below. So we need to fill in the yellow highlighted sections as the instruction I've written here says. And what we need to do is start off with a very basic metric of how much website traffic per month are we generating as a business. So your business will usually have an analytics package where you can see how many sessions are happening per month. If the business you're working with doesn't have this data, you will need to be a leader and find out how to get that data, get analytics put onto the website in order to get your important metrics, because even if you do or don't do Google Ads, you're going to need that anyway. So it's an important step for a business to take. Say for argument's sake, this website we work with generates 1,500 visits per month. So the next cell over that needs to be completed is in yellow, and that is the number of leads per month. So in this example sheet, we're looking at businesses that generate leads. Now, the reason I've put a star next to where it says number of leads per month is because some businesses don't generate leads. They generate online sales like e-commerce businesses, or indeed the SEM Academy. We obviously sell courses online. So in a business like that, you would skip this section and move straight onto the other two yellow highlighted cells and leave this one blank. But for argument's sake, I'm going to show you the whole functionality of this sheet. So let's populate the number of leads. Say we speak to the business owner, or we look at the CRM system in terms of the lead to sales system. And we can see within that system, the number of leads to sales is set at, say, for example, let's say the business generates 90 leads per month from that traffic. So you can see here, the website conversion rate currently says 6% because we've generated 90 leads from the 1,500 visits per month. So that's the lead ratio. So the website conversion rate of leads to traffic. So that's the 6% conversion rate. Up next, in the next column, we have number of sales per month. So the number of sales per month, say for argument's sake, of those 90 leads, this business generates 45 sales. That's a 50% conversion rate of lead to sale. Again, you'll need to speak to the people within your business who have this key information. Hopefully they have a CRM system, which is a single point of truth, because you can see the leads coming in and the status of the sales at the end of the month. If they don't have that, get an understanding from the people who make the sales or even the business owner. Though I will say they will probably be optimistic, so it's important to get a CRM in place where possible. And then finally, the total sales revenue per month. So at the end of the month, when all is said and done, what did you turn over as a business in terms of the sales you made? Now, it gets more complicated when you take into consideration sales made maybe off-site or something like that don't actually involve the website, but a good place to start is just to put in the revenue generated per month, especially if the website is your primary way of transacting or finding a business, which to most businesses it is. So let's say, for example, this business generated from all of this activity, they generated £50,000 of sales. So that means the average sale value in this case is £1,111 on average. So the average transaction that goes through is about that value. So now with all this data, you can start to see what a good PPC campaign will look like. If your average order value is £1,111, then you can start to reverse engineer this and start to think, okay, if I spend money on PPC, if I spend £5,000, what am I going to expect back based on our current website performance in terms of that current conversion rate of lead to sale? Because ultimately on Google Ads, you're going to be generating leads for your business. So the website conversion rate is 6%. So if you start to look at this metric and understand that a 6% conversion rate is where you're currently converting, when you go onto Google Ads and you look at planning your campaign, which we'll go on to in terms of click costs and potential budgets, then we can start to paint a picture. We can say, of the traffic we generate and the cost it's coming in order for us to break even based on a £1,111 average sale value, the line for profitability is in a specific place. This sheet gives you that baseline information and starts to help you form part of the case. And again, you can play around with these numbers. If it's less optimistic, you can say maybe the business converts 70 leads and the number of sales is 30 or something like that. Not 320, 30. And then, yeah, you can start to paint a picture like that. So the average total revenue then maybe drops to like maybe 25,000. And then your average order value is 833. So you have these conversations with stakeholders in the business and start painting this picture, because this is going to form the basis for your Google Ads planning. And when we've done the keyword research and understand what a click is going to cost us and the conversion rate of the website, then we know whether or not PPC is going to work. So in this section, we're going to look at conversion rate optimization. In the last module, you would have seen on that sheet we looked through, the conversion rate was one of the metrics involved in that. And the conversion rate is a key metric in Google Ads. Your whole campaign hinges at the rate your website can convert users into customers. So we need to look at how to make sure the website is ready to be optimized and ready for Google. So when we start generating traffic, we can get good results. So let's understand a bit more about this really important metric. So your conversion rate optimization is important because before you start to market on Google Ads, your website needs to be able to convert users. If your website isn't able to do that based on your current performance, so say for example, you have Google Ads installed and your website is generating traffic, but you're not getting any conversions, then there would be no point in running a campaign on Google Ads because you're not going to be successful. So it's important to take that into consideration. The definition of conversion rate is the rate at which your website converts traffic into leads and sales. This is called your conversion rate. So if we apply this to Google Ads, say for example your website conversions divided by your clicks times 100 will give you your conversion rate percentage. So we looked at this in the last module when we started looking at conversion rate when adding those metrics, and we can see that the conversion rate formula is very straightforward and it gives us an idea of how well our website can convert visitors into actual sales or leads. So say for example, let's do an illustrative example. Say my website gets 120 clicks and 2 conversions on a given day. Using the formula of conversions divided by clicks, we can work out what the conversion rate actually is. So you can see below you have 2 divided by 120 equals 0.016. Times that by 100 to give us the percentage is 1.6% conversion rate. So that is how you would calculate your conversion rate. Luckily, Google Ads will do this for us in the conversion rate column when we start reporting on our ad performance, when we set the campaigns up. But ultimately, this is what is going to be an important metric. So what is conversion rate optimization? Now we know what conversion rate actually is. How do you improve it? Well, conversion rate optimization is making changes to your website to improve the conversion rate. You need to optimize your site before running ads on Google, even if you're getting conversions already. So when I say optimize, what do I actually mean? Well, There are tons of areas you could potentially optimize. You can make sure you have a strong call to action, buttons and instructions for the next steps. What do you want the user to do when they hit your website? Do you want them to fill in a form? Do you want them to buy something? Do you want them to download something? Do you want them to phone you, phone your business? What is it you want the person to do? You need to make sure that there's a clear guidance and a clear call to action on your website to get the person to the next step. Is the contact information even visible? So if you do want people to phone you, if the phone number is only in small text on the contact us page, that's not going to be very useful. You need to optimize your website to surface that key information. Have you segmented your services into very specific groups and pages? Back to the example of a plumber, I'm not going to have my boiler servicing on the same page as my tap and water pipe installations. It's just not going to make sense. Is the information segmented correctly? Am I using bullet points and lists to surface information that's absolutely key? All of these different things, my use of images, the visual appeal, how easy the website is to navigate, and much, much more. This is not an exhaustive list. All of these areas are things you could potentially optimize. So take this into consideration when you're looking at your setting up your campaigns. Your website needs to be able to, show all of these areas positively. And if it doesn't at the moment, you have some work to do in order to optimize your website. And just about that section already, we are going to conversion optimize our website. So we're going to look at an example website and we're going to walk through what's wrong with it. And then after we've walked through what's wrong with it, we're going to go away and make some changes to positively impact the conversion rate in this example website. Okay, so let's do a conversion rate optimization audit on this website. This is bobsplumbers.co.uk, the website we're going to create a PPC campaign for. So it's an important thing to do before creating any campaign to audit the website you're going to send traffic to with Google Ads in order to make sure that it's going to actually convert. So taking a quick look at this website, you go through, you can see there's some kind of navigation here at the top. You can go to a contact page. This will go back to the home page. You've got a big title at the top, which is great. And then as you go down into the content, you have a lot of text. You have a phone number, so there's a call to action there in terms of a phone number. They are using images on the website as well, which is good. And there's also a link here I can see for getting a quote. So if I click this link, that takes me through to the contact page where I can email or make a phone call or even, I suppose, write a letter because the address is here as well. So a very simple website. And if we go to the home page, again, you can see exactly what I mean when I say this. This website is not going to convert well on Google Ads. There's not nearly enough call to action. There's not nearly enough prompts for the user. There's not much segmentation of services. It's essentially a one-page landing page. So there's not much opportunity to segment your services with this kind of format. So this website is not going to be great. So from a conversion rate optimization point of view, this is not going to perform very well. As I say, blocks of text are hard to read. At least they're using images. There's a lot of white space here, but ultimately this website is not geared up for conversions. So what does Bob's Plumbers need to do? They need to go ahead and create more call to action, make the content easier to read and digest, and also segment their services more effectively so people can find what they're looking for. So when we start sending traffic to terms like boiler servicing, we actually have a page to send that user to, and a page, nonetheless, that is more likely to convert than the current layout they've got here. So I'm going to go away and I'm going to make changes to this website, pretend that I'm consulting with Bob's Plumbers, and I ask them to make a bunch of changes to their website. And we're going to come back after those changes and I'm going to walk you through what we've done, and then we can see what I mean when I talk about conversion rate optimization, because it's going to really help get more conversions and means your campaigns don't have to work as hard in order to get results. And we are back. Now, as you can probably see, there are a lot of changes that have happened to this website. Let's start at the very top. First of all, the main navigation has been expanded. There are more services at the top here, kind of highlighting exactly which kind of services Bob's Plumbers provides. So a user coming to the website will easily be able to see which services relate to what their needs are. In addition to that, when you look above the main navigation here on the right hand side, you also have this. This is really powerful. It shows the phone number at the top of the website. When the person hits the page, they can see exactly what to do and phone Bob's Plumbers. Very visible phone number, which is great. In addition to that, when you click this, I won't do it from a computer, but it initiates the phone call should you use a mobile device. So that again is a massive benefit if you're trying to promote a service and have a click to call functionality. It's going to increase your conversion rates as well. As we come further down, we mentioned the big title is great and introduces people to the website. But now, in addition to that, we have a get a quote button, which is fantastic. And when you click that button, you go through to the contact page where you can actually get a quote. There's a form on the contact page instead of just the email and the phone number here. You've also got a quote form on the page too, which is great. So if we go back, we've also got more services highlighted here. So we've got the services in the main navigation, but also if you skip through that and you get to the main body content, you still have all of these service options here. So this additional functionality is really powerful. It really stands out, kind of shows and highlights exactly what the services are that the customer could potentially want. There's still an issue with block text here, and I've left that in there deliberately because I'm trying to highlight to you that a lot of people you work with, if you are working internally in a business or whether you're working as a freelancer or an agency with clients, there will be some struggles getting things over the line when it comes to making these kind of adjustments for conversion rate optimization. So this could be an example of one where the text is still here and quite blocky. But in addition to that blocky text, we also have a contact form on the page, which is really crucial. The contact form on the page is going to be very, very helpful in getting more conversions from this web page. And as you go down again, there's better uses of images than previously. We've got more use of images, more content on the page as well. We still have the get a quote link here as well, which is a legacy from the previous page layout that I shared with you. But the most important thing about all of these changes is this. Both in the main navigation and in these services, you have the service that we want to promote as a separate page. So the campaign we're going to build is about boiler servicing. So here we are. We have a page dedicated to boiler servicing. We have a lot of content. We have a form on the side here as well. So it's very easy to see where people can get in touch. You have a phone number, you have content, you have a highlighted list of points and USPs, you have use of images. So this page is much more likely to convert for the terms around boiler servicing when we build the campaign than the previous page we had in its place. So this is the principle of conversion rate optimization. Now it's down to you. Use this lesson to go through your own website or your clients' websites and understand what you need to do to improve your conversion rate when it comes to sending traffic via Google Ads, because it's going to make your campaigns so much more effective, and it provides a great way to get cheaper conversions because your website's working a lot harder than potentially it could have done if you didn't have conversion rate optimization in place. So in this section, we are going to set up our first Google Ads account. Now, I'm going to assume you might not have a Google account at the moment, so I'm going to walk you through the steps you need to take, because there is one thing you need to avoid when building an account for the first time, and I'll explain that in a moment. But if you have indeed got a Google account already in terms of a Google Ads account, then you can skip this video if you have to go through to the next part. That is absolutely fine, because we're going to walk through how to set up a Google Ads account. Now, the reason I said there's something we need to talk about when creating an account for the first time is because Google actually, if you went to set up a new Google Ads account, forces you to build a campaign before doing any keyword research, to understanding your audience, or even planning your campaign, which are the things we're going to go through in the course in terms of keyword research. Now, obviously, when you set up a campaign for the first time, you have to plan, you have to do your keyword research, and you don't want to pay for a campaign to go live when you haven't actually done any investigation or research. That is the pitfall of going through the normal method of creating a Google Ads account. What I'm going to show you is something called a manager account, which is an account you create to manage other Google accounts. So if you have a business with multiple areas of business, maybe you're a group of companies, you could have a manager account to manage multiple Google Ads accounts. Or if you're an agency or a freelancer, you can have a manager account and manage multiple client Google accounts. I'm going to show you how to set up a manager account, because what that allows you to do is set up a Google Ads account without having to give Google your credit card details, and also setting up a campaign on the fly as well. So it's a better way to set campaigns up. It might be a bit more long-winded than building a campaign in real time, but it's a method that's going to help you set a campaign up in the future after we've done all of the research required to set up a successful campaign. I hope that makes sense, but we're going to move on to how to set up a Google Ads account for the first time, particularly in this instance, a manager account. Let's take a look. Okay, so we're going to set up a Google Ads Manager account, and in order to do that, the first thing you need to do is to go to Google and type in Google Ads Manager account. Straightforward, of course. Excuse my terrible spelling. Now, when you scroll down, you will see the results here, manage multiple Google Ads client accounts. Click on that, and that will take you through to this landing page. And all you need to do at this stage is click on Create a Manager Account. And when you do that, it will load and you need to start entering your information. So I'm going to start entering my information. Of course, enter the information that pertains to you. I'm going to type in the SEM Academy because that's my business. You will type in yours. So billing country, of course, choose yours and choose your time zone and choose your currency. It should know automatically where you are and which currency you're going to use. So that should be quite easy. Click submit. And then that's it. You explore your account. You're all done. So click on explore your account. So now you have your manager account. It's important to remember that at this stage, you still don't have a Google Ads account. So all you need to do is click on this button here where it says account. And what you need to do is create a new Google Ads account. And in order to do that, let's just close down this tutorial. All you need to do is click on this blue plus button and click on create new account. If you have existing accounts and you're an agency, you can link them here. If you're a freelancer, you can link existing accounts here. If you wanted to create a new manager account, instead of logging into your client's accounts individually, you can do that. But for the purposes of this, we're going to create a new account. Of course, you give your account a name. I'm going to give it the same name as the manager account, which is the SEM Academy. And then, of course, it's a Google Ads account. You have a drop down here where you have a Smart Campaign account. Now, there's an important thing to remember. A Smart Campaign account is Google's entry-level product. It's a Smart Campaign account that allows you to set up a campaign with very few clicks, very few options, and gives Google your budget to play with to try and get results. But it's not nearly as sophisticated as the proper full Google Ads system we're going to learn on this training. So do not click on that option. Always click on Google Ads account. Again, your country, time zone, and currency should all be reflected instantaneously, and you could invite users to the account if you need to. On the occasion here, I'm not going to do that, so I will hit save and continue. And then once that loads, it goes through to billing. It gives you information about billing. It tells you whether or not you want to use your tax information. Of course, if you're paying for your ads, of course, you need to add your payment details. For the purposes of this, I'm not going to add payment details. One thing I will say is it tricks you in a little bit because I want to just use the tools to show you guys how to set campaigns up, like with the keyword tool, which I'll go on to show you as well. And I don't want to enter my billing details, but it looks like you have to enter them. But actually, if you just click cancel and then go to no and click on yes, the account is still there. So in actual fact, you've created a new account and you've not given Google any billing information. And if you just click on that, that will take you through to your Google Ads account. And now we have full access to Google Ads. We have a live Google Ads account where we can use a lot of the Google proprietary tools, like the keyword planner that we're going to use as part of the setup of the campaigns we're going to run in this training. So now you have a Google Ads account. I hope that was helpful. You don't have to give Google your payment details before setting a campaign up. You can do all of your research firsthand and then go into Google Ads and build your campaign and pay for it when you're comfortable with the setup. So now that we have our first Google Ads account created, it's important to understand the structure of a typical Google Ads campaign, to understand the elements of a... So now we've set up our first Google Ads account, it's important to understand the hierarchy and elements that make up a Google Ads account, and indeed your campaigns, to understand when we start talking about some of the areas of focus that you know what we're talking about and understand the hierarchy of an account. Let's understand a little bit more. So Google Ads accounts have a structure that contain all the elements of a PPC campaign. Remember, when you go to Google and you perform a search and it generates ads on the search results page, you see the ads. That's only one part of it. But of course, for that person's ad to show, you need keywords. And for those keywords to show, you need to put them into structures as well. And of course, you have your account and your campaign. So let's understand what the hierarchy of a Google Ads account actually is. So these are the elements of a Google Ads account. So you have at the very top level your actual account. So we obviously created an account in the previous section. That account, you'd obviously within there build your campaign, Within your campaign, you group your keywords into ad groups. So each ad group contains keywords, and each of those keywords and ad groups are directed to ads. So that is the hierarchy of a campaign from the top to the bottom. But let's visualize it so you understand a bit more about what I'm talking about. So this is a visual structure of an account. So at the very top level, as I mentioned, you have your Google Ads account, which is what we created in the previous section. You have your billing information, currency, reporting, tools and preferences. Some of the tools I mentioned, like the keyword planner that we're going to go on to use, that is all managed from your Google Ads account. When you go down one level, within that account, you can, of course, run multiple campaigns. Now, in the illustrations I've got here, I'm only showing a couple of examples, but a lot of these things have a lot more options available. So, for example, in your Google Ads account, you don't just have one campaign. You can have as many campaigns as you need that your business requires. And within a campaign, you set up your location targeting in terms of where you want to focus your ads to show, whether it's the UK, whether it's just London, what area it's going to be. You set that up at campaign level. You set your budgets, your bids, your languages, and of course your ad extensions, which we'll go on to, which allow you to show additional information to users who are seeing your ads on Google. We'll cover those as well. Next, you have your ad extensions managed on the ad group level as well. So you can do campaign level and ad group level ad extensions, which we'll also go on to, and default max CPC bids. So when you set your campaign bids, you can set default bids at the ad group level. So if you create new keywords in your ad group, the default bid will be set if you choose your default bid within the ad group. Within keywords, you can override your ad group level bids by setting a max CPC per keyword and also your keyword match types. So deciding on how keywords match. Remember, we covered this earlier with how searches perform, whether it's broad match, phrase match, exact match, or things like that. That is going to be something we're going to look at as well. So in terms of how Google's keywords match to a user's query, that is something as well you can manage at the keyword level. And finally, you have your ad copy, the things people actually see when they go onto Google. This is where people click the blue clickable link and go through to your website and hopefully take action. You manage your ads underneath this as well. So your final ad copy and your final URL are going to go into the ads of your account. So this gives you the kind of top to bottom hierarchy of a Google Ads account. So when we start building the campaigns and ad groups and keywords and ads, you understand at what level each of these things come in. I hope that's helpful because it's really going to come in handy when we start building our first campaign later on in the course. So now we understand a bit more about the structure of a PPC campaign. Let's understand this in terms of specifics. So in Google Ads, you create a campaign to target keywords for a specific product or service within your niche. You're targeting people looking for your services. That goes without saying, but let's go into a bit more detail. So for example, using the example of a plumbing business, you have to promote the following services. Now, going back to our example website we did the conversion rate optimization audit on, this is the same niche. So we're going to keep a consistent theme throughout the course, as you'll probably see later on. So washing machine installation, boiler repair, leak detection, and bathroom installation. These are all services plumbers can provide. So with that in mind, you have keywords in your account that can account for all of these different types of searches that you want to show for. So how do you actually build this in Google Ads? So these services should be promoted in their own campaigns. You have to be niche. So all of these services, you wouldn't necessarily put them all into one campaign because there are so many different focuses. The kind of services somebody's looking for when wanting washing machines installed is going to be very different to the keywords somebody's going to use if they want a boiler installation. They're very different services, and because of that, we want to make sure our campaigns are niche. And the reason ties back to quality score, which is what we discussed earlier. The more niche your campaign, the better your quality score is likely to be, because it means you can focus your ads, your keywords, and your landing page content in a very tightly knit and focused way, meaning you're highly relevant to what the user's typing in. Can you imagine if you typed in washing machine repair and you were in a campaign that's targeting also boiler repair and the person's landing page or ads mentioned both services? You're not going to be as relevant if you are mentioning multiple services in your ad and your landing page compared to a competitor who mentions just the service that the individual is looking for. So it's important to really make your campaigns niche, and then within those niche campaigns, you have to use very niche and targeted ad groups, because the service of washing machine repair, for example, can be found via multiple types of routes and different types of keyword. So being niche within those keywords and setting up your ad groups in that method is going to be very helpful. So for example, in your Google Ads account, you create a campaign for washing machine repair, boiler repair, leak detection, and bathroom installation. So you have these 4 campaigns running with all of these different niche focuses. So now you've got these niche focuses, you have to go through and create campaigns. So let's walk through the structure of an account if you created a campaign for, say, boiler repair as a service. So as I mentioned, in the hierarchy, you have your ad groups. So you have the campaign level, which sits within your account. And within your campaign, you have multiple ad groups. And in those ad groups, you add your niches of keyword. So ad groups allow you to break your campaign into more focused niche categories. They also allow you to serve customers more targeted ads based on those categories because you can create ads for each of your ad groups. So again, think of the hierarchy. You have your campaign. Within your campaign, you have your ad groups, which are nichely focused groups of keywords. They're groupings of keywords which allow you to run ads more effectively because the ads within those ad groups targeting those keywords can be niche and very specific to the user's search. So they can also help you further improve your relevancy. It's a very important thing to do, is niching your campaign down and niching your ad groups as well. So following the boiler repair example, here are some examples of boiler repair ad groups you could have. So again, having a separate campaign for boiler repair compared to washing machine installation or something like that, that's step 1. The second part is to make sure each of the keywords and ways people can discover the service of boiler repair are in their own niche ad groups too, because as you can see here, you have boiler repair as a generic term. You can have boiler breakdown, commercial boiler repair, emergency boiler repair, 24-hour boiler repair, and oil burner repair. So all of these different keywords, if you put them into the same ad group, there's no way you could write an ad that can cover all of those areas. Meaning, if somebody typed in emergency boiler repair and you didn't mention the word emergency in your ad, you're not going to be as relevant, meaning Google will punish you in terms of having a lower quality score, meaning your click costs are going to be higher. So that is what I mean by saying you have to group things effectively at campaign level and at ad group level. We're going to go on to keyword research later in the course, but just to get your mind in the right frame of grouping keywords, this is a perfect example. All of these different types of service are essentially the same service. All of these are about installing and repairing boilers. So this is the same thing, but the routes people search for these different types of services have to be covered when you niche your ad groups. I hope that makes sense. So in summary, PPC campaigns should have a single focus. Don't have multiple focuses in the same campaign. Again, it dilutes your relevancy, meaning lower quality scores. And ad groups allow you to break down the focus into themed groups of keywords within that particular subject area, as we've just covered with that boiler repair example there. And the more segmented your ad groups, the better. Don't be afraid of having multiple ad groups in your campaign. It does take more work to set up, but the results are going to be worth it because it means your campaigns are more niche. You pay less for your traffic because you have strong quality scores. So that is why it's important to make your campaigns and your ad groups niche and grouped perfectly, covering the user's search and making sure you're highly relevant. Something we've talked about a lot already on the course is keywords. Now, of course, Google Ads used to be called Google AdWords. So keywords are, of course, a massive part of this. And we're going to take a look at the main element of PPC, which is your target keywords. So first of all, what is a keyword? A keyword is a shortened extraction of words that trigger results on Google based on potential search terms. So an example of a keyword, again keeping with the plumbing theme, is leak detection London as a keyword. So that is a keyword. So as I mentioned, a keyword is a shortened extraction, and a lot of the time people often use the word keyword and search term interchangeably, but this is wrong because they are not the same thing, technically speaking. They are very different things that serve different purposes. So let's understand what I mean by that. So what is a search term? A search term is the real world query that somebody actually types into Google word for word. So a search term is often a longer query than the keyword you'd put into your account, and is something that somebody would type in because they're being very specific with their searches. Now, search terms and keywords can often look the same, but to remember, they're very different things. So here's an example to make you understand why they're so different. So imagine somebody goes to Google and they type in best leak detection company in southwest London. That is a search term. You would never have that as a keyword in your account. It's way too long form and way too niche as a keyword. You want your keyword to be less niche than this to pick up more traffic. So this is a user search term. However, if we go back to that keyword, leak detection in London, that search term could trigger your ads to show for your keyword in your account, leak detection London, because that shortened extraction of the search term, which is essentially the keyword, leak detection in London, is going to trigger your ads for a majority of different types of keywords. So bear that in mind, that the keyword is very different to the search term. As I mentioned, I said it may or may not show for that particular search, and that's because of something called keyword match types. In Google Ads, all keywords can have a match type, and you can add a match type to a keyword by adding special characters around the keyword to make it behave differently based on the user's search terms. So match types allow you to more closely control when your ads show or when they don't show, and it's the best way to improve your traffic quality and eliminate risk of clicks from searches that are irrelevant, because the way match types work are they expose or reduce your frequency of visibility on different user search terms based on how niche or broad the user's search is, whether they're in line with your niche or whether they're a bit broader, and both serve a utility. They're both pretty useful factors to have, going broad or going niche, but it's important to remember that keyword match types can change how people see your ads, and we're going to cover this on the course. These are the core keyword match types in Google Ads. You have broad match, phrase match, exact match, and negative match. All of these different match types, which I'll go on to show you when you create your keyword lists, are going to change the way keywords behave and interact with the user's search term. And it's important to remember that, because this is really going to help you get better quality traffic. So firstly, we're going to start off with broad match keywords, which is kind of the default keyword match type, and it gives you a high search volume in terms of clicks to your website, but it can often bring lower traffic quality. So we're going to understand a bit more about this keyword match type. So broad match is the default setting for all keywords in Google Ads. So I mentioned when you change keyword match type, you need to add special characters to your keyword. If you add no special characters to your keyword, broad match is the match type that you will have. It means you add no special characters, and it's the default setting for keywords in your account. And what it means is Google will essentially match your keyword to any search term that they deem relevant. Now, that's an important thing to remember, because as I've got written down there, even if it isn't relevant, quite often what happens with broad match is Google looks at your keyword and decides that you want to go broad, which of course is insinuated in the name. And it means that sometimes, and quite often actually, you get clicks for searches that are not relevant to your campaign, but you get a high volume of traffic to your website, which can be a double-edged sword. So let's look at an example of a broad match campaign. If you had an example of a broad match keyword of a car repairs in your campaign, and Google could potentially match it to the following searches, which are how to fix your car, car service garage, and fix my car. Now, all of these different search terms that somebody types in to trigger your ads for your keyword car repairs, they are all very different types of search. And quite often what you'll find is if, for example, the keyword car repairs means you're a car service garage and you want to get people to book a service or a repair with you, some of these searches, as you can see below, are not going to be relevant. Car service garage is perfect. Fix my car is a bit more generic and a bit further up the funnel in terms of relevancy to what you're doing. Could be slightly relevant, but most definitely how to fix your car is not relevant. That keyword, that search term, is somebody looking for help on how to fix their own car. They're not looking to book a service or book a repair. They're looking for self-help. So it could be a YouTube video, it could be any tutorials based on their model of car. It's not relevant to your campaign, but if you did have the keyword car repairs in your campaign, Google could see that as relevant and match your search to that. And that person who searches how to fix your car, if they were to click your ad, they'd click on your landing page, realize you're a service garage, and they'll be in the wrong place, and you would have wasted the cash spent on that click. So, as I say, this is not good for your campaigns because you can get clicks from irrelevant searches, as I demonstrated, and it can cause your campaigns to waste budget. Even if half the traffic's relevant and the other half isn't, you've wasted half of your budget generating clicks for irrelevant searches. And of course, it can also lower your quality score because that user search term isn't necessarily going to be as relevant to your ads or your keywords or your landing page because of how broad it could be. So, as I mentioned in the previous example, that search was not relevant to what that keyword was trying to entail, meaning that that person searching is going to be in the wrong place, waste your budget. But more than that, that click they used to waste your budget is going to potentially be more expensive because the quality score won't be as good. So this is a difficult part to say in the course because Google have recently been playing with their automation and bidding that I'm going to go on to in the course in terms of how you can automatically bid towards a return on investment goal or a CPA goal in terms of cost per lead. And that automation, Google thinks that broad match can play an important part in that. Google announced recently that they will want advertisers to use broad match because they have faith in their automation. And as I say down there in bullet point number 2, this should be treated with skepticism because I've experimented with broad match keywords and automated smart bidding, and I can see from the search terms reports what people are typing into Google, and it's irrelevant. A lot of the searches that broad match generates are irrelevant. And if you want to try broad match in the future, after setting up a campaign with more tightly grouped match types like phrase match and exact match, which we're going to explore next, that's the best way to start. Do not start with broad match. If you're looking for more volume, potentially, you can look at broad match. But just to let you know, Google want advertisers to use broad match, but I go against their advice to save money and to make my campaigns more efficient. And I suggest you guys do the same and only move to broad match if you really want to trial getting additional volume to an already performing campaign and you want to try and get more sales. So over time, Google has made keyword match types more open. So this is another thing to remember. So when I mentioned that broad match means your keywords match to many more types of search, the phrase and exact match that we're going to go on to as well are now more open than they used to be. They don't necessarily block irrelevant searches as well as they used to. And I will go on to explain how that becomes the case in the next couple of modules of this course. Now, the way smart bidding works, Google sees broad match of getting more data to optimize performance because the more searches Google's AI and algorithm sees going through your campaign, the more they can determine what relevancy they are to your ads and more relevant to your offering or your service or your products. And hopefully Google will adjust bids in the right way to make sure your campaigns come in on target in terms of a target cost per lead or a target return on advertising spend. But Google relying on automation is a difficult one because their system has got a lot better, but it's not as good as it potentially could be or will be in the future. You never know. In future, when I update this course, I may say to you to add broad match to your campaigns, but I would say as my advice, not necessarily to do it starting off with. You should test, if you want to test it, you should test broad match keywords, but don't be afraid to remove them, and don't worry if a Google Ads representative calls you and says you should add broad match keywords. Ignore them. Don't do it unless you really want to get more volume. Just remember that broad match brings you a lot of irrelevant traffic, and personally, as someone with a lot of experience in Google Ads, I do not add broad match keywords to my campaigns. So what should you do? As I say, broad match is something that provides a higher volume of traffic because there's not much restrictions, but the quality of traffic just isn't that strong. So I would say this is something to be aware of. One of the things we're going to cover on the course is negative keywords, which means they are types of keyword that act in the opposite way to normal keywords that block your ads from showing for particular searches. If you are going to go down the broad match route, you will need to add a lot of negative keywords to your account in order to make sure your traffic is more targeted. It's going to be a lot of work to do. It could be something you might look at in the future. But as I say, again, I would probably not set up a campaign with broad match. And in fact, in the example setup I'm going to go through in the course, building a campaign from start to finish, I will not be using broad match keywords. And again, I suggest you do the same. So up next, we have exact match, which is one of the most restrictive match types. It's not quite exact, which we'll go on to in a second, but it's the most highly targeted method of match type on Google Ads. So let's understand this match type in a bit more detail. So exact match keywords. Adding a square bracket around your keyword makes it an exact match keyword. Remember I said that adding special characters to keywords change their match type. This is the first example of adding a special character that we're covering, and adding squared brackets around a keyword makes it an exact match keyword. So an exact match keyword, by the rule and by definition, means that the user's search term that triggers your keyword must contain the keyword exactly as typed, so within squared brackets. So, for example, the keyword car repair is shown in exact match below. So this is exactly what the keyword would look like for car repair. As you can see, there are squared brackets around the keyword. Let's take a look at an example of how this keyword should match to users' search terms. So if you had the exact match keyword car repairs as the square brackets around it again, you could expect this keyword to match to these following search terms. So car repairs and car repair. So these are the kind of terms that this type of match type will potentially show for. Remember when we looked at broad match, how many different types of variation could be shown for the keyword? This is very different. It makes the keyword a lot more niche, and it makes the type of traffic you receive a lot more niche as well, meaning higher quality traffic. However, you may have noticed that exact match isn't just exact. I mentioned when explaining this match type that the user's search term must be exactly what's in the squared brackets. But in that example, if we go back one slide, you'll see that car repairs and car repair are included, despite the fact that car repairs is the exact match term. What's the reason for this? Well, the reason for this is because back in 2015, Google changed the way that exact match works. They didn't want people to miss out on potential relevant traffic when using exact match extensively, so they added what's known as close variance, meaning slight variations on how people would type for the thing that's within your squared brackets, your ads can still show, meaning the match type is a bit less restrictive than what it used to be. Remember this when using exact match, because it means that the user's term doesn't need to match your your keyword exactly anymore. It can have close variance. Close variance matching isn't as open as it is with phrase match. So of course with phrase match, which we'll go on to, a different match type to exact match, it's a bit more open than exact match. But remember that exact matching of keywords to close variance is still the most niche that you're going to get. It is the most targeted type of match type you can use in a campaign, and I think when you build any campaign you should include exact match variance, because it basically guarantees very highly targeted traffic that's going to be as close to your keyword as you can get. So all of the search terms that it could potentially match to is going to be a smaller pool, you'll get less volume, but the type of quality is going to be incredibly high and it's going to be really relevant to your keywords. So it's the most restrictive and accurate match type. So with exact match, the advantage, as I say, is that you get much higher quality than standard broad match and phrase match as well. And it also keeps traffic highly relevant. Really, really relevant traffic is what you're going to get from exact match. Of course, the disadvantage is you can limit your traffic and reduce the amount of relevant searches. So you wouldn't use exact match in isolation. You'd have to also use phrase match in your campaigns as well, which we'll go on to next. So I would always, again, say I will always use exact match in any campaign I build. All of my keywords will have an exact match variation because it's going to capture highly relevant and highly targeted traffic, which also can potentially lead to higher quality scores as well, meaning your ad is relevant to the search term, your keyword's relevant to the search term, and it's very targeted and very structured. So exact match is a great match type. You should use it in all of your campaigns, and it's very, very targeted. But the disadvantage, as you can see here, is you don't get as high volume of traffic as you would from other match types in Google Ads. But that's why you cover both bases by looking at phrase match as well, which we're going to go on to next. So let's move on to phrase match, and as you can see by the title, I think this is the best match type available in Google Ads because it's the perfect balance of volume and accuracy. So let's understand a bit more what phrase match keywords do and how they can work. So phrase match keyword, to make a keyword phrase match, you add double quotes around the keyword to make it phrase match. And what does it mean by phrase match? Well, it means that the user's search term must contain the words within that keyword in order as written. So here is an example of a keyword written as phrase match, car repair. As you can see, this keyword has double quotes around it, and that makes the keyword phrase match. It's a very useful match type, so let's run through an example to understand why it's so useful. So if you had the keyword in phrase match car repairs, Google could potentially match it to the following search terms: car repairs near me, cheap car repairs, local car repairs. So as you can see, the word in order car repairs is showing for all of these potential search terms, and that is a very, very good thing. Now, as I mentioned, close variants are still a thing on phrase match. We covered close variants on exact match, and they're also on phrase match keywords as well. So Google, again, because they don't want people to miss out on potential relevant traffic, they use what are called close variants, meaning that a slight variation on the phrase match keyword can also trigger your ads to show. That can be a good thing for phrase match because it gives you additional volume and it's not as restrictive as exact match either. So sometimes this also means the user's search doesn't necessarily have to contain the keyword in order. Again, back in 2015 or around that time, Google made this change where phrase match isn't exactly in order either as well. So exact match and phrase match are both restrictive match types, or more restrictive than obvious open broad match, but they still have close variance, meaning you get a good balance between getting exact keywords and getting the accuracy of traffic you require, while also keeping keywords very targeted and getting high quality traffic. So Google will still match your keyword in phrase match to terms that it thinks are relevant. But again, this is not as open as pure broad match keywords. So going back to our example, if you had the phrase match keyword car repairs, Google could match it to the following search terms: car repair or repairs car, car repairs near me, repairs for my car. So these are not exact phrases. These keywords aren't exactly in the same order. And also sometimes there's a lot of additional characters between them as well. So again, going back to what I said, it used to be the case that the user's search term had to contain your phrase match keyword in exactly the order it was written within their search term. This is no longer the case, so it's something to be aware of when setting up your campaigns. So what do you do when the order of terms matter? So here's an example. This is actually with a real client as well. Ensure that you have phrase match negative keywords for the terms you don't want to appear. So we're going to cover negative keywords next, which are keywords you add to your account to stop your ads from showing. So adding a negative means if the user's search term triggers your negative keyword, then your ads don't show, meaning you save budget if you're blocking irrelevant searches. So it's a very handy thing to do that we're going to cover in the next section. But in going back to this example of phrase match, if the order of words matters, so for example, I provide in-home care and I want to appear for the term home care, but I don't have a physical care home, I want the words to be in the right order in order to make sure my traffic is relevant to what I'm promoting. So in negative keyword term, I would need to add to my campaign would be care home, because I don't want to show for the word care home if I don't have a care home. My company provides in-home care. So it's two different variations on the same potential keyword, and Google could match your keyword to both, meaning one is relevant and one is irrelevant. So in order to stop the irrelevant search, I'm going to add care home as a phrase match negative. So you can use match type for negative keywords as well. And that's important. It's important to remember that, because phrase match is no longer requiring advertisers' keywords to be in the order of the user's search term. So what are the benefits of phrase match? This is a very, very good thing for your campaigns because you can get clicks from relevant searches, the traffic is highly targeted, but it also allows you to expand your horizons a bit more. Instead of going purely to terms that are in the order of your keyword, which is a good thing, of course, it can also go beyond that as well and find further potential relevant searches within your niche, but doesn't go as far as broad match. So broad match brings you loads of traffic that might not be relevant. Phrase match gives you some traffic that's going to be relevant. Some of it might not be, but it's very, very easy to control with negative keywords, but it allows you to get the volume and the quality of traffic at the same time. So in a way, this keyword is the best of both worlds, and that's why I think it is the best match type for keywords. And as I said, with exact match, same goes for phrase match. You should be having phrase match keywords in your campaign. All of your campaigns need a phrase match and an exact match variant in order to make sure you're covering both the bases of niche but expansive like phrase match, but also niche and highly targeted like exact match. So both bases are covered, and phrase match keywords should always be added to your campaign. So now we're going to talk about negative keywords, which can really help you control the quality of your traffic. As I've mentioned and alluded to a couple of times already, negative keywords can stop your ads from showing for particular searches. So let's understand a bit more about how this can help you with your campaign setup. So negative keywords. What happens when a user searches for something that could trigger your ads but isn't relevant to your business? For example, going back to boiler repair as an example, a user searches for boiler repair videos and your keyword boiler repair in phrase match is triggered. If somebody clicks your ad at that moment, you've just wasted your budget, because the person looking for boiler repair videos is of course looking for potentially a tutorial video showing them how they can repair their own boiler, as opposed to hiring you for your boiler repair service. That's going to waste your clicks and waste your budget. So what do you do in this instance? If you're getting clicks for potential terms like this, you use negative keywords. So a negative keyword will stop your ads from showing for irrelevant searches. So using the example before, as we said, boiler repair videos as a search term, if we were to add the term videos as a negative keyword, as a broad negative keyword to our PPC campaign, our ads won't show for that search term, which means we've protected our budget and stopped it being wasted on that potential term. So they become a very valuable resource when setting up a campaign and also optimizing performance as you start getting data on the types of search terms that are triggering your keywords and your ads, because that's going to be a really important part of optimization. So negative keywords improve the quality of traffic by blocking irrelevant searches. There are a couple of ways you can add negative keywords that I've alluded to already, and that is using the search terms report, which is a report that Google has that shows you what people are searching. And during keyword research, which is the next module of this course, we're going to do keyword research. You can find a bunch of terms Google thinks are relevant to your ads when doing keyword research, when using their tools to discover new keywords. And when you find the ones that are irrelevant, but Google obviously thinks are relevant because they come up during your keyword research process, you can add those keywords as negatives to your account to protect your budget. So that becomes very important. So when researching keywords, look at all the irrelevant terms Google suggests, because many of them could trigger your adverts, and you should be adding elements of these keywords that aren't relevant to your negative keyword list. It's really important. So as I've mentioned, and we're going to go on to this when we look at optimizing PPC campaign performance, we've got a lot to go through before then in terms of keyword research and actually building the campaign and writing ads and things like that. We're going to go on to that a bit later. But first of all, in your PPC campaign, you'll see a report called a search terms report. So if you're running ads already, you can jump in and find this report in your account. And this will show you the real world queries that trigger your ads. And you can find irrelevant searches in there that are wasting your budget, and then add those irrelevant terms as negative keywords to stop your ads from triggering for those terms. It's a really important part of optimization. As I say, up next, we are going to look at keyword research and understand the process of building a keyword list and finding out what people are typing into Google to find your products and services. So now we understand all of the keyword match types available within Google Ads, it's time to actually start doing keyword research to understand how to find the keywords people are typing into Google to find products and services just like yours. So what is keyword research? Keyword research is the process of determining which keywords your business should target through PPC on Google. It will show you how many people are searching for those terms, as well as the expected costs involved in terms of bidding for those keywords. Because on Google, although it's an auction and essentially, as I mentioned, the highest bidder plus quality score wins in terms of that ad rank, ultimately, it's important to understand how much that click is potentially going to cost. What is the cost of the higher end or the lower end of that auction? Keyword research helps us determine these numbers, which again, as I mentioned with the campaign planning tool, to understand where the line of profitability is, your cost of click is going to be one of those key elements in terms of determining whether or not your campaign could be profitable. And that is what keyword research helps you determine, which words to target and how much they're estimated to cost as well. So if we introduce keyword research into the equation, first of all, you will need to understand how people potentially could search for your business. The first starting point is, what would you type into Google to find your products and services yourself? Through the eyes of a customer, if you went to Google looking for what you do, what would you type in? That is the starting point for keyword research, which is an interesting thing to do. It's an exercise a lot of businesses don't actually do very often, and it can kind of make sure that you are in the right place at the right time for the user once you understand how they search for your potential keywords for your business. Now, there's a caveat to this. Although it is the starting point for keyword research, and I'll explain in a moment when I demonstrate a full keyword research activity to you why that's the starting point. However, what you think people type into Google may and often is different to what people actually search for. They're sometimes worlds apart. There's also variations of how people search to consider as well. The way people phrase things, the way people use certain structures of sentence to look for particular products and services. Things you may not have thought of, even though you're doing this exercise of going through Google through the eyes of a customer, ultimately how you think they're going to find your business. That's a starting point. Google actually holds the data in terms of how people look for services just like yours. So that's why you need a tool to determine this and get that data. So now we introduce the Keyword Planner, which is a tool I mentioned at the beginning when we were talking about creating a Google Ads account without having to put your card details in order to get access to this very tool, because this tool, the Google Keyword Planner, is going to be incredibly crucial. The Keyword Planner is the tool you would use for keyword research. It's all of Google's keyword data based on historical keyword performance from different advertisers. It allows you to see search volumes, cost, and importantly as well, competition levels to see how effective it would be to bid for a particular keyword if the competition levels are high and the costs are going to be high as well. It allows you to see all of that data and also research potential options for keywords to target within your campaigns as well. So you can discover new keywords. When you go into the Keyword Planner, which we're about to do in a moment, there are two options in the planner. You can either discover new keywords by giving Google a list of things to target and seeing what they come up with, or you can get existing forecasts and volumes from an existing keyword list. Both options are very, very useful for keyword research because they take two different approaches. So to elaborate, to discover new keywords, you need to enter your potential list of keywords. Remember I mentioned that you need to think about how customers could potentially find your business. This is why, because that seed list of keywords you're going to give Google of ways customers may find your business is going to allow Google to extrapolate that list massively and return dozens and dozens of potential keywords to target as well. So that's why you need to go through that exercise. You give Google a sample of those keywords you thought of, or your website URL, or even both, and Google will use that data to find relevant keywords you could potentially target. Now, one of the things to be aware of when you do this is that a lot of these keywords may not be relevant, and you have to go through an exercise of deciding which ones you want to include and which ones you want to omit from your keyword strategy. And that's part of keyword research, which is why it's such an important part of Google advertising. The second option is to get search volume. So this is if you have a seed list of keywords already and you want to kind of understand how they would perform on Google in terms of costings, volumes, and competition as well. So all of the data you would get normally when asking Google to discover new keywords. So you'll need to generate a list of keywords yourself. So there are two approaches, as I say. Give Google a sample of keywords, they create an extrapolated list, and you filter through that sample of keywords. Or you can build a keyword list yourself based on what you think people are typing in and extrapolating that list by using a tool I'll also show you to concatenate keywords together to make mixes and variations of the different ways people search for your products and services. Both methods have their merit, and we're going to look at both methods in order to determine our potential keyword list. So up next, we're going to work through both methodologies and build a keyword list for a business. So when I go through this activity, you're going to do it for your business, and I'm going to do it for the plumbing business of which the page we did the conversion rate optimization for. So we're going to understand how to build a keyword list for that business, and through doing that, you'll understand how to do it for your business as well. Okay, so here I am in our newly created Google Ads account, and the first part of keyword research is, first of all, understanding how Google pulls out keywords from potential queries. So for this example, we are going to build a campaign around boiler servicing. So as a service for our plumbing website, we're going to create a campaign for boiler servicing, and every campaign creation starts with keyword research. So let's get started. The first thing you're going to want to do is go over to Tools and Settings and then go into the Keyword Planner. Now this has two options when it loads, as I mentioned in the previous section. I'll just click on this and there we go. We're in. So now this has two options, as I mentioned in the previous section. So the first option is to discover new keywords. You give Google a sample of example keywords you want to create a campaign for. And then the other option is to get search volume and forecasts based on a predetermined list of keywords. I'm going to show you methodologies of how to use both of these methods to build a keyword list. And ultimately, I tend to use a mixture of both to gauge in terms of volumes overall and also simplicity of building the list. So the first thing I'm going to click on is discover new keywords. As I mentioned, we're going to start off with boiler servicing. So let's get started, first of all, by typing that in as an example keyword. First of all, you can see here, your location is set to your account location. This campaign will be for the United Kingdom, so that's correct. Before you start your keyword research, ensure that this is correct and your language as well, because that's going to affect the data you're going to get back from Google. So let's get started. So if I type in boiler servicing, all I'm doing is adding a comma and pressing space, and that creates a new keyword in this list. So that gives me 2 example keywords potentially I can use. That's all I need. You can also input your URL here as well to filter out keywords that are potentially unrelated. I don't tend to do this because Google aren't very good at doing this. So I just tend to get all of Google's data and comb through it in order to see what kind of keywords we can bid on. So if I click on Get Results, that is going to pull out Google's data set that they have on keywords in this kind of niche. So you'll see, first of all, the first row shows the keyword you provided, which is boiler service. So that's the first keyword I provided, and it shows the metrics. Now, average monthly searches is an estimation based on Google's search data that they hold on people's behavior on Google. Now, this data is usually very, very underrepresented. It's very underestimated. Generally speaking, the volume will be much higher than this because this usually uses exact match data. People are typing in the query you're seeing below here exactly, as opposed to variations or close variants of that keyword. So generally speaking, when you run a campaign, the data will be higher than the average monthly searches you can see here. You can see 3-month change in terms of how much the volume of the keywords has increased or decreased over time. This particular campaign doesn't really see much variance. You can see that some, for example, electric boiler installation has seen a plus 900% increase. So if you were in that industry, you might be seeing some growth there in terms of people looking for this particular service. And then boiler care, that particular keyword has seen a 90% decrease in 3-month change in terms of volume. Same goes for year-on-year change. Instead of 3 months, it's just over a 12-month period. Competition is an important one because it gives you an indication of how many competitors are aggressively bidding on these keywords. Medium, high, and low rates the levels of competition. So with a keyword like boiler repair, for example, you can expect a lower CPC generally. However, that's not always the case, which I'll go on to in a moment. But this gives you an indication in terms of competition. Some people use this as an indication for SEO as well. Personally, I don't do that, but I think it's a good metric to understand the volume of keywords. Next, you're going to have your impression share. That is if you're running a campaign already and these keywords are in your campaign, you'd get a population of the impression share received in your campaign. We'll go on to impression share as a metric going forward in the course, but just to make you aware that this column won't populate unless you're running ads with the keyword already in it, where it will show the impression share you're currently getting. The next 2 columns are going to be really important. That's going to determine your potential cost of traffic. So you have your top of page bid, low range, like how much would it cost you for a click to show in the top 4 positions on the Google search results in the low range. So you'll see here the estimations of click costs from anywhere from boiler service near me at £2.06. And you'll see things as high as £4.97 for boiler replacement, because of course that's a more premium service. Advertisers are more likely to spend more money on getting clicks for that service. And then the high-end range is basically from auctions that have gone through historically, how the high-end bids have affected the top 4 positions. So generally speaking, advertisers can pay anywhere between £3.07 and £10.41 for the particular keyword boiler repair I'm hovering over now. But that varies depending on auction and a number of other factors. But this is Google's variance in the data. It shows the low end and the high end to set expectations correctly. So here's our potential keyword list for this campaign. You can see boiler service near me, boiler repair near me, British gas boiler repair. If you scroll further down, you can see things like SSE boiler repair, emergency boiler repair, boiler inspection, gas heating engineer. So you can see it doesn't just cover the exact terms I put in terms of boiler service, it covers all types of term. And in fact, what I'm going to do now is we're going to download the list and take a look at it in more detail to really understand this data. So I'm going to click on this option to download keyword ideas into a CSV file, which will give me a way to view the data more effectively and potentially sort the data as well, and basically prepare it for use to make my keyword list. But we're going to go through a couple of options back in the keyword planner after we've done this to kind of show you potentially how you can refine your keywords as well. So the report is currently downloading, and once that's downloaded, we'll be able to open that up in Excel and go through the data. So that's now downloaded. I'm going to open that up now and we're going to look at the data. So I'm going to drag that over from my other screen. And here's the data. It basically reflects what we've just seen already. So I'm going to tidy this up a bit, removing the first 2 rows by highlighting cell 1 and row 1 and 2, right-clicking, clicking delete, and removing those 2 rows. We know our currency already, so I'll delete that because it's irrelevant. You will know the currency you're using as well. I'm going to delete all of these other areas as well, because you've got organic impression share as well, and all these other kind of metrics that are based on your exact accounts if you're running these keywords. But we're not doing that now. We're looking at researching before starting an account, so I will delete these as well. So now it's easier to see, and if I double click between cell A and B, I'll expand so I can see the keyword list. So as we go down, we can actually, I think the first thing we'll do is sort by volume. So if I click on data and then click on filter, I'll actually sort by average monthly searches to see what the most popular keywords are compared to others. So I go largest to smallest. So now we can understand where all the volume in the campaign potentially can come from. But as you can probably see, there are many keywords in here that I would not bid on in my campaign. Here are some examples. I would not bid on anything to do with British Gas Home Care, because that is a pay monthly service from British Gas. Of course, if you're not in the UK, you won't know who British Gas are, but they're the biggest energy provider for boilers in the UK. They have service packages, and this relates to their service package. So that is a branded term that people are potentially looking for directly for British Gas to fulfill that need. Now, there are other things as well, potentially, like SSE, which is another energy provider. They do their own services as well. I might not necessarily want that. There are a ton of other brands in here, like smaller brands like D&G, who I've never really heard of, but you can assume they are a brand as well. So if I keep going down through the keywords as the volume starts to decrease, you'll see things like free central heating. Definitely don't want that keyword. I don't want to provide free heating in my campaign. So this just provides a bit of a problem. So as you can see here in this data set, there are a ton of keywords in here that are not relevant to the campaign. So we need to refine this list. And what we're going to do next is actually go ahead and refine this list down to a seed list of keywords we can potentially bid on in this arena. Okay, so I'm going to jump back into the Google Ads Keyword Planner because there are a couple of things we need to do to refine this list that will help us get our seed keyword list. So now I'm in here, I'm back in the Keyword Planner. There's an option on the right-hand side panel here called Refine Keywords, which will allow us to filter the keywords to find the ones that we want to use. The first one's going to be one of the most important ones in this particular campaign because, as I mentioned, there are a ton of branded keywords in here that are not relevant to our campaign. You might want to bid on branded keywords in terms of competing brands to your business to help you get more clicks and sales, which is great. But in this particular niche, if I bid on British Gas terms, I'm going to burn through my budget pretty quickly because they're the biggest provider in the UK and they offer bespoke services in terms of coverage and monthly payments. So again, it goes back to understanding your industry, and you will understand your industry very well. So you will know exactly whether or not you should or shouldn't be bidding on particular competitors. So if I click this drop down option for brand or non-brand, I'm going to be met with a ton of filters. Now, these filters will allow me to refine the keyword list. Now, the first one is for everything in the list. We wouldn't untick this because if I untick this option, we're basically left with nothing because I've removed all branded and non-branded keywords from this list. Now I'll retick that so you can see they will reappear. Now, as you go down this list, you'll see all of the big brands like Bosch, Valent, and all the other kind of bigger names in the boiler industry. I know you probably don't know who these people are if you're not in the UK, or even if you are in the UK, you might not necessarily know who these people are. But they are the biggest brands in the industry. And as you go down, you can see more companies like British Gas, SSE, EDF. So you've got brands of boiler in terms of who make the boilers. Then you've got companies who install the boilers. And then you've got contractors who are smaller businesses who fit boilers. So they've identified these brands as smaller contractors. And then other brands of boilers as well. You can see there's plenty of other smaller brands that do boiler installation as well. So what you can do with this option is you can actually untick all non-brands, all branded keywords. If I untick brand, that means all of these potential boiler manufacturers are no longer in our keyword list. Now, you might want to bid on keywords like install Bosch boiler or install Baxi boiler because people know which boiler they actually want, so you might want to include those. In that case, you would tick this option. For the purposes of this, I'm going to include the boiler manufacturers because that's going to help us identify more customers who are willing to install these particular types of boiler. If I didn't provide these boilers in my service, then I would untick the ones that are not applicable. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to leave these brands of boiler ticked. The next one is company. I've mentioned before that a lot of these companies are huge and would eat up all of my budget and not allow me to spend effectively on more buyer keywords as opposed to competitor keywords. You might want to bid on competitors. That's okay. You can leave these options ticked. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to untick this box. Now, this one is for smaller competitors, really small contractors, really small competitors. So I will happily untick this as well, because these are small competitors who might not be in the same space as me. They might not have boiler service as their main service. So they might have things like gas engineering, or maybe they install bathrooms, or maybe they do other kinds of plumbing. That's their main service. I don't actually know, so I'm not going to take the risk and advertise against their keywords until I start checking them out in a bit more detail. So I'm going to untick contractors as well. And as we untick, you can see the keyword list refreshes, and then it shows less results because of this filter. Now, as you go down, you're going to see other brands as well. So these are other brands of potential boilers and contractors as well. So, for example, Checker Trade, that is a a service comparison website here in the UK that compares different companies who provide home services like boiler installation, like we're doing now. So all of these types of keyword, I'm not going to add into my campaign, because a lot of these are not going to be relevant. They're going to be things that are going to be not quite in line with what I want for my campaign, because they are service providers who might be quite large, and they're also governing bodies as well. So Corgi, for example, are a gas, or at least they were a gas safety engine, a gas safety registration. So a lot of these aren't going to be necessarily relevant. So I'm going to untick this. And that refines our keyword list even further. So now I'm comfortably happy that I've got non-branded keywords in my account, apart from the manufacturer of boilers, which I'll look at as we go down and go through the list. So now I've done that section of brand versus non-brand, I can collapse this, and you can also go into services as well. So boiler repair, boiler installation, maintenance, replacement, fault finding, and inspection. They are all things I'm happy with in my campaign, so I'll keep those ticked. And you go to system boiler, combi boiler, back boiler. These are all different types of boiler. You want to keep boiler in there, but then if you don't provide services for all of these different types of boiler, then you want to remove those particular keywords. So I'll keep them in because we provide services for all different types. Then you've got energy sources. Ours is gas engineering, so I'm going to untick oil and untick electric as well. And that refines the keyword list even further. And then finally, you've got others. So you've got prices, water, plumbing, commercial. We don't do commercial, so I'll untick commercial for this particular campaign. You've got industrial, I'll untick that as well. So this will really help you refine your list down based on the services you do or you don't provide. So this is a good way to start. Then you've got air, you've got month, you've got valve, you've got all these other different types of subcategories. I'm going to keep them in there. In fact, I'll get rid of water. Actually, I'll keep water in there because it might be quite relevant to what we're doing in this example. So I'll keep this in, and you've seen here now that I've refined the keyword list down to 712 keywords. Now, all I need to do is download this keyword list in order to see what my final keyword list could look like. This may still need refining, but I've used Google's filters to help me refine it even better. So I'm going to download these keyword ideas now, and we'll take a look at them to see if there's still refinement needed. Okay, so I've downloaded that keyword list. Let's take a look at it now. So I'm going to open this, and it will open in Excel as it did last time. So if I click on the top two rows and highlight them and then delete them, and then delete the currency column, and then delete these blank columns that are based on data if I was running the campaign, and then double click between A and B, then that will give us our list. If I click on cell A2 and hold down Control and Shift at the same time, then press down, that will highlight all the keywords in the list. And then if you look at the corner of Excel down here, you can see there are 712 keywords in the list, which is fantastic because that is exactly what we want. But let me go through a few examples of what I mean by we still need to refine this list, because there are going to be tons of keywords in here that we do not want to bid on. So let's have a look. First of all, you can see here, there's going to be keywords like this one, which is Patel Boiler Services. Now, we removed brands and smaller contractors from this list, remember. Google didn't get all of them, evidently. As you can see, there's another one called Dromore Boilers. So they're not high volume, but ultimately, these are terms that we do not want to appear for in our campaign. So all of these potentially types of term are things we don't want to bid on. So the refinement process when you build your keyword list is to go through your seed list of keywords, so all 700 and 712 keywords that we have in this list, and go through and comb through very carefully which ones are relevant, which ones are not relevant, and omit the ones that are not relevant, because that's going to be really important as part of your research, because you only want to bid on keywords you think are going to give you returns and sales. So things like Worcester Bosch boiler service is fantastic. It includes the brand of boiler that we mentioned before. We want to bid on terms like this. And then as you go down, as I say, you're going to find keywords in here that aren't necessarily needed or things that you might want to remove. So for example, here's a perfect example of a keyword you might want to remove. Cheap boiler installation. Now, if you provide cheap boiler installation and you don't mind a customer who's after a deal, this could be a great keyword for you. But if you know your service is premium, you do not want to bid on this keyword. So it's a bit of a thought process you need to take when going through your keyword list. It's really important to go through and understand that even if a keyword might be relevant to the industry or to maybe one of your competitors, it may not be relevant to you. So you need to actually go through and check some of these keywords. So that's the second activity you need to do, is look at keywords that aren't necessarily wrong, but could not be right for your business. So there are tons of keywords to go through, and it's a process you're going to have to get used to as a Google Ads expert. You don't just want to do your keyword research on Google, take all the keywords and drop them in, even though that's something Google would probably like you to do because you end up spending more money and potentially wasting your budget. That's not necessarily something you'd want to do. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and comb through this keyword list and cut out all of the keywords that do not make sense for my business, including smaller brands, services that aren't necessarily relevant, and other things like that. And that is going to help us with our keyword research. And the next part of this would be to group the keywords. So that will come later. But let's first of all get involved and start removing keywords that are not relevant to this campaign. So here I am back in the spreadsheet, and I've not shown you the refinement list yet. I want to show you exactly what I mean by refining. So as I mentioned, we refined the keywords down using the filters in Google's keyword planner. And since then we've downloaded it, gone onto this spreadsheet, and my job to show you was to refine this keyword list even further. Remember, the focus of this campaign is boiler servicing or boiler service. So that means any keyword that isn't relevant to that specific service that this campaign is going to be for needs to be removed. So I've gone through the process, first of all, with a filter, and I've done a filter for service. And that kind of gave me a very good benchmark of what to do. So once I did that, it was a case of taking this list and refining it further, making sure everything in there was highly relevant to boiler servicing without including any small contractors or smaller brands, because we don't want to target that in this campaign. If we wanted to, I would set up a separate competitor campaign to more effectively manage the budget. So with that said, I've done the refinement process and put it onto this sheet here. So now we've gone from about 650 keywords in the previous sheet down to, if I hold Control and Shift on cell A2 and then press down to, as we can see here on the count, 154 keywords. This is our final keyword list. Everything in here is relevant to the campaign. So you can see now how we've gone from putting a few keywords into the Google Keyword Planner, and then it comes back with over 1,000 keywords, using Google's filters, coming back with 700 or so keywords, refining that further in terms of making sure the focus of the campaign is covered. And now we're down to this keyword list. Now it's important to remember, you may hear from Google representatives that you should be bidding on all of the keywords that you saw in that 1,000 list, or even the 700 list. Now many of those weren't relevant, meaning you would waste your budget. This list is going to be everything focused around your campaign and your focus and your goals. So this is your main keyword list. You need to go through this process with your business as well. If you're finding your keyword list for a specific campaign is getting into the 700s or the thousands in terms of keyword count, then it's probably likely you haven't refined your keyword list enough. So here we are. Here is our seed keyword list for the campaign. The next step is to refine this even further, because we need to group these keywords into effective ad groups. Remember, ad groups allow us to effectively group our keywords into themed groups, meaning our ad copy can be more targeted. And what I mean by that is we have generic keywords like boiler service. You have keywords that contain things like annual. You have keywords that contain things like brands like Glowworm or Baxi. So we need to refine this further in order to make sure we're covering the right kinds of keyword. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and do that next. So now we have our themed keyword list. It's important for us now to group them into effective ad groups. Now remember, ad groups group keywords into more effectively relevant subgroups and subcategories from your main seed keyword list, meaning we can write ad copy that's more relevant to the keywords themselves. Now, the way to do this is to, first of all, start looking through the keyword list and finding themes. So the first theme I'm seeing here is Valent boiler service. Now, Valent is one of the branded keywords that came out of our research. It's a brand of boiler and it's a popular brand here in the UK. So this makes sense to have an ad group so that when people go and type in Valent boiler service, considering that we do service those boilers as our example business, it makes sense for us to have an ad targeted specifically to that keyword to make us more relevant, to make people click us more, to make our quality scores better, to get cheaper traffic. So let's start off by creating a secondary sheet, and we're going to start grouping these keywords. So if I click into this button here, I'm going to type in Valent as a heading here. And in fact, we're going to have a grouping for each keyword type underneath each of these headings. So we're going to start with Valent, but I'm going to make all of these a heading. So I'm going to change this to black and change the text color to white. So this will be the heading for each of our ad groups. And within here, we'll list all of the relevant keywords from our keyword research underneath each column. And that will group everything very nicely into ad groups. So starting off with Valent, we will do a search in this filter for Valent. So if we start typing that in and hit OK, that filters all the keywords with the word Valent in, which is perfect because that is exactly what we need. These are our Valent keywords. So I'm going to copy those. I'm going to paste them into here. And that is our Valent ad group keywords. These will be the keywords in our Valent ad group. Now, if we go back here and then remove this filter, those keywords are still in this area, in this list, so we don't want to target them again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the drop down here where it says keyword. I'm going to type Valent in again. And this time what I'm going to do is select all of them. And I'm going to change the color to red. It's the default name is bad. Doesn't mean these are bad keywords. It's just a way for us to know that we've already added these keywords into our plan. So that's number one. We've got Valent. Let's remove this filter. What have we got next? Let's go through service cost, service near me. So cost could be one of them, potentially. Now, you don't want to go too refined because what can happen is Google uses close variance, as we've discussed in terms of keywords. Close variance means that Google can match your search term to other relevant terms, meaning you don't have to be as tightly knit with your ad groups. There are strategies called single keyword ad groups where some advertisers will literally create an ad group for every single keyword. This is no longer an effective strategy. Google's AI is too smart. They know how to match keywords effectively. The main thing that matters is your ad copy. As long as that matches your keyword targeting and that matches the user's search, that's the important thing. So next, what I'm seeing here, let's start with the very top. We have what I would call generic. So generic keywords are ones that don't really have any kind of modifier on them in terms of types of word. We are targeting boiler servicing, and here's the keyword boiler service. So this is an obvious area for us to add a generic keyword grouping to. So I'm going to add a tab here. I'm going to type in generic. So first of all, these ones are definitely generic. Boiler service near me, gas boiler service. Now, one of them contains gas, which is fine. You could potentially create an ad group for gas, but for the instance of this, it's a boiler service keyword. So I'm going to add these into our boiler service generic keyword list. Oops, let me remove that and type generic up here as a heading. And then drop that in. Oh, go back and copy. And we will drop that in here with a paste. So there's some generics, and then again, going back to what we did before, we're going to do some conditional formatting and make these red. So now we're starting to get through some of these keywords in a bit more detail. We can see Worcester Bosch and Bosch are going to be very important keywords in this list as well. So we've got Bosch. So what I'm going to do again, same principle applies. Go in here, type in Bosch. That'll bring up all of our Bosch keywords, and then we'll just simply copy them in. And we'll add it here and paste them in, and I'll type in Bosch at the top. So now we're starting to group these keywords, and then we'll make these red as well, and then remove the filter, and we'll keep going through this process. There's a lot of keywords in here that we need to group. So this is a very, I suppose, painstaking part of Google Ads, grouping your keywords. Now, as I said before, Google's keyword planner already groups keywords, but it brings in everything. It's not a very refined list. It means you're going to be bidding on keywords that are not relevant, whereas we know this list right here is highly relevant. So that is the difference, making sure we work with a relevant list and group them effectively, which is why this process is a much more manual process. But what happens is you come out with a much better campaign, a much more accurate campaign, and a campaign that's going to get great results. So next we can see Baxi is a term here as well. So Baxi is another boiler brand. So if I click that drop down and go to a filter, and I'm going to do a text filter, I'm just going to type into here. I'm going to type in Baxi. And then click OK. And again, these are the Baxi keywords. I'll copy them in, and I'm going to paste them into the next cell over here. And I'm going to type Baxi in here. So if I go back again, make those red to say that we've done them, and remove the filter. Now we're starting to get through quite a good number of keywords here. So with our seed list of keywords, we've got through quite a few, and there's much more to do, however. So let's go back in. Let's do one more, and then what I'm going to do after I show you one more is I'm going to go away and complete this task and come back and show you once it's completed what that looks like and what to expect. So let's do one more. Let's do emergency. So emergency boiler keywords, I know for sure, are going to be higher cost in terms of clicks, because they're generally, as you can see here, £10 a click. As in terms of top of the page bid, is very rare to find that in this list. 10 is a very high number, and it's because emergencies generally insinuate somebody needs the service now, meaning they're more likely to buy, meaning it's more of a buyer keyword. So that's important to remember as well when you're going through your business and you're trying to understand which keyword is going to be effective. So again, let's go and do emergency. So if I go into here, emergency, you'll see there's a couple in here. Not many, but that's all we need. Emergency boiler service, emergency boiler service near me. Click copy, paste them in. Emergency. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ad groups done. I'm going to go back in and make these two red and remove the filter. And we're going to keep going through the same process. And what will happen is, and you'll typically find this, couple of words of warning. Number one is that you will find that there are going to be keywords that could fit into multiple ad group categories. So for example, we've looked at different brands, and we could also look at emergency. So say for example, we had a keyword in the campaign that came up from our research of Bosch emergency boiler service. That covers both Bosch as a keyword in terms of the brand of the boiler, and it also covers the emergency side as well. In that instance, you have to decide which one is more relevant, because there can't be one keyword in multiple ad groups. You have to choose which one is most relevant. Now, we know that Bosch has more search volume than emergency, but we also know emergency keywords can kind of have a higher conversion rate potentially, because the person is looking for the service now. So it's a balancing act. You know your industry better than most. You know your industry better than Google, in fact. So you need to use your industry insider knowledge when you're doing this to decide which keyword goes into which ad group when they cross over with multiple. Which one is more important? Which one is more effective? Which one is going to give you the most revenue when you look at the way people search for your products and services? So for me, in that instance, because of the volume involved with Bosch, you could potentially go into Bosch and say, okay, I want this keyword to sit under the Bosch area. But then in this example in particular, I would say it goes under emergency, because based on industry knowledge of this area, emergency services are going to be higher converting. So the more keywords with emergency in I can get into that area, into that ad group, the better. So that's what I would do in that instance. Of course, this is a hypothetical. There is no emergency Bosch keyword in this list. Anyway, I hope that clarifies it. I'm going to go away and go through this process and update all the keywords in this campaign into separate ad groups, and then we'll come back and have a look at the work when it's complete. Okay, so all of the keywords are currently in red. So if you saw the previous video, you'll know what that means. It means that all of our keywords have been successfully grouped into ad groups. So if I hop over to the next tab, you'll see how I've grouped them. So as you can see here, we have groups for all of these keywords, and they've all been segmented by their main kind of type or activator, as I like to call it. So starting from the left, you have Valent, which is a brand, generic, which is kind of a catch-all for very top-level boiler kind of terms. So boiler service technician, my boiler serviced, or get my boiler serviced, all are very basic, very obvious keywords, which are going to be the majority of them. So you can see that's the longest keyword list we have in the campaign. In terms of ad groups, you have Bosch, which is a brand, Baxi, which is a brand, emergency is a premium service and something that converts better, so that needs segmenting. Combi is a type of boiler, annual or yearly is people looking for a service plan where they pay monthly. Looking for a plan where they can actually get their boiler service annually, so it's got a kind of annual or yearly kind of intent. Cost, quote, and price is people who are price sensitive, so cheap, cost, how much it will cost, kind of those things. And then you've got local and near, so anything that says near me, or local boiler service near me. And you've got repairs, so servicing and repairs are slightly different. You've got plans as well, so people who want to pay monthly for a service. And you've got this one as well, which is a brand called Glowworm, so another popular boiler brand here in the UK. For argument's sake, you could potentially segment this even more and create even more ad group, but then you have to remember, this is one service for this business. There could be multiple services, so I've got boiler services in here for this particular plumbing business. You might have bathroom installation, you might have plumbing, so all of these different types of campaigns, and there's going to be a point of diminishing returns in terms of time to results if you segment more and more. So this would be classed as a very highly segmented campaign, because if you remember back on the brief, all the services that Bob's Plumbers, which is our example website, has, then you start looking at all the campaigns that we've segmented potentially. We've created one campaign for a single service they provide. And within that campaign, we've created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 ad groups, which is a lot of ad groups for this particular type of campaign without going down the single keyword ad group route. Remember, as I said, Google is smart. Their AI is smart. They understand what the intent is of the person searching, and they can effectively match it to keywords and use close variants as well to make sure you don't miss out on any potential searches as well. So this segmentation is highly effective, and this would be classed as a very segmented keyword list. Again, as I say, you could potentially segment it even further, but the results you'd get as a result of that might not necessarily be in line, particularly when it comes to the fact that when I say you segment into ad groups, the reason you do that is so your ad copy can better reflect the keywords in your ad group. You can make them highly relevant. But with the type of adverts Google now has, where you have multiple headlines and multiple description opportunities, you can cover a lot more ground to make the ads more relevant, and Google will serve the relevant content of your ad depending on headline or description that best meets the needs of the user and is most likely to convert, meaning that this segmentation is highly effective. So even though there are things in an ad group that could cross over, so for example, hot water boiler service and generic boiler service, they're two different distinct keywords. You could potentially, for argument's sake, have a hot water ad group and then target the hot water keywords there. A better way to do this would be, as I've done it now, where we cover off the subject matter of these keywords in the ad content itself, and of course reflects that on the landing page as well. So we're covering the whole way through, and we can make sure we're covering our bases with our ad content, because you can choose multiple headlines and multiple descriptions. So that is why this segmentation is very effective. It gives you a balance of speed and execution and simplicity, which is important as well when managing campaigns. Remember, this is one campaign for a business where they could have 5 or 6 campaigns. Then this makes management a lot easier, but it also segments enough that you get strong results as well. So here I am back in the keyword planner for a very simple reason, and that is to find negative keywords. Now, we spoke about negative keywords earlier in the previous module, and of course these are the types of keyword that block your ads from showing on the search results page. So it's important to find a distinct list of negative keywords in order to preserve your budget, to make sure your ads aren't showing for anything that they shouldn't. And the best place to start before a campaign goes live, because of course when a campaign does go live, you can see what people are typing in to find your ads, so you can block out terms that aren't useful. The best way to do it before going live is to go back to the keyword research that you've done, because the results within there can tell you exactly what Google could match your ads to in order to create negative keywords. So let's run that process now. So I'm going to go on to discover new keywords, and I'm going to do exactly what I did before. I'm going to type in boiler servicing, and I'm going to hit get results. Now, when you hit get results, you're not going to be surprised to see the exact same keywords that I showed you when we first started doing this. But we're going to take a bit of a different turn. We are going to find negative keywords based on this list. So before, where we were looking for things that we wanted to bid on, this time we're going to look for things that are actually going to be something we don't want to target. So perfect example, I'm going to scroll down, and you're going to come across keywords that aren't necessarily going to be in line with what we were trying to do before. So a perfect example of that, for example, is here. you have BG Home Care. This is a business name. You could put this as a negative keyword in your campaign if you didn't want to show for that particular competitor. Another one is oil boiler. So we weren't targeting oil boilers, we're targeting gas boilers in the campaign. So oil boiler could be a negative keyword. We don't want to show for people wanting an oil boiler service because that's not what the service we provide. So for your business, you need to think when you go through this research, when you type in your most generic keyword you want to target with your ads, are the keywords in this list anything I want to target? And if they're not, is there a potential that Google might match my query to this particular term? And the answer for this list is yes, because of course, if you bid on the term boiler service as a phrase match keyword, there's no reason Google wouldn't show your ads for oil boiler service. Therefore, if you do not deal with oil boilers, you will need to make oil a negative keyword. So any search term containing oil doesn't trigger your ad. The best way to do this is to have a notepad file handy where you can start adding negative keywords. And if you keep scrolling down, you will see more examples of potential negative keywords that aren't going to work for your business. So as I'm scrolling down, let's have a little look. I'm sure we'll come across another one very, very easily. And we can see here, Checkatrade boiler service. Checkatrade is an aggregator that basically allows people to compare prices and services for particular home care services. So boiler servicing is exactly one of those things. People looking for Checkatrade are looking for a comparison site. Do I want my ads to show when someone types in Checkatrade? Probably, but probably not. If I didn't want them to show for that particular keyword, I would make it a negative as well. Again, commercial. Commercial is a business boiler. So if you work in an office or maybe a hotel or some kind of commercial property, this particular campaign is targeting home boilers, people at home with a boiler. Commercial is not included in the services on the website. So you wouldn't target commercial boiler service. You would target the other regular keywords. So what we're going to do next is start to use a bit more logic to find the negative keywords within this, because you can download this data and comb through it to build a comprehensive list of negative keywords. But some of these refinements on the right hand side here can be very handy to help you on your way as well. As I said, to give you more of an example of what to look for when looking at these refined keywords on the right hand side, this can give you a good source of availability of options to help you find negative keywords. So instead of doing what we did before, where we're looking for positive keywords using this expansion list to kind of see whether or not different areas should be targeted, we're going to use this to find negative keywords. So for example, as I said, all of these other companies are things we shouldn't be bidding on, because if we wanted to target competitors, we would set up a separate competitor campaign so we can more effectively target them and make sure that the budget is used more effectively. So with that in mind, we want these to be negative keywords. We'd also want a lot of these contractors to be negative keywords as well, because we wouldn't necessarily want to target them directly in our campaign. So here is a perfect list of examples of negative keywords. As I mentioned before, as you scroll down, you can kind of see the types of services and the types of boiler. Again, that same oil word comes up again. You have gas and oil. This campaign doesn't deal with oil boilers. We deal with gas. So oil is a perfect example of a negative. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump across to my other screen and I'm going to drag over a notepad file. And this is a good place to start when building a negative keyword list. Start adding the keywords that you want to be as negatives in this notepad file. So starting off with the obvious one for me, oil, that would go into this file. We have a list of all these other businesses here. So what we could actually do is we could actually untick everything, scroll down and tick all the contractors and tick all the companies. And then what we can do is download the keywords as a CSV. And you'll start to see that download. And you can open that up. And all of a sudden here, you have a complete list of competing businesses that you can add as a negative keyword so you don't target them. Now, one thing to mention is negative keywords, as I mentioned, work in the same way as positive keywords in that you can have broad, exact, and phrase match negatives, and they work in the same way as the positive keywords. Therefore, with terms like this, where you have actual things you want to target within the negative term, so British Gas, we don't want to target British Gas, but we want to target boiler service. In this instance, we'd want to add all of these as exact match negative keywords. So if you copy this list and then open a new tab and paste it here, I'm going to open this up by double clicking the line between A and B. And I'm going to click down and I'm going to go to row 1 with column B. I'm going to double click and I'm going to press equals to start a formula. And I'm going to type in concat and that will bring up the concatenate formula. If I double click that, that will start the concatenation process. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this an exact match keyword list by adding square brackets either side of this keyword using a concatenation. So if we start the process off with a double quote, opening square bracket, close double quote, then hit comma, then click this cell, then hit comma, and then double quote again. You know what's coming next, don't you? The closed bracket, double quote, and hit enter. That creates an exact match negative keyword. So these exact match keywords, I'm going to double click the corner of here, and that will repeat the formula across everything here. So now we have a good list of exact match negative keywords to add to our negative keyword list. If I hit Control and copy, go back to our notepad file, paste those in, we have a great list of negative keywords added to this file. And I'm going to continue doing this process alongside the manual way, by the way, because as I've mentioned before, the actual fields on this sheet on Google, when you look through this, these filters don't pick up everything. As I mentioned when we're doing the positive keywords, it applies for negative as well. You need to download the entire data, everything, as we did before. So 1,120 keyword ideas. Download these ideas and look through and comb through to find any negatives. So again, oil is okay being a broad match negative because we don't want anything to do with oil at all. So anyone typing oil into their search term, if we use this negative keyword list, our ads won't show for any oil terms. However, as I mentioned, these terms have things in there that might be crossing over with our positive keyword list. So it's important to start them off with a negative match type, with an exact negative match type. So that is the starting point of keyword research for negative keywords. I'm going to go ahead and find more negatives and complete our list. And when you've completed it, be sure to save it because you're going to need it later when we start building the campaign, because that will go into your negative keyword list. So let's talk about text ads, the actual thing that makes people click on your campaign and actually what drives people to find your business. It's all about your ads. So what is a text ad? Well, text ads are the actual adverts people see on the search results page when they go into Google and perform a search. So they contain the clickable link that takes the user to your website. So when somebody goes to Google, searches for something that triggers your ad to appear, maybe it's a product or service you provide, they go onto Google, do the search, and then they see the adverts on the search results page. And those adverts on the page are known as text ads. So whenever we refer to the ads on Google for search campaigns, typically we call them text ads. So here's an example. I'm sure you've seen these many times before. And of course, you're going to be building these kinds of ads for your business. So these are prime examples of text ads. As you can see, there is a URL for where the potential page will be, the actual clickable blue link as well, which people actually click to get taken to the website. And underneath that is a description. And in the particular example you can see on screen here, the first ad in that list has additional links as well, which we'll go on to because you can add additional information to your ads as well as the pure text ad side of things. So we'll go on to that as well on the next section. So now we know what the ads are. What actually makes a good ad? So one of the things you need to consider is your call to action. There's a few things that make your ads powerful, and this is one of the most important. For example, a call to action could be get a quote if you're talking about maybe a service, book a test drive if you're talking about cars, book an appointment, call today, buy online. Basically, what you're doing is you're hinting at what the user will have to do once they click your website. Now, this might sound obvious. You think people know exactly what they need to do, but actually, by having a call to action, it encourages people to take that action. So a call to action becomes really important and a way to encourage clicks to your ad, and also plant the seed as to what the person will be expected to do when they click through, meaning they'll be primed and ready. So for example, if your call to action is book an appointment, they know when they see that advert, the next action that they want to take or they should take to take things further is to book an appointment. So it kind of sets the scene for the user. Addition to that, strong and relevant headline. So your headline is not dissimilar to a newspaper headline. It's all about grabbing attention. Remember, you're not the only person on the search results page. In fact, you're not the only paid search result on the search results page. You've got the organic results. You often have Google who also add additional information to the search results in terms of knowledge graphs and things like that. So it's really important to write a strong headline that grabs attention and be relevant as well. There's no point in writing a really catchy headline that has nothing to do with what the person searched. So make sure you cover both of those bases. Make sure that they're relevant, but also a really powerful attention-grabbing headline. It should contain variants of your target keyword. It's really important that you do that as well. So another thing is to highlight your unique selling points. So what makes you better than your competitors? What are you going to provide that they can't, or maybe that you're better than them at? So some examples, maybe you provide free delivery, which is a fantastic benefit to e-commerce. Maybe you do 10% off for your first order, which is a good incentive. Maybe your third item's free, so maybe you buy three items and the third one is free. You might do quote matching, like I know, for example, John Lewis here in the UK used to do that. If you find a genuine quote or price for an item elsewhere, they'll match that potential price. So maybe you do that. Basically, what you need to do is think of the unique selling points or the positive selling points, because a lot of these aren't necessarily going to be unique, but they're going to be positive. So think of the positive things you can do to encourage people to buy from you or choose your service over that of your competitors. So as I say, things like rated 5-star on maybe Trustpilot or other review sites out there, that's really going to help you as well. So that's a really important thing to look at too. So, as I've mentioned, there is a bit of a balancing act you need to do when writing ads, because what you need to do is make sure that they're relevant, because Google rewards relevancy. Remember, the quality score is based on your click-through rate, and one of the main factors of that is going to be how relevant your the user's search term is to your ad content, and of course how relevant that is to your keywords. So that's one part of it. But how do you write content that's highly relevant, containing your target keywords, but also compelling and well written? Well, that's the challenge we have as PPC professionals. The challenge is to ensure your ad is well written, grammatically correct, and really punchy and makes people want to click, while also covering the base of mentioning your target keyword and being relevant. So you might have to practice writing ads and actually testing content yourself before just going into Google Ads and writing the ads outright. We will cover this on the course. I do have a planning spreadsheet that's really handy in testing out ad copy and planning your campaign ahead of time, which we will cover on this course. But it's just the thing to think about, that you have to balance those two very different, distinct skill sets in order to write ads successfully on Google. So up next, we're going to talk about text ad formats, because there are multiple formats to text ads. As I've mentioned, we've seen some examples on the screenshot previously, but there are also a couple of other things to take into consideration, and we'll understand what those formats are in terms of responsive search ads and call-only ads. So let's start off with responsive search ads, which is the default format for ads when you create a new search campaign. These are the main ads you're going to be using in your account. So it's really important to understand what comprises a responsive search ad and what you need to do when you create them. So what is a responsive search ad? A responsive search ad is the default setting for Google Ads campaigns. They allow you to test multiple variations of headlines and descriptions in your ad copy. Now, I touched on this during the keyword research phase when I was explaining that you don't necessarily need an ad group for every single variant of your keyword. You just need to group them into effective themes. And the reason for that is because of this ad format right here, because it allows you to test multiple headlines and descriptions, and Google's job will be to automatically serve the right combination of headline and description based on the relevancy to the user's search and the likelihood of conversion. So what I mean by that is, if you go back to that keyword list, if you have multiple themes within the same ad group potentially, as long as you cover your bases with the relevancy in the ads, which is the responsive search ad, you can write multiple headlines and descriptions to make sure you're covering all of the relevancy you need to for all of your ad groups. So, what is the format of a responsive search ad? You can write 8 headlines of 30 characters each, so that's advisable to use as much real estate as you can when you create these ad formats, because it allows you to have more data to test when it comes to Google trialing different headline and description combinations. So that's important. Make sure you complete this area as well. So you can write 8 headlines, you can write 3 descriptions of 90 characters each. You can even write more than that, but generally speaking, per ad group, I would advise 3 descriptions to write per ad. And then the other thing is what's called your display URL, which is a URL that you define in your ad that's for vanity purposes. So if, say, for example, you have a page that's like www.bobsplumbers.co.uk/boiler-servicing-.html or something like that. If you want your URL to look more effective or more advertisable, then you can change that URL in the ad only to, say, for example, www.bobsplumbers.co.uk/boiler-servicing. And then that's more relevant to the kind of keywords in the potential ad that you're creating. So it's a vanity URL that basically makes the person searching think that the URL they're going to go to is more relevant, but they'll still be taken to your actual page URL. So it's for vanity purposes and to help with your click-through rate. So the display URL has two areas, so they're 15 characters each, because after your main core domain, which you can't change on your display URL, you can do / something and then / another thing. So it could be / boilers / servicing, but you have 15 characters to play with either side of that / after your core domain. So here's the format, as you can see. So you have, this is what it looks like when you're creating a responsive search ad in Google Ads. And as you can see here, you have your headlines. You can choose multiple headlines. If you were to scroll down on this screenshot, you will see multiple descriptions, and you'll also see a display URL, as I mentioned. And this is what it looks like when you're creating them in Google Ads, which of course we will do as part of this course. We're going to walk through an entire campaign setup, building the campaign we're planning on Google, so you can see end to end how this would look. So this screenshot is for illustrative purposes, so you can see what the interface looks like ahead of time. And it has something called ad strength as well, which basically allows you to get an indication from Google whether or not you're covering your bases. If you don't include enough headlines, don't include enough descriptions or things like that, then that can be a potential issue as well. So Google will show different configurations of your headlines and descriptions based on likelihood of conversion and relevancy to the user's search term, but you still have to make sure you give them enough information to optimize with. So you'll see here the ad strength in this example is average. The idea is you want to try and make it excellent, meaning that you've covered all of your potential keyword subject matter in your ads, and you've covered enough headlines and descriptions as well. So how do these ads appear on Google? As I say, they'll show different configurations based on optimization factors and likelihood of conversion, and of course, relevancy to the user. They can estimate which combination will likely lead to conversions, and of course, because it's AI, it will learn as the campaign goes on. Ads won't start off being optimized. The campaign will start gathering data as people click your adverts, and from that, Google can optimize the headlines and descriptions based on those two factors. So that's important to realize as well. And that, in a nutshell, is a responsive search ad. We will be using these as part of our campaign setup, so you'll see end to end how these are created and what the ad strength metric actually means as we create the ads. So don't worry, you're not going to see that now. This was an explanation as to what a responsive search ad actually is. Now we're going to take a look at call-only ads, which are basically an ad that forces customers to phone your business, and it's quite a good option if you're in a service-based or leads generation industry. That's pretty self-explanatory. So let's take a look at call-only ads. So call ads allow you to create an ad that appears on mobile phone devices. So that's the first thing you need to realize. These ads will only appear on devices capable of making a phone call, namely mobile devices, smartphones. So when the ad is clicked, instead of taking the user to your URL or your web page, what this ad will do is it will initiate a phone call to your business. So that action of a customer taking a click of your ad, you pay at the point of click as usual, as you normally would, but instead of the user going to your website, they actually initiate a phone call. So it's very different to a responsive search ad that we looked at, where you're taken to the website for the user to browse and potentially get in touch. So it's very different and much more proactive, and it could be quite effective for particular types of business. So the format of a call ad is very different to that of a responsive search ad. So the headline is, you have two headlines of 30 characters each, you have two descriptions of 90 characters. So the 30 character and 90 character count of the headline and description respectively are still the same, but you're not creating loads and loads of variants like you would with a responsive search ad. The display URL is the same as well, so you have 15 character URLs for vanity, as we mentioned in the previous section, that you can use those to increase your click-through rate. The other thing that's not included in a responsive search ad that is included on a call ad is the business name. You need to provide the name of your business and a website URL as a fallback. So on this ad format, potentially people could go through to your website, but only if they want to. It's a fallback essentially if they want to go through to your website, but they can just click and make a phone call, which is really important. In terms of how this looks, this is exactly how a call-only ad looks. You will see that the main call to action is a phone number. You have the business name, a headline, and multiple descriptions, and potential display URL. Of course, you need to make sure that your phone number is valid and working, because ultimately when they click that button to make a phone call on their mobile device, it's going to go through to your business, so you need to make sure that's all working correctly. So that is how the ad appears on Google, and it's basically in the same place as where a text ad would be, but formatted for mobile devices with a phone icon, as you can see in this preview. This is how it looks within Google Ads when you're building this ad format. It's much more simplified than a responsive search ad, but nevertheless, this is how it looks in Google. So how do they appear on Google? This is exactly what it looks like, and it will basically show your telephone number alongside your headline, your business description, and your website link. So we've covered this already in terms of how it looks. Just remember that it will appear on Google in a search as it would with a normal responsive search ad. The only difference is that when you click the ad, the user will be taken to make a phone call to your business via their phone. So why would you use a call-only ad as opposed to a normal responsive search ad? So this is the thing. It's a balance between the type of business you are. If you're an e-commerce business, then it might not necessarily be great. But if your business is primarily reliant on inbound phone calls, it could be a great way to maximize phone call leads. So for example, if you're a taxi service and you're marketing a taxi business on Google Ads, a call-only ad could be ideal, because ultimately, if somebody goes through to a taxi service, they want to make a phone call to book a taxi, or maybe it's an airport shuttle, or whatever it might be. All of these different services taxi businesses provide are primarily delivered via the phone. So that would make perfect sense. It would mean not wasting time clicking through to a website to later find the phone number to make a phone call to book your taxi service. Car service garages could be a potential one as well. People want to book a service, they literally click and call. In fact, the campaign we're building in this example of a boiler service company could be a good example of that, but people might want more information. So we've not done it in this campaign type, but it could be one worth testing. And during this setup, we may create those as ads as well, alongside our responsive search ads, and a handyman service potentially. If somebody wants some stuff done around the house, maybe some handyman work, they might want to speak to somebody to find out the quotes, what they're capable of doing, and not necessarily need the website to explain all of that information. So that could be quite useful. So these are some examples of businesses that could benefit from a call-only ad. Maybe yours is one of these types of business. If it is, it's worth considering using this ad format, because it could be quite effective for your business. Disadvantage: users may not see your website and may miss out on USPs as a result, meaning when they see the search results page and they see a phone number, but they also see competitors on your search results as well who are promoting all kinds of USPs because they're using a responsive search ad as opposed to a call ad, then it means that they might miss out on seeing your USPs instead and going to your website and seeing those, meaning they're more likely to actually take action off the back of that phone call lead that they are. So that could be a disadvantage. It could be bad as well for visual services. So anyone who's selling apparel, or maybe graphic design service, or landscapers, people want to see examples of your work, even though ultimately if you wanted a landscape gardener, you will more than likely pick up the phone and speak to whoever it is that's providing that service. You want to see examples of their work. It's a visual service. So anything visual like graphics or gardens or anything like that, then you don't necessarily want to use this ad format, because you want people to go to the website and let your visuals do a lot of the talking, because it's a visual service. So I would advise you don't use it for these kinds of services. And it also stops users from converting in other ways or buying directly online. So if you're an e-commerce business, you shouldn't really be using a call-only ad, because you want people to buy from your website. If you're a business like the SEM Academy, which we're learning from right now, you wouldn't necessarily want a call-only ad either, because we of course want people to enroll on the course. So with that said, that is the reason why you would not use a call-only ad. Think about your use case for your business. What would be beneficial? Would a call-only ad be beneficial based on your niche or industry, or based on what you've seen on this section of the course so far? Would it be something you need to get away from because your product or service is more visual or more of a consideration purchase and something that people may need to read up on your website? Just have a think about those two things, because ultimately that's going to determine whether or not you use this ad format. And if it is something you want to test and you are in a niche that works well for this format, then it's going to be a very powerful tool for your campaigns and something you should definitely test. So I would like to introduce you to the campaign planning spreadsheet. Now, this is basically going to form the basis for the campaign you're going to build in Google Ads when we do the full walkthrough. So this spreadsheet is going to help you plan your campaigns in order to know exactly when you go into Google Ads what you're going to be entering. To explain the format of this spreadsheet, we have our ads section here, so we can decide the headlines and the descriptions for all the ads. Now, we've gone through responsive search ads before, so you know minimum you need really 2 descriptions and minimum you need about 5 headlines. So you can write more if you wanted, so there's space enough to write up to 8 headlines and up to 5 description keyword content rich ads. And basically this allows you to plan, because what will happen is you start typing in a headline. So I say the best boiler repair. You'll see it counts the characters. So you know the limit for a headline is 30, and the number of characters you need to enter is basically shown next door. So you can see how many characters and a live up-to-date character count of the characters in each of your headlines, and the same goes for descriptions. So this explains the ads section. You can have your ad copies written and tested, and this is a great way as well if you work as a freelancer or even as an agency or even in-house to share ad content with stakeholders so they can see the content that's going to go live on Google Ads. And if they don't like it, they can make edits within the character counts and the character limits, and you can basically hand this back and forth to make sure everybody's on the same page when it comes to creating ads. In addition to that, you have the ad group keywords. So every single ad group, if I go down here and go back to what we did previously, you can see our ad groups have been segmented and the keywords are segmented into ad groups. Each of these are the ad group keywords that we want to target in our campaign. These are reflective in this document. So you can see here, this section here, I've got the ad group name test1, but in reality, when we start building this in the sheet, we'll call this generic. So let's start the process right now. So I'm going to call this generic. We'll add our ad copies here, and then the ad group keywords will go here. And then if I go back into this and take those keywords, I'm going to copy them, and then I'm going to paste them in here. And here are our keywords. They're all pasted in and ready to go. So when we go and build the campaign, we have our ad copy and we have our keywords ready to go and to hand, and we can actually start using them. Again, negative keywords, you can add these at both the ad group and campaign level. So if you want certain phrases to be eliminated or blocked from showing across all of your ad groups and all of your keywords, you can add campaign level negative keywords here, and you can have a lot of room to add them, as you can see. And if you have ad group level negative keywords, you can add them in this column. So if you have something that you want to show in one ad group, but not necessarily another ad group, you can add negative keywords at ad group level as well. So each of these sections is correspondent to an ad group. So we have generic here. You go further down, you add your next ad group and your ad copies. You add another one with your next ad group and your ad copies. And basically, you can do this across everything. So what we're going to do is I'm going to build the first section of this report and come back so you can see exactly what it looks like and what we can consider as the campaign setup. And then we'll go ahead and I'll jump forward and complete this whole sheet in terms of every single ad group in our campaign. So here, and then we'll come back and actually review this, and then we'll have the basis that will form everything for our campaign we're going to build in Google Ads. It's a great practice to do. It saves a lot of time instead of thinking around Google Ads when you're in the platform, scratching your head and wondering what you're going to write. This eliminates all of that worry by getting the content down, getting the right stakeholders in the room when you're discussing that content, and then going from there. So let's go ahead and build out this spreadsheet, and then we're going to come back. Okay, so I have completed a lot of this sheet in order to show you what it looks like when populated. So going back to the first ad group, we have our headlines in place, we have our descriptions in place. I haven't utilized all the spots. If you wanted to, you can add more descriptions. And when we actually start building the campaign, we may need to, depending on what Google thinks of our ads. More on that later. And then we've also got our keywords in place in terms of what we want to bid on. And we have our full negative keyword list down the side. And as I scroll down, actually, you can see all the different ad groups in here. So you've got the gas ad group with the keywords and ad content, with the ad content relevant to the keywords, which is what we talk about with relevancy. And then the same goes for when we have the best ad group, the backseat, which is a brand ad group, and then the cost ad group. So all of the ad groups we talked about, we have set up in here. In fact, I haven't set all of them up in here, just in the interest of time and not making you bored of me setting up, 20 ad groups, because by the time I've done 3 or 4, you understand the process, and we've gone through the process of segmentation anyway. So this is for illustrative purposes. So you can see the sheet is completed, and we are ready to now look at building our campaign. Our conversions are something we need to track in addition to what we have already. And then once we've got our conversions decided and in place, we can actually start building the campaign. But this document essentially forms the basis for our Google Ads campaign. You can download this as part of the course materials, and you can use this sheet to plan your campaigns as you need. In the next upcoming section, we're going to talk about something called ad extensions. Now, we've talked about text ads a little bit, where we can actually create adverts that people see on Google, which has the link that people can click to go through to your website. Now, ad extensions are a bit different. An ad extension allows you to show additional information within your text ads, things that can help users click your ads over your competitors. You can show bullet points of potential USPs, unique selling points, and benefits as to why they should choose your business over your competitors. You can add links to specific areas of your website. You can add loads of different information to ads, including even images. Now, we're going to talk about ad extensions and how you should leverage them. So we're going to go through and look at all of the available extensions to see whether or not your business can make use of them, and the best practices of how to use each of them so you can maximize your click-through rate, increase the quality of your ad, get better quality scores, and of course get cheaper clicks through optimizing your ad extensions. So let's take a look and understand a bit more about ad extensions, a really important part of Google Ads. Okay, so let's learn about call-out extensions, which are a great way to promote your unique selling points. So what is a call-out extension? Well, it allows you to list your unique selling points and benefits to your business. Maybe you have cheaper pricing, maybe you have better service, maybe you have some kind of unique thing, or maybe even not so unique but beneficial thing that your business does and you want to highlight it. This is an additional area of the text ad where you can highlight this information. They appear as bullet points within your ads, and unlike the link at the top of the ad that has the title and the headlines, it's not clickable. So it's an area of information on your ad, but it's not something the user can click. It's just additional text content in the ad itself. So here's an example taken directly from the Google Ads platform. So when we go ahead and create our campaign on this course, you will see this screen when we create our call-out extensions. You can see in the example here, it is a private medical company based in London. And here are the benefits of their blood testing service. It's rapid test results. They come to the patient, so you don't have to go into a hospital. They come to your house, and NHS doctors and nurses, and same-day appointments. So you get the kind of thing that's happening here. It's all kind of benefits and examples of things that will be beneficial to the end user. This is the perfect place to start using this kind of content. The call out itself, you saw there were 4 call out extensions on that example just on the previous slide. And that's kind of what I'd advise. 4 call out extensions at minimum. Any more than 4, then Google will start to test and rotate them and not show all of them. They'll show the ones most likely to lead to conversion. But 4 at minimum gives you a good opportunity to use all the space on the ad unit itself on the search results in order to maximize this extension. And every single call out that you saw on that previous slide, they have to be a maximum of 25 characters. You can't exceed that or you won't be able to save your call out extension. So that's an important thing to remember as well. But when you type into Google to do your call out extensions on Google Ads, if you went over that limit, it will tell you anyway. So that, just to be aware, it is 25 characters you have to play with. So why would you use call-out extensions? Well, they provide crucial information to customers above and beyond the content of your ad. So it's additional information. It's an opportunity to also add more relevancy to your ad. So if you're targeting a specific keyword in your ad group and you want to use a call-out extension, it would make sense to maybe include a variation of your keyword in your call out extension. So this could be something like, if for example, that ad we showed before with rapid blood tests with the same day results, the keyword could be blood test London. You might say rapid tests in London, for example, if that met the character count, because you're reinforcing the subject matter of your keyword. So it's a great opportunity to do that as well. And it takes up more space on the search results. Ultimately, the more real estate you take, the higher your click-through rate could be. People are lazy. They look at the information, they scan a page, and if your advert appears larger than other ads because you're making use of all of the extensions, this will be a great benefit for you as well. And in addition, it can improve your click-through rate as well, because adding more benefits and USPs to your ad is naturally going to make it more appealing, which could lead to a higher click-through rate as well. So what makes a good call-out extension? When you're creating these, of course, mention your unique selling points, your USPs. Think of the benefits to the customer. What can my business do that I really want to highlight? If I met my ideal customer in a lift one day and I had to tell them 3 things about my business that would make them want to pick me, what would those 3 things be? Or maybe even 4 things. As I said, with the extensions, you can have 4. What would they be? What would you actually pick? Think of these things when you're creating your call-out extensions. Mention the key features and benefits and make them relevant to your keywords. That's going to be important as well in terms of creating a highly relevant ad that works. Up next, we have site link extensions, which are a great way to link to key areas of your ad directly to... And up next, we have site link extensions, which is a great way to link to key areas of your website directly from your text ads themselves. So what is a site link extension? Well, it allows you to add links to other key areas of your website. So if you imagine your search results, you have your main clickable link in the headline. You can also add additional links underneath this within your ad units to link to key areas. So you can cross-reference other specific areas that may be of interest to your customer so they can find them more easily and more quickly. So here's an example of a site link. As you can see here, you have the blue clickable link at the very top of the ad unit. You have business electricity deals at the very top. And underneath that, you have 3 other links in blue underneath. These are what are called site links. So you have business electricity, which is a link directly to that kind of service. You have an example of where you can save on your bills, and you have a price comparison link as well. So regardless of what area of the buying stage you're at, where you just want to compare prices online, maybe you want to learn more about business electricity, or maybe you want to see specifically how you can save on your bills. On this particular business example, they have you covered in all of the areas of the links, so the customer can find it more easily. In terms of the format of a site link extension, you have 25 characters to play with. If you exceed this, you won't be able to save your site link extension. Your description, which you can have underneath your site link, which you wouldn't have seen on the previous slide because that was a mobile site link example, but on desktop, quite often, a description of text can show underneath the actual link itself. 35 characters is what you have to play with when creating this kind of link, and it's recommended you have at least 4 site links. Any more than that, Google won't show over 4. Any less, they can show 3. I rarely see them show 2, so make sure you hit that mark of 4 to maximize the size of the ad unit. You can add more if you want to, but Google can maximum show 4 at a time, so it's important to remember that as well. So why would you use site links? Well, as I say, they allow you to find key information within one click directly from the ad, as opposed to clicking through to the main link and then going to your navigation and finding the service they're looking for. You can literally just click the ad and go straight through to the page that you need. They allow more opportunities for relevancy as well. Remember, going back to your keywords and relevancy to your ads, you can even add more relevancy by customizing the title of your site link in line with your keywords to specific areas of your website. So you're further increasing that relevancy on behalf of the customer, so they click your ad more often, increasing your click-through rate, which is the next point. And of course, they improve the overall quality of the ads. Ads that don't use site link extensions are seen as lower quality by Google because you're not making use of these extensions. If you don't add them, Google will actually ask if you want to add them in terms of their recommendations in the platform. And it's because it improves the quality of the ad, which can make it lead to a better quality score in the long term as well. So what makes a good site link extension? Of course, it needs to be relevant to the user's search. So for example, going back to our boiler service campaign, if we're running a boiler service campaign and we have a site link extension to bathroom installation, it's not necessarily relevant to what we're doing, but if you had new boiler installation as a page on the website, that would be a relevant link to what the user's looking for, or maybe boiler faults or boiler leaks or 24-hour emergency servicing. All of those kind of things are relevant services to the core campaign message. If you go outside of that with a site link, you might dilute your campaign a little bit, because that user, with the intent of what they were looking for, would have to navigate back to what they needed on your website. And it's important to try and reduce that and keep that to a minimum. You want it to be enticing and clickable. So the link itself needs to be something the user wants to click. So write it in such a way that means it's more appealing to the user. You can use USPs in your site links if you can tie them together with that very small character count you have to play with. You can do that if you're good at creative writing in that small space. But it's something to consider. And of course, you want to land people on a sales page. I've seen time and time again people linking generic About Us pages with the staff team on there, which is all nice and good, but ultimately the person searching wants help with something. They want a problem fixed, or some help in some way, or they want to buy something that they want to indulge in. They don't want to see pictures of your lovely faces. I'm sure that will be very nice for you, but ultimately that's not going to help them. So it's important to make sure you land on a page that can do some heavy lifting and can sell your products and services. Otherwise, again, it will reduce your overall conversion rate if you land on a non-sales page like blogs or things like that. Keep that in mind when you're creating your site links. So let's take a look at call extensions, which allow your customers to make calls from your ads on Google. So what is a call extension? They allow your customers to call you directly from your ads. So your contact number displays within the ad, and when you click the contact number, or should I say when the customer clicks the contact number for your business from within the ads on Google, that will initiate a phone call from their mobile device. The phone won't start ringing, it will pop the number up into their dialer, and then they have to just press the green button to actually make the call. But at that point, when they click that number, you are charged for the click. So it's the pay-per-click model still, even though they're not going to your website and it initiates a phone call, you still pay for that click to generate that phone call. So when somebody makes a phone call, it registers as a conversion in your account if you enable conversion tracking for phone calls, which we will go on to on this course so you can understand how to do this. And of course, mobile customers click the number in order to make that phone call from the search results. So let's take a look at how that looks on Google Ads when you're building your extension. So as you can see here, when you see on the left-hand side, you can create your phone number, you can choose your region, add your details in terms of your actual phone number, and you can add your conversion as well. So if you have a conversion for phone calls in your account, which we will build on this course to show you how to track phone calls as a conversion, then we will do that as well. And as you can see on the image on the right hand side, you can see the headline of the ad is as normal, and you can see the white strip with the phone icon in there. That is the telephone number, and if the user was to click that when that result appeared on Google, then it means they can initiate a phone call to your business. So the format for a call extension, you must select your country, of course add your telephone number, you can also set scheduling as well. So obviously you want the phone to ring during hours of operation. Maybe you don't, maybe you want to go to voicemail for some calls out of hours. Either way, you can schedule the extension to appear during your office hours so you can actually pick the phone up. And you can also make an opt-out of conversion tracking as well. Some people might want the phone to ring, but they might find that a lot of people are just asking general questions they don't want to class as a conversion or optimize their account towards on Google Ads. So you can opt out your call extensions from being a conversion point. And of course, you can set your device preference. You can decide whether you want it on mobile or both or all devices. So it's important to decide whether you want to do that. Generally, I think mobile is the way forward to use a call extension, but adding both doesn't really make much of a difference anyway. So that's something to remember as well. So why would you use a call extension? Well, it allows you to track phone call leads directly from Google Ads. It's a really easy way to initiate phone calls for users, and it gives a customer an opportunity to convert early. If they know the service they're looking for and the text ad is written in a way that makes it very clear that you can fix the customer's problem, if they can call you right there and then they can, and it's a great way to skip the middleman of your website sometimes. Now, of course, don't undervalue your website. You still want to send traffic to your website through Google Ads, and you still want to get conversions in terms of form submissions or things like that. But it's a good alternative for people who might be time pressed or people who just prefer to pick the phone up, because you're going to have different types of customers, and it's a great way to service those who might want to pick the phone up as opposed to submit a form. And it's also a great way to attract leads, of course. That's the whole premise of this extension. It generates phone call leads for your business. So when do you not use call extensions? Now, as I say, I've not mentioned the reason not to use any extensions so far, because you should use the previous ones we've talked about in every opportunity you have. However, when you have a call extension and you're an e-commerce business, then it doesn't make any sense. You ultimately want people to transact. You want them to see the product, get all the information. You want your sales pages to do the heavy lifting and get the customer to convert. So you want people to convert online. By having a phone number in your ad, you're taking people away from that objective. And even if they have questions about the product, it would be great if they clicked through first, because they can get most of their questions likely answered. And of course, it means if they're on the website, then it's easier to convert them with your content. Now, the other point is, of course, if your main conversion point isn't via phone. So if your conversion point, again, is not via phone, maybe you're selling information, like maybe the SEM Academy here, we obviously have this Google Ads course. We don't necessarily want a phone extension on the ads that we're running, because, of course, it means that people might phone in instead of going to the course pages and actually reading the information about what we're training and teaching here. So that can be an issue as well for us. So we don't use them on our ads for that reason. So think about the kind of business you are and whether or not you could benefit from call extensions. It's okay if you don't benefit from them and you want people to transact online. But if you're a business like a taxi company where you rely on phone calls as your day-to-day, or maybe a service-based business where people often have questions about what you're doing, your availability or something like that, that could be great as well if you transact offline in terms of a service-based business. Think about where your business sits and then decide whether or not call extensions are right for you. So let's look at structured snippet extensions, which is a way to allow you to list your services or types of service on your ads in addition to other information. So what is a structured snippet extension? They allow you to list your products or services in a distinct list predetermined by Google. So you have to select what kind of list you want it to be, and they appear categorized based on the type of the product or service. So again, you need to pick your category for your products and services directly from what's available in Google. So it's important to have a think about specifically what kind of thing that you're promoting. And there are some options you can potentially fall back on if one of your services or products doesn't necessarily fall into any of Google's predetermined categories. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this site link example. So you can see the header is in English. Of course, you choose your language, and the drop down on the right hand side of English, where you can see that on the left image, is where you select your type of service. So all the different types of things are going to be in there, like hotel or courses or whatever it might be, where you can list all the different types of maybe courses or different types of hotel suites you have. The fallback for industries that don't necessarily have a predetermined example is called types. So you can see that there where it says in where the drop down says types. That's the one I've selected for this example. And when we go ahead and build our campaign, you'll see types is in there as well. So it's important to maybe use that as a fallback if one of the predetermined ones aren't on there. So character counts, of course, you choose your category. As I said in the example I just showed, it is types. And of course, each structured snippet, I would say you need 4 at minimum, are 25 characters each. So again, 25 characters is the magic number for most extensions on Google. So 25 characters each at max. Again, if you exceed it, you won't be able to save your ad. Now, when I mentioned previously about the categories you can select from Google that are predetermined, where you can list your services or options, this is what I mean. So, structured snippet categories include amenities, brands, courses, degree programs, destinations, featured hotels, insurance cover, models, areas, service catalogs, shows, styles, and types. So you can see where some of your obvious businesses would fall into some of these categories. So if you're selling maybe a type of trouser or jeans, you can put styles in. If you're selling hotels, you can put amenities in for your hotel. Again, courses and degree programs are self-explanatory. So they're very specific in a lot of ways. And of course, if you're a handyman or something like that, you have your service catalog in terms of services you provide. So there are some very specific structured snippet types in there, but always fall back on types as a fallback if nothing fits your business, because ultimately you're just listing the types of service or products you provide. So that can be a good fallback for you. So why use a structured snippet extension? They provide customers with services to reassure them before they click that you can indeed carry out what they're looking for. Of course, we have the call out extensions promoting USPs. We've covered that already. You've got site links as well, showing them even more services you could potentially promote. And this is another string to your bow, another option you could potentially use in order to make sure your ads are even more relevant. So you can be really more specific and more niche in terms of the services you offer when you list them. They allow for more opportunities for ad relevancy as well. Remember, going back to keywords and search terms the users type into Google that match to your keywords and the relevancy of your ads to that. This is an additional area where you could potentially optimize towards getting more relevancy into your ad as well. Again, most extensions will have this benefit as well. They take up more space on the search results and they improve your click-through rate as well. As more people take up more space, the more space you take up, the more likely people are to click. And of course, the better information you provide them, the more likely they are to click as well. And again, like many extensions, this one can improve the quality of your ad. If you're not using them, Google might ask you in the kind of recommendations they make automatically to try using them. And it's a good option. Sometimes I don't agree with Google with everything they do. But for example, this is something that's very good for them to suggest. And it's a good way to improve the quality of your ad overall. So quite simple extension, really. It's not something that is massively as complex as the site link extension. All that makes a good structured snippet extension is that it's relevant to the user's search. So making sure that the services you list are relevant. If they're not relevant at all, you could actually deter users from clicking your ad. Make sure they're comprehensive. So you can use, it's essentially a list of services. If you want to go deeper into more services, you can list as many as necessary. And of course, it needs to be relevant to your actual offering as well. So that's important to remember as well when you're creating your structured snippet extensions. Let's now take a look at location extensions, which allow the customers to see where your business is physically located. So a location extension allows you to show your exact business address to your customers. So when it's clicked, a customer will see the map on Google and it will show the location of your business. And data for this extension is pulled from a tool called Google My Business, which is the small business location management system from Google. It's a free system and it's important to create an account here if you haven't already, if you have a location-based business where your location and your serviceable area is important and specifically required in terms of what you provide. So maybe you do something like a taxi company where you want to drive people from a specific office where your taxis are booking from. Then you want to make sure you have a location extension because it means your local radius could be covered, and data is pulled from Google My Business. So it's important to create an account with this tool if you haven't done so already. And if you have a location-based business, I'd be very surprised if you haven't already created an account. So in terms of setup, once you are on Google My Business, all you need to do is go in there and link your account to your Google Ads account, which you can see on this screenshot on the left-hand side. This is taken directly from Google, by the way. On the left-hand side, you can see a list of available addresses in this individual client's Google My Business account. And on the right-hand side, you can see specifically where it will show on the ad. So you can see like the pin drop icon, the distance from where the user's searching, which is another important factor, by the way. Google knows where people are searching from, so it can actually show you the distance between where they're searching from and your location. So when somebody sees your ad, they can see how close your business really is. So it's a key extension if you offer location-based services or operate out of a specific location and do business at a specific location. So the structure, all data is pulled from Google My Business. It will show the first line of the address. And again, as I say, it will automatically show the distance from the user searching on mobile devices. So of course, why use the location extensions? Well, you're going to tell your customers exactly where you are. It gives them an example of where exactly your business is so they can find you more easily. Ad hoc searchers can see how far away you are from them. So if you're a store, they can find you quite easily and see whereabouts you are. And it gives customers more location relevancy. So if you're in a certain suburb of London, for example, and someone's searching, they know if they typed in London and your business came up, but they can see that you're based on the other side of London. Maybe they live in West London and you operate out of East London. They can see that you're going to be too far away potentially, so it gives users extra information before they click your ad. You want to also use your ads to disqualify users who aren't in your serviceable area. So location extensions allow you to show your customers exactly where you're trading from and where you operate. Again, when not to use location extensions, remember all businesses have a trading premises. All businesses, including e-commerce businesses, have a headquarters or a head office, and some people might be tempted to add their location extension to ads where they're selling products and services online. This is not important for businesses that don't rely on location. So again, going back to our example of the SEM Academy here, we don't rely on location. We trade with the entire world. So there's been no point in our Google ads to have a location extension, so we don't use it on our ads. So that's exactly why it's important. So when you're creating your location extensions on your ads, take a moment and consider whether or not you should or shouldn't be using them on that basis. So now we're going to take a look at image extensions, which are a great way to make very text-heavy text ads have a bit more visual appeal. So what is an image extension? Well, it does exactly what it says. It allows you to show images in your text ads. Now, Google have introduced this extension very recently. It's not something they've always had. And in fact, the reason for it is, of course, they want you to click the ads above the organic results, hence why they're at the top of the page, because they want to get money from people advertising on Google like us, which is great for us as advertisers, because of course we want to get eyeballs on our brand. And the way they're doing that now is bringing in image extensions, which allow you to get more eyeballs on your ad. It makes it a bit more, I guess, a bit more appealing to users when they're searching on Google, and images can provide additional context as well to promote products or services. So if you're selling a particular type of product and you show the image in the ad before the user clicks, you're qualifying them, you're giving them a screenshot of what the image of the product is before they click, so expectations are higher. And again, going back to what I said about qualifying customers, if the image you're showing is a product that they're not interested in, not interested in, or that they don't want, then it means you've disqualified them, saving you money. Remember, you don't always want people to click if they're not going to be relevant to what you're providing. So as you can see here on the screenshot from Google Ads in the platform, all you need to do when creating an image extension is literally choose the campaign to add it to, upload your image, and on the right hand side as you do that, you can see a preview of where it will show on various devices. So it shows to the right hand side of your ad content, and it can provide a bit more context in terms of your ad. Now you can't just upload any image because of course it has to be a certain size. A square, a 1:1 ratio is good. You can use landscape images. It will be accepted, but it's not recommended because ultimately Google will crop the image however they want in order to make it fit a square ratio. So pre-crop it yourself so you have control over the quality of the image. In terms of aspect ratios, you can see here square images 300 by 300 or 1200 by 1200 in terms of pixels. And of course, if you want to use landscape images, they've provided sizes there as well. And the file formats have to be static GIFs or JPEGs or PNGs. So they're the three formats of image you need to be aware of using when adding an image extension to your campaign. Something to remember is that not everyone can use image extensions because Google are giving a lot of trust to allow users to upload images to their ads, because you could upload something illicit or illegal that they can't necessarily check because a text ad can be read by Google. They know what words you're using. They can block certain criteria around maybe different types of industry that you shouldn't be advertising in. They can see that with a text ad. An image is very different. They can't actually see specifically the image you're uploading unless somebody complains or their algorithm manages to somehow catch it, which is quite rare. So it means that people need to show Google that they can be trusted in order to use this extension. So you need a good history of compliance, a Google ad in a vertical. Sorry, Google Ads account in a relevant vertical. That means you can't be anything to do with sexual content or alcohol or gambling or healthcare. Image extensions are not available for these industries. So if you are in these industries, you just won't see this extension in your account. It also needs to be Google Ads account that have been open for more than 90 days. If somebody decided to create a Google account and pop up and create an illicit ad with an illicit image, that can happen. Google probably hedged their bets and thought the risk of people doing that in the early stages is quite high. So they're going to give advertisers 3 months to prove that they can be trusted with this type of extension. So if your account is relatively newer than 90 days, you also won't see this extension in your account. If your account is over 90 days old and you have a good history of compliance, and from as far as you can see, you haven't violated any of Google Ads terms, then you should get in touch with Google Ads to find out why the extension isn't showing for you, but it should be showing for you by that point. And of course, you need to have a Google Ads account with active campaigns. So if your campaigns aren't running and there's no spend going through your account, even if you have good policy compliance, you're not in an industry that is illicit in any way or is something Google deems as a controlled industry, and your account's been live for 90 days, it doesn't matter. If you're not spending money on Google, they won't let you use this extension. So if you're not seeing it in your account, but you have all the other boxes ticked, it doesn't matter. Google will still not let you use it until you start spending and having active campaigns. So why use an image extension? Of course, it gives more context to your products and services. It makes your ad more appealing, which can, of course, increase your click-through rates. And one thing I want to drum home to you guys on the course is that your click-through rate is very closely tied to your quality score. So it can lead to cheaper traffic as you optimize your quality score through better click-through rates. It can also improve the messaging of your ads as well, so you can actually show an image to give more context to your messaging. And again, it helps to qualify traffic pre-click. If the products you're selling is in your ad and the user isn't a fan of the product, or they look at it and they don't like it, if they click your ad, they're not necessarily going to buy it. So you've pre-qualified the traffic by showing them what you have to offer. So that's a good thing again. So what makes a good image extension? High quality, so you don't want it to be too blurry. It's going to be a small image, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get it to high quality. But the better quality you have, the more easy it is for users to see the content of the image. Because, of course, it is a small area of content, and you want it to be something that the user can see. It's got to be highly relevant to your ad groups. So, for example, if you're promoting black dresses, use a picture of a black dress. If you're promoting pink dresses, use a pink dress. There's no point in getting the wrong product or item on your ad compared to what the user's searching for. You want it to be highly relevant, so you need to set it at ad group level specifically based on what you're selling. And of course, use compelling and strong images that stand out. There's no point in using an image where when it's shrunk down to the size of the extension, it's hard to see and hard to understand what it is. It's just going to make the image extension pointless and maybe even deter people from clicking your ads outright. So follow these kind of examples and these tips, and you'll do very well from using image extensions on Google Ads. So let's take a look at lead form extensions, which allow users to type in their details and submit a form directly to you as a business, where you can receive that form submission as a lead directly from the ad itself. So lead form extensions allow customers to submit an inquiry form directly from the search results page. So they don't click through to your website. They don't go onto your form submission page or your forms on your website. This form pops out directly from Google Ads itself. So it's a way for people to send a lead through to you, or become a lead, I suppose, and submit their information to find out more about your services without even having to click your website. So they can leave their contact details with you to allow you to follow up with them in order to follow up for your business and obviously turn that lead into a sale. So here's the setup on the system itself in Google Ads. You can see here you have a business name at the top, and you give your business name, and you can see the form submissions there as well. And of course, there's going to be a disclosure from Google because the person's submitting personal details. So of course, you need some kind of policy there as well. So there are going to be a number of things you need to realize when you create this form on Google that you need to do in order to run this type of extension. And those things are your headline of 30 characters, your business name of 25 characters. You can add a description to your form to explain why you're asking somebody to submit their details. That needs to be under 200 characters. Of course, you need to ask your questions. So name, email, postcode, phone number, for example. These are all things that you want to know from your customers depending on the service they're requesting or the products and services you're providing. So you want to ask qualifying questions as well. So for example, what is your current job role? For this kind of example though, for the qualifying questions for this section of the lead form, you have to choose from a predetermined list designated by Google. So for example, what is your job role is one of those things in that predetermined list. As I mentioned, you're submitting data, your customer is submitting data directly to you. So you need to have a privacy policy link active where you can share that privacy policy with Google in the ad extension itself. So you're covering yourself that way. And you can use background images as well. So if you want the form to look on brand in terms of your brand colors or imagery, you can actually upload an image to the background of the form to better meet your brand guidelines and brand appearances. So why use a lead extension form? Of course, it allows for faster conversions. Users don't even have to go to a page on your website to get in touch. So if you're a lead generation business and you do your selling offline and you work with leads, this could be a perfect extension to get leads sooner. People don't even go to your website in order to submit it. But in order to use lead form extensions, again, because Google has to trust you that you're using people's data safely and correctly, you need to have a good history of compliance, work in a non-sensitive vertical. So again, as I mentioned, alcohol, gambling, sexual industries, things like that are sensitive verticals. So you cannot use lead form extensions on this for privacy reasons. And of course, you need to have a privacy policy on your website. You're taking user data. Google wants to be comfortable and know that you're going to handle that data effectively and safely, and you're not going to spam users with any illicit content or any kind of communications that they haven't opted into. So when do you not want to use a lead form extension? Of course, if you're an e-commerce business, you want transactions. You don't want leads in terms of form submission. So it's not necessarily the best type of extension to use for that type of business. If you're an e-commerce business, you want that transaction. And of course, if your business doesn't have a mechanism for following up on leads, you're also wasting your time. If your business is used to getting phone calls and people actually dialing out, maybe it's a cold calling business where you're calling random kind of data in order to get your leads and sales, but you don't have anyone dealing with inbound and getting leads in and actually following up on those leads, then it wouldn't make sense to have this as a field. You're just going to disappoint your customers, especially if they're not used to leads, especially if your salespeople aren't used to leads coming in from this particular type of ad extension or channel. So make sure you have everything in place in order to work these leads when you start using this extension. And of course, if your product is complex and needs a lot of explanation, a lead form might not necessarily be the best option because there might be so many different types of thing the person could need or want that lead form may not necessarily be the best way to capture it. You might want them to go to your website where you can get better qualified leads if that's the case. So you kind of, again, you're disqualifying people who aren't necessarily going to meet the needs of your business. But I think even in this example, even with a complex sale, I think it's worth testing a lead form extension to see what kind of quality of leads you get. Of course, a lead on your website, if you have a very, I guess, long form where you're actually collecting a lot of data, that's going to be a better lead than a lead form on Google Ads. But nevertheless, it's worth testing, and lead form extensions can be a very useful way to get extra information from users in order to follow up and generate leads for your business. So let's move on to price extensions, which allow your customers to see your pricing before they even click your ad. So what is a price extension? They allow you to tell your customers your prices, and you can showcase the pricing of up to 8 products and services within your ad itself. So it's a great way to get across your pricing, particularly if your price sensitive customers can see that you have a better pricing than your competitors and your pricing is indeed competitive. So here's the example of a price extension set up on Google Ads. You can see on the left-hand side, you choose your information here in terms of your language, your brands that you want to promote in terms of your pricing, and then your currency, and then a price qualifier. Maybe you need to buy 2 to get a certain price, or maybe there's some kind of thing available in terms of that promotion. So the price qualifier you can select from a drop-down list as well. And the extension itself, you give your product or service a header, and you give a price and of course the number of units as well. So that is kind of the way it looks on Google. On the right hand side, you can see here how it appears. Your brand appears at the top, your pricing, and then of course your information header and description as well. So it's a good way to show in tiles in kind of a slider on mobile what kind of prices you're showing for your services and products. So the format of the price extension, I've touched on a few of these already. You choose your language, you choose your type of extension, so whether it's a brand, event, a location-based service. You choose your headline, so your products or service name, your currency, your number of units. So maybe, as I say, it's a number of quantities in order for the pricing to show. So maybe 2 of something for £10 or whatever it might be. your description for what the actual product or service is, and of course the URL you want to send the customer to should they click through from this extension and go to your website. You want to share the page itself with more information around the promotion that you're running or the prices that you have. So why use a price extension? Well, you're telling customers the price and it qualifies them as a customer. So if your pricing is highly competitive, it could be a great way for you to kind of make sure people can see that and get more traffic to your website because your competitors may be less competitive than you. And if your pricing is premium and you want to avoid the budget customer, they can be a great way to protect your budget. So if you're a premium or luxury brand and you want to advertise a product that's a really premium end of the market, then putting the price in, even though it will deter clicks, it will qualify your account with the right kind of traffic so the people clicking through can actually afford the products you're selling. And conversely, again, promoting low pricing can encourage clicks and conversions because it means your price qualified or price sensitive customers can see that you're likely going to be quite cheap. Therefore, they'd flock to you and then click your ad over that of your competitors because they know you're going to provide the best pricing. So I think in either case, whether you're the premium end or even indeed the lower end of the market, a price extension can be a great way to qualify your traffic before they commit to clicking. And the final ad extension we're going to look at now is the promotion extension, which allows you to show your products, discounts, and offers on the ads themselves. So they allow you to showcase your deals and discounts within your ads so you can show people exactly what you're discounting, how much buy, and what they need to do in order to qualify for the discount. So with that said, you can promote both monetary and percentage off discounts with either automatic discounts, which are literally where the price has been discounted already, or promotional codes as well. So if you use a certain promotional code, you get a discount on the training or course or whatever it is that you're selling. You can also use promo codes in this ad extension itself. So here is the setup screen for a promotion extension. Again, something we will go through on the training when we're building the campaign itself, based on all of our keyword research we've done up till now. So as you can see, you choose all of your information in terms of the language, your currency, your monetary discount, the other information as well in terms of the item itself that's been discounted, a link to the page, and other qualifiers as well in terms of promotion dates. Maybe it's a time-based promotion where it has a start and an end date. That's something to consider as well. So with a promotion extension format, as I've mentioned a few things, you have your language. You can also choose an occasion. Now, I've got example here, Christmas, but they have literally any holiday you can think of, whether it's a religious holiday, whether it's just a spring sale or a summer sale or a winter sale, whatever you want to call it, it's in that predetermined list. Again, you can't type in directly and choose what you want the reason for the promotion to be, but you can choose it from a drop-down list. Your currency, of course, is going to be important. You can choose whether it's a monetary or a percentage discount, your price item, and the link you want to send people to when they click your promotion. You also want to add your promotion details here, whether it's redeemed instantly when they go to the website or whether they need to use a promotional code. You can actually put your promotional code within the ad itself as well. And finally, as I've touched on, scheduling is going to be important as well. If a promotion is going to run for a certain period of time, maybe a number of hours, maybe a number of days, then you can also schedule your promotion to run at specific times as well. So you don't have to go back into Google Ads and then turn off your advertising for this particular extension. It can also have an expiry date as well. So why use promotion extensions? Well, the same reason you'd actually use promotions. Having promotions encourages new business and drive sales to your business as well. So it entices customers to click your ad and buy through deals and discounts. It can showcase your competitive pricing and value to customers searching as well, make them feel like they're getting a great deal. And of course, you can hijack seasonality and trends. So as I said to you, we can do Christmas, you could do Hanukkah, you could do Eid, you can do any religious celebration, you can do any kind of other celebrations as well, or just do sales in general, because of course, when things change and the time of the year changes, and I know this with Christmas, Christmas is front of mind. As soon as it gets to mid-December, Christmas is at the front of your mind. So if you're searching for something with a Christmas promotion because it's front of mind, it can also be a bit of a callback to improve your conversion rates and also improve your click-through rate on the ads as well. So I would say if you're running a promotion on your website of any kind and you want to promote that same thing being promoted on your ads, it makes sense to use this extension because it's going to reflect the promotion accurately, and it means you can promote on both your website and on the ads as well. So let's get started with bidding. And bidding is essentially a very important part of Google Ads because it's basically saying to Google what you're willing to pay for a click and how Google should actually spend your money. So when we talk about bidding, we talk about bidding strategies. So what is a bidding strategy? Well, in Google Ads, you bid on keywords based on the most you're willing to pay for a click. So if we go back to our example of boiler service, say you wanted to pay no more than £1.50 per click, you would simply find that keyword in your account, set your max CPC bid at £1.50, and Google will never exceed that. And that is essentially how manual bidding works. And this premise of Google Ads and setting your bids only applies to manual bidding because there is another type of bidding which is called smart bidding. So smart bidding is very different to manual bidding. Smart bidding allows you to set, manual bidding allows you to set the most you're willing to pay for a keyword. That's something that's been a legacy feature of Google Ads. Automated bidding is a bit different. Automated bidding lets Google decide how much you should pay for your traffic based on your objectives. So Google can either raise or lower your bids at the point of auction for every auction, depending on whether or not the person searching is closer to meeting or further away from meeting your objectives in Google's estimation. So that is what smart bidding is. So smart bidding, known as automated bidding, is basically allowing Google to set your bids at auction time for every single auction, and your campaign objectives are going to define what Google will bid because, of course, if Google wants to meet your objectives and there's a customer searching who is very close to meeting your objective, or a potential, maybe your objective is something around traffic and the person coming to search for you is very high intent, or the keywords you're bidding on are cheaper but high volume, then Google will set bids based on those objectives. And there are a number of automated bidding strategies to choose from. I've touched on a couple of them already. So let's go through and understand, when I talk about smart bidding and bidding towards an objective, let's look at what those strategies we're bidding towards or could bid towards actually are. So there are two categories of smart bidding strategies. I'm going to go through them so you understand what I mean. First of all, the best bidding strategy for smart bidding, generally speaking, is either going to be on the left-hand side in the green box, and we're going to start with maximize conversions. So maximize conversions means Google will try and achieve the most amount of conversions for your budget. A really good strategy. Next up, we have maximize conversion value. Now, if you're tracking the value of sales in your Google Ads account from your conversions, this is a fantastic strategy because it allows you to say to Google, get as much revenue for my ad spend as possible. So another really good strategy. Now we're going to move over to the right-hand side box because these are a bit different. So the next strategy to look at is maximize clicks, where Google will try and achieve the highest number of clicks to your website for the budget you give Google. So again, it's a strategy that's a bit different to the others on the left, and I'm sure you can probably see why. But there's one more strategy we need to look at, and that is that is the target impression share strategy. So your impression share is how often your ads are showing on Google versus the total number of searches your ads were eligible for. Google won't show your ads for every single auction. There are a number of factors that play into that, quality of your ads in terms of your quality score, your max CPC bid, the actual, the optimization of your campaign to make sure that you're not limited by your quality scores and auction levels, so you have to increase your bids. Or maybe it's just a case of you haven't used much budget, but your impression share is an important metric to see how often your website and your ads will appear in the searches versus the total number of searches that have occurred that could have triggered your ads. And on Google, you can actually set an objective for Google to bid towards a target impression share. Maybe you want to show for a particular campaign 100% of the time for every single search. Google will set bids in order to do that. Maybe you want to show only maybe 50% of the time. Google will set bids in order to achieve that impression share. So it's quite a smart strategy, but you can see the reason they are in two different boxes. And let me make it clear to you. The ones on the left in the green box are ROI based, so they're based on return on investment. So when you spend money on Google Ads, this is the kind of strategy that's going to see a return on your spend, and it's basically asking Google to deliver on that return. And on the right-hand side is what I call vanity bidding, where it's not bidding towards a specific metric, specific goal in terms of a business goal, so making revenue for your business, which is the whole point of Google Ads. Vanity bidding basically looks at the lower down metrics that aren't necessarily tied to business success. So maximizing the clicks you get, because clicks doesn't equal sales. There are going to be plenty of times people click that don't mean it's a sale, and telling Google to do that is a vanity thing. And of course, impression share as well. So if Google is basically tasked with hitting a certain impression share, they're not even concerned with conversions. So these two bidding strategies I would call vanity bidding strategies. So that kind of gives you an overview of the bidding strategies, but of course this course is in depth, so we're going to go through and understand a bit more about all of these strategies so you can decide which one is right for your business and when you should or shouldn't use each of these strategies, because even the vanity ones have their uses. So we're going to go through and take a look. We are going to get started on bidding with the original bidding strategy of Google Ads, which was the whole premise of the system when it was first created, and that is manual CPC, the original Google Ads bidding strategy that we've all been used to if you've been using the platform for any length of time. So what is manual CPC? Manual CPC allows you to set your own bids. So you choose the maximum you're willing to pay for a click to or keywords. You can obviously change how much you pay for each of your keywords. Some keywords you might see as higher value, where you want to set higher bids because you're willing to pay more for them because they convert better. And conversely, some keywords might convert at a lower rate, so you want to reduce how much you spend on them, but you still want to show for them, so you could lower the bids for those particular keywords. So your position on the search results page depends on both your bidding strategy, so outbidding your competitors, and your quality score, which is based on your ad, which equals your ad rank. So we've covered ad rank already. So manual CPC is a way to control your visibility quite strongly, because you can massively increase your bids to force visibility, even if your ad rank isn't that strong. Of course, you should be fixing your quality scores if they're low, but it's an important point to mention that increasing your bids manually with manual CPC can be a help to get you more visibility, but of course that comes at a cost. You're going to pay more for your traffic, and the idea is you want to reduce the cost of your traffic. So manual CPC is the original bidding strategy. So why would you use manual CPC? And the main thing is, of course, it gives you full control over your click costs. If you are maybe less confident with smart bidding, maybe you haven't had success with smart bidding, maybe you feel like you want the control, then this is the best option for you. You can actually take full control of your campaign, and you can decide how much you're willing to pay for your traffic. It makes things more predictable. It helps prevent overspending as well, because of course Google Ads is liable to overspend, and controlling your bids is going to help control your spend. Because of course, imagine if you're in a smart bidding scenario where your bids suddenly jump up because Google determines that a certain person searching is closer to your objective, so they're willing to pay more to reach that person and get higher up the page. Then that click cost will be astronomically high, so that could potentially push you over budget if that happened consistently, and it can happen. And this is the thing about it. So Google can basically, smart bidding can also, manual CPC can also make your traffic volumes more predictable. If you set your max CPC bid, then you know generally how much you're paying for your traffic. If you have a fixed budget, you generally know how many clicks you're going to get in a month. It becomes predictable. And it also makes performance optimization a manual process. So this is a good and a bad thing, I suppose, because generally speaking, a smart bidding strategy is going to help you meet your objectives without you intervening. With a manual CPC strategy, all of the optimization is down to you. You need to adjust the bids based on the success or otherwise of every keyword, and you need to make those changes to the account in order to improve performance. And sometimes that control and making those changes and adjustments is good. Other times it may not be as good. So be aware that you are fully responsible for the performance of manual CPC campaigns, of all optimization, because you can, if you didn't optimize it yourself, it wouldn't optimize, it wouldn't learn. Whereas smart bidding strategies are supposed to learn and optimize as they gather data. Now, there's a slight twist on CPC. So a while ago, Google decided to bring in what's called eCPC, Enhanced CPC. This was basically brought in as a bridge between manual CPC and full smart bidding. eCPC allows you to set your bids as you would do with a normal CPC campaign with a max CPC. However, it also allows Google to increase or decrease your bids at the time of auction in order to meet a revenue or CPA target. So if you have a revenue target of a certain amount of return on ad spend as your target for your campaign, or you have a certain target cost per lead or cost per sale, then you can also give that information to Google as part of your campaign build, and your eCPC bidding strategy will allow you to do that. So it brings you closer to smart bidding. You still have a lot of control over the bids, but Google has a bit of wiggle room to increase or decrease bids based on likelihood of meeting your objectives. So it's a good bridging gap. It could be a good way to maintain control, but also leverage the power of Google Ads automated smart bidding. So I think this can be a good place to start. So generally speaking, when I set up a campaign for the first time ever, having never run a campaign before, eCPC or manual CPC can be a good place to start because it means you have full control over the initial stages. Google sometimes chooses favorites very quickly without other keywords getting any visibility. So it gives you an opportunity to fully test and see whether certain keywords are going to perform or whether they're not going to perform. So that's an important factor to remember as well. And because of this early control, it allows you to build data and gather the important touch points to your campaign, see your keyword data, so eventually you can transition to a smart bidding strategy and you have good data for Google to optimize from with a smart bidding strategy. So there are some good things around manual CPC, even though it's not as clever as automated smart bidding. So in order to use manual CPC and eCPC, you can select that from your bidding strategy in your settings. Of course, we'll cover this in the campaign setup walkthrough, so don't worry if you don't know what that screenshot is from. We're going to cover it. We're going to do a full setup walkthrough on the course, so you'll see how that works in action if you stick with this. Let's first start with the bidding strategies that are not focused around revenue and the ones that I call vanity bidding strategies to find out when you should use them and what they even do. So we're going to start with maximize clicks and target impression share. So starting off with maximize clicks is an automated strategy that allows Google to focus your budget on getting as many clicks as possible. So you have your budget and Google knows how much your budget is, and they're basically going to adjust bids at the point of auction to maximize the amount of clicks generated from your ads. So it's a strategy that can generate as maximum amount of traffic from your campaigns. So what are the advantages of maximized clicks? So you have, I guess, a lot of high traffic comes to your website. So if you have a maximized clicks strategy, you're going to generate a lot of traffic. You're going to maximize how much traffic you generate. And of course, what you can also do as an additional setting in this campaign, in this bidding strategy, is you can also control the maximum cost per click as an additional setting if necessary. So it can be a bit of a hybrid. There's actually a setting within this bidding strategy where, say for example, you want to maximize your traffic, but you don't want Google to go crazy. You can set a maximum CPC bid that Google won't exceed. Of course, this will tie the strategy back a bit. It will tie its hands behind its back. Meaning it won't necessarily achieve the most amount of clicks for your budget in its true form with this additional layer of rule on top, but it allows you to have a bit more control as necessary. Now we get to the disadvantages, and as you can see, the page is a lot longer for disadvantages than the advantages for obvious reasons. This bidding strategy is not focused around revenue, and of course the whole point of Google Ads is to generate revenue and a profitable campaign for your business. So it doesn't really make sense to use a strategy that isn't tied back to that kind of top-level business and marketing objective. It's not even really a brand objective, maximizing clicks, especially when people are searching for you already and are looking for your services. It doesn't really make sense. Leads and sales are more important than clicks. Clicks are one element of a Google Ads campaign. Yes, having lots of clicks to your website might look good, but unless those clicks are converting, then there's not really much point in generating any traffic. You should be choosing a revenue-focused strategy instead. Unless your clicks are turning into sales, you are wasting budget. And Google could potentially choose keywords that lead to the most clicks. So if that means that some more expensive keywords are going to generate more sales, Google won't have the wiggle room to actually bid on those keywords effectively because its objective isn't based on sales, it's based on traffic. So you would miss out on potentially really powerful searches that are great for your business and generating sales, all because you're tying Google's hands behind its back by forcing it to generate traffic as opposed to sales. There isn't really an effective use case for maximized clicks. Some people like to use it because they think that loads of clicks means loads of sales. This is definitely not the case. Google Ads is a much more sophisticated tool than this, just generating pure traffic. The whole point is you can optimize campaign performance, whether it's yourself or whether it's Google's automated bidding. You want to put your budget where people are going to convert, and this strategy simply doesn't do that. Now we move on to target impression share. So impression share, as I've mentioned, is a metric in Google that measures how frequently your ads show versus how many terms could trigger your keywords. So when you think about all of the potential searches that could trigger all of the keywords in your ad account, your ads don't show all the time, 100% of the time. You can potentially, with certain things you can do in terms of this bidding strategy, or if you set your bids really high or have excellent quality scores and loads of budget behind your campaign, you can indeed achieve 100%. But a lot of the time, you're not going to show for every single term. So the frequency at which your ads show against your potential whole times that they could, I guess, times they could show versus the potential search out there, the frequency of that is your impression share. And that's based on those factors of your quality score, your bids, and your budget. Those three factors are going to affect how often your ads show versus how many searches could have triggered your ads. So again, impression share is measured in a percentage, but using a target impression share bidding strategy basically means you can tell Google what impression share you want to achieve. Now, your budget could still be an element that holds you back from achieving this. If your budget isn't high enough, even setting a high impression share with this bidding strategy isn't going to work. But if you had an open budget or a large budget where you literally had a lot of budget behind your campaign and you set this objective, then the two other elements of quality score and bid are taken care of. Because even if your quality scores are terrible, Google will just push your bids up massively in order to counteract that and try and achieve that target impression share that you've set. So an example is at an 80% impression share, it means your ads were shown to users who triggered them 80 times out of 100 eligible searches. So that gives you an understanding of how impression share as a percentage works, and you can instruct Google to bid towards that impression share, maximizing your visibility. Think of impression share as visibility on Google. If you go to Google and type something in to trigger your ads and your ads don't show, then that's a missed impression. So if you type something in again and your ads show, then you've hit that impression. So that gives you a breakdown of what I mean when I talk about impression share. It's essentially a measure of ad visibility. So what are the advantages of target impression share? So a target impression share allows increases and decreases your keyword bids to the point of achieving a specified impression share, which is powerful if you want to show at the top of the page. And I guess it's a good way to maximize your visibility. Visibility is an important part of Google Ads. Again, it's not as important as generating sales or revenue, but it's nevertheless an important factor in success. And of course, you can literally target the top of the page in terms of the top 4 positions on the page, or you can actually target position 1 as well. So you can also layer this with position-based targeting as well. So it's an important strategy if you really want to maximize visibility. Disadvantage, we've been here before when we spoke about maximize clicks as a strategy. It doesn't focus on revenue. Showing at the top of the page or very high visibility doesn't guarantee conversions. There's no point in being highly visible to somebody who's very unlikely to convert, or being really visible for a keyword that isn't going to convert. So this really presents a difficult use case for this strategy. So the best use case you have for this strategy of maximizing your impression share is if you decide to bid on your own brand name. Now, of course, you want to show in position 1 at all times for your own brand name, and typically clicks to your own brand are going to be really, really cheap. And if you have a bunch of competitors bidding on your brand name and you want to protect your brand, instead of playing the game where you're increasing bids and then they increase their bids, then you increase your bids, you can set a strategy to say to Google, show me at the top of the search results at all times, outbid my competition, and keep me in position 1 for my branded terms. And that could be a really good way to protect your brand. But apart from that one use case, where if you have people bidding aggressively on your brand and you want to protect it, there's not really any other scenario where you would use this strategy. So I would probably steer away from this apart from that one use case. So as usual, you can select either of these kind of vanity strategies when you create your campaign and you're selecting your bidding strategy. Again, don't worry if you don't recognize the screenshot. We're going to go through this when we build the campaign and go through the bidding strategies in real time. So now we're going to move on to the bidding strategies that are focused around revenue and sales and generating leads, which are the most important bidding strategies you're going to find in Google Ads, and they are the maximize conversions and maximize conversion value bidding strategies. So what does maximize actually mean? So when we talk about maximizing conversions or maximizing conversion value, it means getting as much revenue or driving as many conversions as possible for your budget. That is what Google will try to do. It will look at the budget you have and think, how much can I get in terms of leads or conversion points, or if you're doing a maximize conversion value side of things, how much revenue can I generate from the spend and the budget I have. These bidding strategies give Google free rein to set bids in order to meet those objectives. So it's basically bidding to see what level of conversions or what level of revenue it deems achievable, and it will adjust bids at the point of auction in order to meet either of those objectives. So what are the advantages of maximizing your campaign? It allows you to drive a higher volume of conversions or revenue respectively. It's basically giving Google unrestrained target objectives, so not limited by a CPA or a target return on ad spend. So it means pushing Google to the max, basically telling them to go out there and achieve the most the most they can get, or the most they think they can get for your budget in a revenue driving or lead generation side of things. So very different to the vanity bidding where we were bidding on minor metrics like visibility or clicks. This is bidding for achieving results. So this also means management's a lot easier. So automation means that you don't have to manually change your bids all the time. With manual CPC, optimization takes place by adjusting your bids based on performance in the campaign. But the smart bidding uses a ton of signals beyond what Google would give us control of as advertisers. Of course, you can adjust your bids in your account, but Google has dozens and dozens of other signals at the point of auction that they can decide whether or not somebody's got high intent. That could include things like historical searches, device performance, all of these different types of things and metrics and data points Google uses to predict whether or not someone is less likely or more likely to convert. And that is the advantage of smart bidding. It makes management easier, and it should get you better results in theory. So setting limits. Now, I talked about maximization and saying to Google, get as many conversions or get as much revenue as you can for the for the amount of budget I've got. But maximizing your strategy gives Google full free rein. So it could lead to costs spiraling out of control potentially, or maybe makes you feel like you're not getting the levels you need. So for example, say you have a business that can only sustain a £30 cost per lead because you know how many leads convert into sales. In order to be profitable, your leads need to come in at under £30. If you were to go with a normal maximize conversion strategy, Google may exceed that level, but maximize how many conversions you get overall. If you want to tie Google back a bit and say, okay, get as many as you can, but try not to go over £30, you could set that as an objective. And then on the other side of the coin, with a return on advertising spend, say your business could only sustain a return on advertising spend of 800%. Then it means you can tell Google to set a maximum of 800%, meaning they should bid towards achieving that objective. Because if you didn't add that in, Google will try and maximize as much revenue as they can into the account. So when you set a return on advertising spend of 800%, Google would be able to achieve that, or should try and achieve that based on your objective of setting that. But if you gave Google free rein, they may achieve even more revenue into your business, which sounds good, but it may come at a much higher cost, meaning it's not sustainable. So giving it limits can also mean that the returns could be stronger for your business and in line with where your business performance currently is. Remember, Google doesn't know much about your business. They know about your advertising and your setup, but they don't know about your business scenario. They don't know that you could only sustain, for example, a £30 lead cost. So it's important to try and set limits with these strategies as well. So that's an important part of setting limits when using either of these strategies. So target CPA and target ROAS. Setting a target CPA allows you to have more cost control. Google will try and achieve your targets. So again, it comes back to that balance of volume versus value. You may achieve a lower cost per lead, but your overall volume of leads potentially available will likely be lower than what's out there. Same with return on advertising spend. You may achieve a return that's in line with your business objective, but there will still be some missed elements of revenue by putting that restraint in place. You're always going to be balancing between overall volume of revenue or overall volume of leads versus the kind of restrictions in order to bring those things in at the right cost. And generally speaking, most businesses need these things to come in at the right cost to make them profitable. So I would advise setting limits within these bidding strategies, and we'll go on to do this. So again, this is where you would select it in Google Ads. These two bidding strategies are available to select, and we will cover this on the walkthrough when we go through and actually build the campaign. And step by step, I'll show you exactly how we're building things, and all the groundwork we've done will come into play as well. Before we start building our campaign, there's one more thing we need to do, and that is to actually set up our conversion points. What is the most valuable to you in your business, and how can we track that activity on your website? So conversion tracking is tracking those successful website interactions. So it allows you to track positive and affirmative customer activity on your website. So a successful conversion or successful interaction can be attributed to many different types of metrics. So if somebody, for example, submitted a contact form on your website and that was classed as a successful action you wanted to track and generate leads through, then you can measure that conversion to keyword, device, location. Basically, you can find out a ton of information about where that conversion comes from in your account in order to optimize performance, and also understand a bit more about the overall performance of your campaign. So ask yourself, what do you want customers to do when they get onto your website? What are the specific actions you would like them to take? They should be important end goals for your website. So there's no point in tracking somebody visiting a certain page or clicking a certain link necessarily. What you want to track as a conversion is somebody doing something affirmative, a kind of commitment, whether it's a purchase or something along those lines. Let's have a look at an example of conversions. So as I've mentioned, a website form is a really key example and a clear example of a conversion point on your website. So somebody goes to your website looking for information, they submit a contact form, you get their details. That person is a lead to your business. That's a good conversion. A phone call, somebody actually decides to phone your business to find out more. That's a conversion, particularly if you do sales offline and over the phone and generate leads that way. Of course, an online purchase is probably the clearest example of a conversion you can get. The person's purchased the product or service online. You can also get quotations. Maybe somebody's completed a quote form or a price comparison. So if you're in the UK, like compare the market, getting a quotation before even buying insurance could be seen as a conversion point. And of course, you have other conversion touch points like live chat. So if somebody initiates a chat on your website, you might want to track that as a conversion because it's a affirmative and positive interaction with your website. So you will need to go through your website and look at all the specific actions users would take that you could class as affirmative and something that shows intent towards purchase, and make a log of all those things you would like to track. And then of course, conversion tracking is the activity of tracking that activity. So conversion tracking in Google Ads, to track conversions, you will need to have access to your website code or work with a web developer. So Google Ads conversion tracking is basically a way for Google to get information around what's happened on your website. And in order to get that information, you need to implant certain codes onto your website in order for that to work. And if you don't have access to the code base of your website, or you don't have access to a tag management system, for example, you might need to speak to a developer who can help you implement conversion tracking. I'll show you how to do it anyway on this training coming up and walk through how I would do it for an instance of a website for the example we have, which is Bob's Plumbers. We're going to go through and track conversions for that website, but for your particular website, you might need a developer to help you. So the steps to conversion tracking: number one, of course, decide which conversions you'd like to track. Do an audit of your website and understand what the user interaction is that you want to track as a conversion. This could be really obvious, or it could be quite subtle, or it could be multiple conversion points. Basically, decide what you want to track. Next step is in Google Ads, you generate the tracking code for each conversion. Every conversion has a different method of setup and requires a slightly different code, so they can all be reported on successfully in Google Ads. For example, you might have a live chat feature, you might have a contact form, you might have a telephone number, and for all three of those conversion points, you want to track them separately as a phone call, a web form submission, or a live chat submission. So each of those conversions can report properly in Google Ads. Step 3 is you place the code on your website to specifically trigger when the successful action happens. So for example, a thank you page following a form submission is a perfect example of where that code should trigger to say this is a conversion. When that code is triggered, that logs into Google Ads as a successful conversion, and that can be tied back to the keyword, the campaign, the ad, all of the different metrics within the system, so you can understand what's working and what's not working. And of course, step 4, once you've actually implemented this code and when you want it to trigger, you have to test it. Test the conversion code is working properly, walk through the system yourself and see whether or not it triggers correctly. So that's going to be important, testing to make sure it works, because if it doesn't work and it's reporting incorrectly, or sometimes what could be even worse is it's double or triple firing and triple counting, really inflating your conversions and reported conversions in Google, that can be a problem as well. So it's important to figure that part out too. So you might need help. Conversion tracking is technical. It's more technical than many other aspects of Google Ads, because Google Ads is about advertising, keywords, setting up kind of how people search for your business. This is different. This is around technically how you would implement a tracking code based on particular user interactions and events on your website. Conversion tracking is crucial to campaign measurement and success measurement, so it's really, really crucial it's done properly. So if you're not sure and you think you don't know how to do conversion tracking, please, please, please work with a developer who knows how to implement it and brief them on what you need. Even on a freelance basis or an ad hoc basis, if you don't have an in-house development team, or maybe you're a freelancer and you're not a developer yourself and you're not sure how to do this part of Google Ads, hire a developer for an ad hoc project and get it done, because it's really important that this step is done correctly, because it's going to set the tone for the entire campaign. So, as I said, we're going to do a conversion audit and setup on Google Ads. So we're going to walk through Bob's Plumbers, look at the potential conversion points on the website. I believe there are 2 at least, so we'll have a look at those and go through and build those conversions in Google Ads and implement the conversion tracking codes on the website. So previously on this course, you've looked at a conversion rate optimization audit, getting things in place to make sure we can get the user to convert when they hit the website. Now, in addition to that, we also want to make sure we can track those conversions effectively. So this is where a conversion audit comes into play. We want to understand what are the actions a customer could potentially take that we want to track in Google Ads to measure success. So the first thing is to first of all identify and make a list of all of those actions so we can go ahead and track them as conversions within Google Ads. So the first thing I'm going to do is look to the right hand side here, and you notice this button. This button is a click to call action. If somebody clicks this button, it initiates a phone call on mobile devices. Now, this is a key thing we would want to track. It's a very important interaction. In addition to that, we don't just want to track the click to call action. We also want to track people who just type in the phone number. Remember, if you're on a desktop device, like you can see right here, you're looking at a desktop version of this website. If somebody types the phone number in and makes a phone call, we still want to track that as a conversion. On Google Ads, it allows you to track phone numbers as a conversion, even if it's not a click-to-call number. That's 2 already we've got there from this one action up here, 2 different conversions that we want to track. Further down, this is a confusing one. So you have a get a quote button here, and if somebody clicks that button, it does show user intent, and it's an action that you potentially might want to measure. However, the issue is here that when somebody does hit this contact us page right here, then this isn't actually a sign of intent. Until they submit a form or make a phone call or submit an email, then they're not really showing much of a signal of intent. They have to actually exchange information so you can contact them as a business or as an agency in order for them to get in touch. So this is something that would be maybe a step towards conversion. So somebody clicking that button is not an interaction I would track on Google Ads. But let's go back to the home page. As we go further down, the obvious one again, there's a phone number here again, which ties into what we said. We want to track people who want to make this phone call from this phone number. But of course, the main thing is this contact form. We also need to track conversions following submissions of this contact form. If a customer submits this form, we want to track it. So by my count, that is 3 conversions that we would want to track on this website. We have phone number click to call, we have phone number calls anyway from the website, and we have contact form submissions. So whether it's on this page or on the boiler servicing page, there's going to be contact forms on all of the pages that we want to track. And that is something that we need to also track. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and track all of that activity and show you step by step how to set up conversion tracking for each of these actions. Okay, so here I am in the Google Ads account, and the first thing I'm going to do is head over to Tools and Settings and then go over to Conversions. Then once you're in the conversions window, if you have conversions in your account already, you'll see them here. If you're like this one and a brand new account, you won't see any conversions yet. So we're going to create our first new conversion action by clicking the button. The first thing we want to track are phone calls. As mentioned, there are click-to-call actions and there are telephone actions as well. So I'm going to click on phone calls to start the process, and then you have the options down here. So calls from ads using call extensions or call-only ads, calls to a phone number on your website, or clicks to a number on your mobile website. So if we're going to track people phoning the number themselves manually on the website, you want to click option 2, which is what we're going to do now, and I'm going to hit continue. So I'm going to call this one calls from website, and that will do. Next up, you have assigning a value to a conversion. So Google recommends you assign a value to a conversion. The way I would assign a value for a lead generation campaign, because of course a phone call is a lead, is that you have to work out your average order value and the number of leads it takes for you to get to your order. If you divide your total average order value by the number of leads you get to one order based on your conversion rate, some of the metrics we discussed before, that question of how many leads does it take for you to make a sale, and what's the average order value of that sale, you want to get the total value divided by the number of leads to put in as an indicating figure for your conversion value. For the purposes of this, I'm just going to leave it as don't use a value. So for Google, generally speaking, you want to use a value, but for the purposes of showing you how to set this up, I'm going to leave it just like this. Next, you want to decide if you want to count every single conversion or just one conversion per session and per click. So the idea behind this is if you count every single conversion with a phone call, it means no matter how many times an individual based off one click rings the phone number, that will count as a conversion. So if somebody in the same session makes a phone call, then calls back again 2 minutes later, then maybe calls back again a few minutes after that, that will equal 3 conversions. If you count one conversion for that user, it means that you're telling Google that you want to count a customer as a lead as opposed to the number of times that customer interacts. For a lead, it's very important to just count one, not every conversion, because otherwise you're double and triple counting multiple interactions from the same customer. If you're selling online and you're selling and every single conversion means money in your bank account, then you want to count every single one because you want Google Ads to optimize based on that fact. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to keep it as 1. Next, we move down to the area. So of course, we're building a campaign in this demonstration in the United Kingdom. So I will select that territory. If you're obviously in the United States, select United States. Wherever you're based, you will select that territory. Next, you want to enter the phone number. So if we jump over to the website, we will see the phone number, which is right here. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it in here. That's our phone number. So display number, this is the phone number basically that you want to send phone calls to, because remember, what Google's going to do is it's going to find the phone number on your website and replace it with a tracking number, and that tracking number needs to go somewhere. You can decide whether or not you want to send it somewhere different to your actual number on the website in this section, because you can do that, but generally speaking, you'd want to just keep this the same as the number on your website. And then the display number is the number that's on your website that's going to be replaced by the Google forwarding number, and that is going to be the same number as well. So this number, as it appears on the website, will be forwarded to this number. So this number will be replaced by a tracking number, and when somebody dials that tracking number, they'll really be dialing this number up here. So really there's 2 fields here, but they essentially do very similar things. The only time you'd want to potentially change this is if you want your Google Ads phone calls to go to somewhere specifically different to your main business line. Therefore, you'd want to replace your main business line phone number to replace with a tracking number by changing it here, and then maybe changing the phone number that destination will go to up here. But ultimately, generally speaking, you'd probably want both of these the same. Call length. This is an important one because if somebody picks up the phone and makes a phone call and it rings maybe once and then they hang up, You don't want to count that as a lead because it's not enough time for a transaction or even one of the customer service team to take details or get the customer's information. So that won't be a lead. By default, Google sets it as 60 seconds because generally speaking, in 1 minute, you get enough information from the customer in order to be able to get back in touch with them or to advance conversations through further communication in future. It's a pretty good default to leave, but it depends on the type of product you're selling. If you're selling a complex product over the phone, then this probably is going to have to be something a lot longer. If you're selling something very quick and easy, you might even want to keep it as 60 seconds. For the purposes of this, I'm going to keep it as 60 seconds. Then you've got the conversion window. So conversions basically can be tracked in Google Ads after an initial click. So say for argument's sake, I click an advert, then I leave without converting, then I come back 5 days later. That click I initially took can be attributed in Google Ads. And the window for that attribution can be defined here. You can go as far as 60 days, you can go custom, and you can go to 30 days or even 1 week. Generally speaking, I leave it as the default 30 days because it leaves enough window open so that if somebody has shown interest, they've got 30 days before they could potentially convert, and you can attribute that click correctly to the initial traffic that drove their visit. So generally speaking, I tend to leave this on 30 days. If you have a longer sales cycle product, you can expand this to maybe 60 days. Or if you have a product that's very easy and quick to buy, you might want to even put it as low as 1 week. It all depends on your business. Attribution or discussion around lead attribution is all down to the type of business that you're operating within. It's not something you're just going to pick up on this training, because you have to decide as a business whether or not your customers convert relatively quickly, where you need a smaller attribution window, or whether your business has a very long lead time where you want the attribution window to be as wide as possible. That's completely down to the discretion of your business. In this instance, I'm going to leave it as 30 days. Then finally, on the subject of attribution, Google will determine how much credit to give each click on the route to conversion. So say, for example, I click an advert, then I don't convert, then I click the same advert again, then don't convert, then click it a third time, and then do convert. Google has to give each of those clicks on the journey to conversion some credit. And that credit is broken down by breaking that conversion down into pieces. So don't be put off if you see in your account after setting up this attribution model section to see that a keyword drove 0.5 conversions, because obviously one conversion is a conversion. To see it split by decimal might seem strange, but what Google is doing is it's breaking that conversion down into which clicks actually led to that conversion. And the way it breaks that conversion down based on those touch points is using attribution. It determines how much credit each ad interaction gets for your conversions. Data-driven is the default one. Basically, data-driven will use Google's learning to understand whether or not a click contributed positively, or not even negatively, but which one contributed most positively to the interactions and to the conversion. So let Google deciding is basically the recommended model. However, you can choose your own conversion model. So based on the 3 touch points I mentioned in terms of click 1, no conversion, click 2, no conversion, click 3, conversion, each of these attribution models have different intents and different ways that it can split that conversion's credit. Last click will give all of the credit to the final click. First click will give all of the credit to that first click. Linear will split the conversion evenly across all the 3 clicks. Time decay will give more value to the conversion closest to the end goal. So the last click will get the most credit, the second click will get the medium credit, and the first click will get the least credit because it decays towards the time that the conversion took place. And position-based is a bit of a different conversion model where essentially it gives you credit based on the first and the last interaction and distributes them across those 2 key interactions, first touch point and last touch point, which can be a good attribution model. But generally speaking, I leave it as data-driven so Google can understand and learn what users are doing and how to give the credit for those conversions across your keywords and interactions in your ads. So there we have it. Click create and continue, and that will save your conversion. And then what you have to do next is actually install the tag. So what we're going to do next is go ahead and start installing the tag so we can actually set this conversion live on the website. Okay, so once you've actually created the conversion action, you need to install tagging so Google can actually do the conversion on your website and track the activity effectively. So you have 3 options when you want to use conversion tracking in Google Ads. You can either install the tag yourself, email it to developers, or use the Google Tag Manager in order to deploy the tag through this system. Now, Google Tag Manager is quite an advanced conversion tracking technique that we can look at another time further down the line in the course. But for the starting point, we're going to start by looking at installing the tag ourselves, so you can see the process your potential developer will have to go through. So if you click on install the tag yourself, you're given a few options. First of all, you have what's called the global site tag. This tag is essentially recording all of your visitor data. It's kind of the core tag for Google Ads that will relate to all of your conversions and all the activity the users take part in on your website. This tag will track all of that activity, but the key thing to remember is this isn't the conversion itself. It's a global site tag to track the activity across everything, and then further down you actually create the conversion tracking. So the first thing is you choose the option most relevant to your business. If you have installed this tag on your website already, then you're fine. You can just proceed straight down to actually adding the phone call tracking snippet. But I'm going to assume you haven't actually installed your global site tag. So leave the option the global site tag isn't installed on all of your HTML pages. And then you're going to download that snippet of code. So that's downloading now. And if I open this for you and just drag that over from my other screen, this is your global site tag. This tag needs to be on every single page of your website within the head tag. Now, when I say things like this, where it needs to be within the head tag between the opening and closing of the head tag, if you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, you need to speak to your developers. This course is about being a marketer and building Google Ads campaigns and running them successfully. But if you're a marketer that isn't used to editing website code or going into web pages and making edits, then you need to speak to your developers and brief them on this. And it might even be worth using the email the code to a developer option when doing this. But if you don't choose that option, you can have the code here, it's downloaded, and you can send this off to your developers and then put that within the head tag. So I'm going to keep that code and save it for later because I'm going to add it to the website and make sure that it's in place. And then further down here, you actually have the phone snippet. So this will essentially be the piece of code that will replace the phone number as it appears on your website, which is like this format for our website. And it will replace it with a Google tracking number. So I'm going to download that code as well. So I have that to hand. And again, if you download it, this is what it looks like. And you want to put this on the website as well in the head tag, again, between the opening and closing head tag of your HTML pages across your entire website. Now, there are so many different types of website out there that, WordPress, Wix, Weebly, Squarespace, Shopify. There's so many different ways you'd have to do this depending on those technologies. So I'm not going to show you how to do this. Either you know how to do this or you need to work with a developer to do this. But I'm going to go ahead and add these tags to the website and make sure that they're in place correctly. And then I'm going to hit next. And then that's it. The conversion is set up pending, of course, on the fact that you've added the tags that I've just downloaded onto the right places on your website in terms of that head tag. So once you've done that and you hit done, you'll see the conversion in here. And as that starts to get conversions, it will start reporting in here. It says unverified at the moment because no data has actually passed through this conversion. And it will stay like that until conversions actually start coming through and you start running campaigns. So that's how to create a phone call conversion on Google Ads. Okay, so up next we are going to track another conversion. So I'm going to click on the blue conversion action button here, and I'm going to click on phone calls again because this time we're going to do something a bit different. We're going to track clicks to a number on the mobile website. So before we tracked people who could have typed the phone number into their phone manually, who see the phone number on the website, and Google will replace our original phone number with a tracking number. But this time what we're going to do is actually track the clicks to that mobile number on the website. So I'm going to hit continue. We're going to call this click to call as our conversion. The other one we called it calls from website. And we're going to do the same thing again. We're not going to assign a value. We're going to count one conversion per person. We're going to keep it as 30 days. We're going to do a view through window because this is slightly different. So before we didn't have this option. So a conversion window typically is working with clicks. So when we talk about the attribution of 30 days, if somebody clicks an ad on day 1 and then on day 10, they go back to the website and then convert, then that is a 30-day attribution model. We can actually track that user back to that initial click. within that 30-day period. If they go from outside that 30-day period, then we no longer track that as a viable conversion. View throughs are a bit different. This is basically if somebody sees your advert as opposed to clicking it, how long do you want the attribution to last? So if I go onto Google, type in boiler servicing, for example, and I see an advert for Bob's Plumbers, but I don't click it, but then I convert later on in the same day, then that view through conversion would count towards my conversion tally. So the 1-day view through model is usually what I'd leave it as. Anything else is too generous, because ultimately, if a user hasn't clicked your advert and they've only seen it, you don't want to open the attribution up massively, because you might be misattributing, because there might be other channels involved in getting that user back to your website. And of course, if you haven't used any of the kind of things on ads that allow you to show your phone number, then it's not likely they would have come through your ad directly. They would have come through potentially another means. So 1 day as your view through is something I would recommend, and 30 days generally speaking as your main click-through conversion window. Again, attribution model, I'll keep this as data-driven. Again, Google recommend this, and it's good because Google can also learn where those touch points are leading to conversions. Then I'm going to click on Create and Continue. And again, you have these 3 options. I'm going to click on Install the tag yourself. On this option this time, the global site tag is installed on all of our pages when you created another conversion action. So that's the option you tick if you've done the steps we did previously. If you generated the global site tag and then added it to the website successfully, then option number 3 is the one you want to tick, because we created it when creating another conversion in this Google Ads account. So you can actually use a global site tag via other products as well. So Google Analytics is another one, or from another Google Ads account. But generally speaking, once you create your first conversion and you successfully install the global site tag, any further conversions you create should be ticking option number 3. And here is our event snippet code. If we want to track people clicking our ads, I'm going to download that now. This is the code that's going to do it. And again, there's a pattern emerging. You need to put it between the opening and closing head tags of your HTML pages. Again, it depends on your platform. I'm not going to walk you through how to do this. You should either know how to do it, or if you don't know how to do it, more importantly, get support from a website developer, because this is something a developer will likely have to help you with if you're not somebody who's used to editing website code. So with that in mind, that is exactly how you would go ahead and create a conversion for click to call. So there is one final conversion point we need to track on this website, and that is, of course, if we jump back over, this big blue form right here. This is going to be a key conversion point that we want to track. So go back to Google Ads, we're going to track that as a conversion. So click the big blue button in order to start tracking a new conversion. Instead of clicking on phone calls like we did previously, we're going to click on website, because we're tracking activity on a website, including signups or conversions based on lead forms. The first thing it's going to ask you to do is to scan your website. So it will give you suggestions for conversion actions, and it's a better way for Google to understand potentially what you want to track. So I'm going to paste the website domain in here and click on scan. So create conversion actions automatically from website events is going to be one of the options. So this basically allows you to build your conversion action. Now, when you build a conversion action, for example, on a contact form, you need to know what the URL is once the form is submitted. What is the thank you page URL? For this one in particular, it is /thanks. Once it loads. There we go. So this is the thank you page URL. So this is the page we want to actually track as a thank you page, because when you submit that form, this is the page that users are going to see. So in order for us to do that, we need to first of all select the conversion category, and we're going to make this one a lead category. So you have all these ones for conversions and checkout for e-commerce businesses. You have a subscription option as well. I'm going to put this one as submit lead form. So when somebody registers interest in your business and submits their details, this is the best option to choose. And then the options you have to match that to are here. So you have URL is, URL contains, and URL starts with. So if you click on URL is, if I put in this URL exactly as it's written, that would work as a conversion, because that is exactly what the URL is. If I wanted to make this a shortened extraction, I can do URL contains, and I can just do thanks like this, And if the URL contains thanks, then that will track as a conversion. URL starts with is not something I'm going to put in because it just wouldn't work for this particular rule. I'm going to leave it as URL contains because it means there's less option for error, because sometimes in these tools, if your URL is slightly different or differs slightly depending on your domain and how it's typed in terms of that HTTPS side of things or HTTP, they could cause an issue. So I'm going to leave it as a simple URL contains, and then thanks, which is the page domain that we're going to track as a thank you page. Then I'm going to click on add, and that is added our conversion action based on that thank you page. Now, if the page URL doesn't change when a form is submitted, you're going to need to do some more advanced tracking. You're going to have to track the form submission as an event using something like the Google Tag Manager. So that would be more advanced conversion tracking. At this stage of the course, we're going to keep things simple. And if you are tracking conversions with a thank you page, this is the way to do it. So once you've added that action, you can also create a conversion action manually using code. And by doing this, all you do is you generate a snippet of code, and then you get your developers to deploy that code at the point of the event you want to track. It's a bit more technical again, because you need a developer to actually deploy this code on your website based on a customer's event. You could even do it for this form submission. So say for argument's sake, the thank you page didn't appear when somebody submits the form. You could actually just say to your developer, when somebody submits the form and it's successfully submitted, can you deploy a manual piece of code? And you can click this option here in order to generate that code snippet for developers to do that based on a specific action. But again, we're going to keep things simple, and we're going to continue with this conversion we've set up. And when we do conversion tracking, when the URL doesn't change, then it will be more complex and something we would use the Google Tag Manager for us to do. So I'm going to click on Save and Continue. It's saying the global site tag isn't connected, but that's fine because I've not actually added it on yet. We've only got the code snippet to hand. I've not gone on and put it onto the website yet. And then here is the global site tag again. It's just reminding you that you need to have this on the website in order for conversions to track. Be sure to put this on and you won't see this message. As I say, I've not put it on the website just yet. I've just downloaded the snippets and I'll go ahead and put those on. I've got them all down here again, as I say. Here's the global site tag ready to go onto the website. We're just creating the conversions at this stage. Then I'm going to hit done. And then we have it. We have the conversions we want to track on the website. We have calls from the website, the click to call option, and we have the thank you URL of the form submission. So that completes all of our conversion tracking. All we need to do now is make sure these code snippets are added to the website successfully, and then we can start actually using these conversions when we run campaigns on Google Ads. So now we're finally in a position where we can actually start building the campaign. Now, if you remember back on the module where we did the planning, this spreadsheet I'm going to drag over from my other screen is something that we need to refer back to. So we've completed this already. We have our campaign plan all set and ready to go in terms of what we're going to build. So this will make the process a lot easier. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and start building this campaign. So in your account, if you haven't got a campaign already, you'll have this prompt on the home overview screen. But if you click on campaigns and you click on this blue button, you can create a new campaign, which is exactly what we're going to do. When you create a new campaign, you're given 8 options. Now, all of these options have different things that they lead to. So basically, you need to decide with Google how you want to create your campaign. Google will basically steer you in the direction of creating a campaign based on an objective. Now, this is kind of a way to get guidance from Google in terms of what they think you should be building. The best thing to do, however, if you want the whole set of options on potential opportunities, is to click on the final option, which is here, which is to create a campaign without a goals guidance. So once you've done that, you get the full list of all the different types of campaign that are available in Google Ads. Now, as I mentioned, this course is all about the search side of things. There are a ton of campaign types to go into in terms of performance max, display, shopping, video, apps. If you want to sell apps online with Google, you can. There are a ton of potential campaign type options. This course is all focused around search. So we're going to click on the option for search. And now we've done that, we have all of these actions here that are ready to go for conversion. So we have phone call leads and we have form submissions. These are the things we created already. I'm going to close this prompt. So we're ready to go. Google knows exactly what it is we want to track, so Google is very well aware. I'm going to hit continue. And then after that, you have an option to see the drop down of the results you want to get from the campaign. You can either choose if you want to get website visits, where Google will steer your campaign direction in terms of getting traffic. You can have a campaign that drives phone calls. You can have a campaign that steers towards app downloads. Don't tick any of these options, because basically what we're doing is doing everything ourselves. We're choosing the options we want, picking from what Google has to offer, as opposed to ticking boxes and giving Google opportunities to serve us what we want to do. First thing here is you need to name the campaign. I'm going to call this one Boiler Servicing, in line with the campaign plan that we have. I'm going to hit continue. I'm going to close this as well. There's all these helpers when you create a new account. They can be useful, but ultimately you're going to learn here anyway. So next you have to choose your bidding. What is it you want to focus on? You have a list of options. You have the bidding strategies we mentioned. So the two that we talked about in terms of conversions and conversion value, and then the vanity bidding strategies I mentioned in terms of clicks and impression share. So we are tracking leads in this campaign, so we're not assigning a value to those. We're not tracking an e-commerce campaign where people are making purchases, so I'm going to click on the option for conversions. Now again, you can set a target cost per action, which is optional, and basically it means that Google will try and achieve your conversions without going over a particular cost per conversion. It can be a very good option to have when you have campaign data, but before you get any campaign data, I'm not going to set a target cost per action. I'm going to let Google try and find as many conversions as possible, and then if I see them coming in at quite a high price across some of my keywords, then I'm going to set a target cost per action down the line. If you wanted to set a target cost per action, you would tick this box and you have an option to set a target CPA. So say, for example, I really couldn't afford my conversions to come in at over £50. You could put a £50 target CPA in there, but do remember, don't be too strict on your CPA if you do want to do this. Don't think that if you give Google a target that's really low, it's going to achieve it, because ultimately it just won't increase bids enough to even get you any traffic or visibility. It can really restrict your campaign performance. So give Google plenty of room to maneuver, and you can always optimize later. So I prefer to go with just letting Google do its thing, finding customers, and then if you need to narrow it down in the future when you get campaign data, you can go ahead and do that. I'm going to hit next, and that takes us to the networks page. Now this page is going to be important because there are a couple of options that are pre-ticked for us. On Google, when you go to Google and type something in to trigger a search that triggers your ads on Google itself, that's where you think your adverts are only showing. There are a couple of other places Google can push your adverts towards. Google also has something called search partners, and it's basically, if you hover over this option, it gives you the suggestion of what they are. A lot of websites and other places on the web are powered by Google. People are performing searches on different websites or different areas or different different pages, and they're using Google search as an engine for that search functionality. If you tick on this option, it will include your website in searches on those partner websites. Now I tend to untick this option, even though Google says you should tick this option to expand and get additional reach, but I tend to find the quality on the search partner network isn't as strong as the Google Ads network, and I eventually untick this option anyway. So I would advise you, even though Google says to expand using partners, not to do that, because I've never seen a campaign ever where the partners convert at a higher rate. If you want to get more volume from your campaigns and you get to that point where you're fully optimized and you want to find more volume, you can always come back and tick this option. But initially, I will always leave this unticked, because essentially the traffic from search partners just isn't as strong as the quality of traffic you get from Google directly. This second option is one I will definitely advise you to untick. This one is the display network. If you see banner ads across Google, when you go onto different blogs and websites, you see banner adverts. Google will try and serve your ad content on these banner adverts as well, using their contextual targeting based on who they think is going to be likely to convert. Again, search advertising is bottom of the funnel. People are looking for your services and products, meaning they're highly likely to convert, or much higher likelihood of converting than if you push your adverts out there onto a blog or a third-party website in a banner ad. People aren't actually looking for your services. Even though Google can potentially target people who could be looking for your services, you're just not going to get the right CPAs, and the conversions are going to become more expensive using the display network. Again, Google will ask you to try and use the display network. It says get conversions at a similar CPA using unspent budget, but ultimately you don't want to go into display network within your search campaign. If you want to advertise on the display network, you can do this separately. Google are trying to blend these two networks in order to get you to spend more budget as opposed to spending primarily on search. If you do want to expand into display, you can do that with a display campaign. The final part of this page is you choose your country or territories you want to target. In our instance, it will be the United Kingdom, but if you click on location options, you can target different people in different locations as well. So first things first, if I tick on another location, you can actually start typing in location. So if I was to type in London, London will come up, and you can target that as a target area. So you can basically target pretty much anywhere you like. And you can also add locations in bulk as well. If you know the postcodes or zip codes and have them in a CSV file, you can upload them here too. So you need to select the area of the campaign targeting for your business that you require. Where does your business operate? Who can buy from your or work with your business? What area do you want to target? Here is the place you want to do that. In our instance, we're going to target the entire United Kingdom. These two options here are very interesting. So you can target people who are in or show interest in your target location. Google says they recommend you do that. Or you can do people who are actually in your target location, regardless of whether they've shown interest or not. So they physically are in your target location. So option number 2 here is the most accurate one, because only people who are in your targeting area will see your ads. But then there's also search interest, so people searching for your target locations as well. So this is probably the least targeted side of your actual location targeting. I tend to leave it on the recommended for this, and the reason for that is because if you are targeting London as your customer base and your campaign should be targeting, but yet somebody lives in, say for example, Scotland, but they search for things to help somebody they know in London, you want to show for that person, even though the person they're searching from, the place they're searching from, isn't in your target location. They're showing intent for your target location. So as a result of that, you don't want to miss out on that potential traffic. So I tend to leave that as the recommended option in order to get to those eventualities and not miss out on potential conversions. Again, the difference between the two is not that massive. So I think getting volume to your campaign in this instance is better because, again, you can control it with your optimizations and you can see visibly where people are searching from, and you can make bid adjustments like we've discussed around your locations as well. So exclusions. If you have areas where you genuinely do not serve customers in, then you can exclude those people. So say, for example, you are a business on the north side of the River Thames in London, and you want to target businesses in and around your area, but you can't go over the river. You can add those areas just over the river as negative locations. You can actually exclude people with that as well. So we won't do that on this instance. We're just going to target the entire United Kingdom, but we'll leave that there as it is. So if you click on presence locations, you can actually leave that as the recommended one, and you can add targeting, negative exclusion targeting further down the line if you need to. Language we're going to leave as English. This will take on the default language of your Google Ads account, and that basically brings you over to audience segments. So we've got to the audience segment side of things, and you can add audiences here at this section, but we're not going to do that now. What we're going to do is come back to audiences after we've built the campaign, because there are some optimizations we can discuss when we go through the optimization side of campaign management. If you click on more settings, there are some additional settings you can change here. So for a starting point, you can choose to show the best performing ads, which is obviously what you want. However, you can rotate ads as well. So you can say to not optimize and show the best performing ad, because ultimately when you build your ad content, Google will show the best performing content. But if you want to genuinely force Google to show your ads evenly, so you've got, say for example, you've got 2 ads in your ad group and you want to force Google to show them evenly, you can do that. But we're not going to do that for now. And then the next thing as well is on your settings as well, you have ad scheduling. So you can actually go ahead and choose when your ads are going to show in terms of your times of day. So if you're a business that operates from Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, you can actually choose that as an option. and do, for example, Mondays to Fridays, and then do 9 to 5. But we won't do that now. There is an optimization you can make using the scheduling tool. It's not just for when you want your ads to show. You can also do some really interesting things around bids. So we're not going to do that now. We'll come back to that with the optimization part of the training coming up next. So we'll leave that closed for now. If you click on more settings again, you can set an end date and a start date if you want your campaign to end on a specific day, or you want it to start on a day different to the day you're setting things up. You can do that as well. Campaign URL options, if you want to do some tracking options, say for example you're using a third-party software or you're using Google Analytics or something like that, you can set tracking parameters, but we won't cover that today. This is going to be more an advanced thing for more advanced tracking for different third-party tools and systems, so we'll leave that for now. And then dynamic search ads, basically this is a setting that you could use if you are a larger, maybe an e-commerce website or a website with tons of products and services, where it would literally be impossible to build a campaign for each of your services and build an ad group for each of your services. It's going to be nearly impossible. That's where dynamic search ads come in. Google will scan your website when you enter your domain, and then Google will basically create campaigns and direct people to your website based on searches that they think are relevant to your website based on that scan that it does. So say, for example, you're a business like, I don't know, Toys R Us. I don't know if they're still around at the moment, but that business has hundreds, if not thousands of toys. There isn't going to be somebody sitting in Toys R Us creating campaigns for every single toy they sell, even though each of those toys, especially around Christmas time, will have search volume. More than likely, they're going to be optimizing dynamic search ads and doing ad targets towards specific URLs based on maybe a sheet of different URLs and products within their business. And that is what you'd use dynamic search ads for. For the majority of businesses, this is something that you don't necessarily need to look at. So that completes this section from audiences all the way down to dynamic search ad settings. We are ready to go and go into the next section. And now we're on one of the most important parts, which is your keywords and ad groups. So when you create a campaign, when you go to next on this section, you start off with your first ad group. Now, if we go back to our campaign planning spreadsheet, which I will drag over, you'll see our first ad group is our generic ad group. And these are the keywords that are going to go into it. So we're basically there. This is why we did all this planning, because otherwise you'll be thinking and struggling what to do with this content in Google Ads. So I'm going to go ahead. First of all, I'm going to call this ad group generic. You can get keyword suggestions even at this stage. Even though we've used the keyword planner, we could, if we wanted to, get more keyword suggestions by dropping our URL in here and adding keywords in here. But Google generally comes out with a list like you saw earlier in the training, where loads of keywords won't necessarily be relevant, and it would be a waste of time to sift through them. But we've done this activity already. So I'm going to go ahead onto my other screen, and I'm going to copy and paste in our generic keywords, which are all ready to go. Now you'll notice again, your campaigns are using smart bidding. Yes, we are. We're using smart bidding in order to do maximize conversions. Google are asking people to change keywords to broad match. They've got this option built into the system now. This never used to be here. Now, the reason Google wants you to move to broad match is because they think it can enhance their machine learning and provide more conversions. And also, broad match is the only keyword type Google have decided to take into consideration a user's historical searches. So because of this, what it means is if somebody searches for something to do with your products and services and then later searches for something that isn't, Google can serve your ad even though the search is adjacent to what you actually promote as opposed to being directly related to it, because of the historical searches they've done. They've given that power only to broad match keywords. Now, the question remains whether or not you should be doing this. I tend to advise people, do not change your keywords to broad match. I think Google may eventually get this right. They may eventually get to a position where broad match traffic, because of that additional power it has in order to take into consideration historical searches and user intent, it could become a very powerful tool. But at the moment, when I go through campaigns and do audits on clients, broad match keywords tend to perform really poorly. It gives you tons of irrelevant traffic. It takes a lot of policing with negative keywords. So I tend to ignore this option. So ad group number 1 we're creating is our generic one. We've given it a name. We've got our keywords in here. We come further down, we get to the ads section. This section is really interesting because you're going to see something called ad strength, which is a score Google gives ads. But for the meantime, let's go ahead and we're going to add our ad content in here from the ads we've created, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our ads. Now, as we mentioned, we're going to target all of our keywords towards one of the features on Bob's Plumbers, which is going to be boiler servicing. So I'm going to go onto the boiler servicing page. I'm going to take the URL from here and I'm going to drop it in. And now all we need to do is build our campaign. So the display URL path, basically your website URL, which is this here, which is also replicated in the ad itself here. You can also add some fake URLs to the domain to make it look more, not authentic, but more relevant to the user's search. So I could do something like this and put boiler servicing in, and you'll see what happens to the ad, /boiler/servicing. Even though that URL is showing like it is here, it will be going to this page. All of the traffic will be going to this final URL, regardless of what's in here. This is more of a vanity URL, which will give people more of an indication that they're in the right place. So you can basically use this as an additional area to get keywords into your ad content. So that's it. Next, we need to create our headlines. Now you can have up to 15 headlines in a campaign, in an ad with a responsive search ad. So they've also got multiple descriptions as well. So 4 descriptions. So we're going to go ahead and start populating these with the content from our spreadsheet. So I'm going to go ahead and start copying these over one by one and seeing what happens. And when I say seeing what happens, you'll see what I mean in a second. So we're going to start copying some of these headlines in. It also starts suggesting headlines. So boiler servicing could be a headline. I won't put in the brand, but I'm going to drop in a lot more of these headlines so we can start to see what happens. I'm going to add this one in as well, and then we're going to keep going. 2 more to add, and then adding this one as well. There we go. So now we've added all the headlines from the first ad we created from our spreadsheet. I've just copied and pasted them over from the other screen from our campaign setup spreadsheet. So once you've done your spreadsheet, you can do the same process I just did. What you will notice is that this score has changed. This is called ad strength. This is basically what Google thinks your ad is good what Google thinks your ad quality basically is. This score doesn't relate to quality score. It's basically a metric to say whether or not Google is satisfied with the amount of content you put into your ads. They think that by having a higher ad score and ad strength, they'll be able to go and get more sales for you when you actually start your automated bidding. They'll have more assets to work with and more effective assets to work with. However, there is data to show from multiple agencies who have released their data on ad strength that it doesn't really correlate with results. And I'm going to say the same thing here. Ad strength does not correlate with results. It's basically an indication whether or not Google are satisfied that you've provided them with enough assets for them to do machine learning. It doesn't mean you're going to get better results with a higher ad strength. Remember, the principles of your ad remain the same. Strong USPs, relevant to your keywords that make people want to click. Sell the benefits of your business and be highly relevant to your keywords, and your ads will be good. Don't worry about ad strength too much. It's something that basically Google are using to force, well, not force advertisers, but to coerce advertisers into thinking they need to provide more content into their ads for Google's machine learning. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So now we've done our headlines. I'm going to paste in our descriptions. I'm going to add in 3, which we've done in our descriptions. So I'm going to add in 1, 2, and 3. And there we have it. Our descriptions are in. Our ad strength is still average. I would not worry too much about that as long as our main core keywords are included. And again, it's a very clickable ad. And there we go. I'm going to click on done, because if you click on next, you actually skip through to the next section of the setup. But I'm going to click on done because we've only set up one ad group, which is our generic ad group. We actually need to set up multiple ad groups. So I've clicked on done, and now I'm going to click on next. And this has actually taken us through to our site link extensions and extension builder. Now, typically, Google normally used to let you build multiple ad groups at the previous stage. They've obviously eliminated this recently. I think they're really trying to simplify the product, which is why it's important training like this exists, because it basically leads advertisers to creating very broad, very generic campaigns, meaning they spend a lot more budget but don't necessarily get the results. But nevertheless, here we are creating ad extensions as the next part of the setup. We've gone through extensions before, and it starts off with site link extensions. Remember, site links allow you to link to specific areas of the website apart from the main services you provide. You can add site link extensions here. You can add up to 4. And then we're going to add some site link extensions now, so you can see what they look like. So I'm going to add those extensions now and come back when this page is complete, so you can see the extensions that have been added. Okay, so I have populated all of our site link content. The link text, which is the clickable part that users can click to go to different areas of your website, that's up here. You can add 2 lines of a description, so you can see get a quote is the site's link text. We've got our description here, get a free quote from our friendly engineers, and the final URL that page will go to. The same goes for the boiler servicing, site link text descriptions, final URL, leak detection. I've not added any descriptions for this one just yet. And then we've also got site link text up here for bathroom installation, and the 2 descriptions as well, and a final URL. So that completes our site link extensions. I'm just going to add a description for leak detection. We are experts in leak detection. Call now for a free quote. There we go. So that's all of our site link extensions complete. We're going to move on to other extensions. I'm going to hit save, and that's added our site link extensions, but there are plenty of other extensions to add to the campaign as well. Call out extensions, again, these are unique selling points, benefits to your business that you want to highlight in your ads, as we've mentioned earlier in the training. If you haven't seen that part of the training or you've skipped it, you might want to go back to understand what these are. But this will give us additional content to promote our services, so people can find our ads more appealing than our competitors. So I'm going to go ahead and populate our call out extensions as well. Okay, so I've populated our call out extensions here. Remember, these are unique selling points, and they are meant to be prominent to improve your click-through rate. So I've got some unique selling points. So same day call out and quote, 24/7 availability, reliable engineers, and low cost service from £49. For your business, you need to think of what are your unique selling points or powerful selling points and benefits that you want to highlight in your ads directly. Call out extensions are a fantastic way to do that. And by adding your call outs, you're basically in a position where you can improve your ad click-through rate. So I'm going to go ahead and save these call out extensions. And there we have it. They are all saved. Up next is the call extension. Again, we've already done calls as a tracking conversion point, but this one's a bit different because this will allow a phone number to show within your ad. And when that number is clicked, it can initiate a phone call, whether or not you have a call only ad or a text ad, which is, we've got text ads in this campaign, but we're going to go ahead and create our call extension as well using our details. So of course, we're based in the United Kingdom for this particular campaign. We're going to grab the phone number from the website down here and drop that in. And we're going to use our account settings for calls from ads, which is the default value. You can add advanced options in terms of scheduling your ads based on a mobile preference. Because of course, if you have a call extension and your business operating hours are 9 to 5, you might want to disable it using this scheduler to show the extension only during your active phone hours. But again, they won't apply for this campaign, but the option is there if you need it. But once you've added your call extension, you can hit save as well. So now we've added 3 extensions, site links, call outs, and call extensions. There are a couple more we could still potentially add, so we're going to go ahead and do those as well. So if I click on more extensions, you're going to see down here, you've got app extensions, not applicable to us. We have structured snippets, something we can use. You've got lead forms, you've got price extensions, you've got promotion extensions as well. We've discussed a lot of these extensions, but we're going to go ahead and create structured snippet extensions because I'm going to cover the ones that will apply to all businesses on Google Ads, even those that are promoting for sales as opposed to leads. This extension, structured snippet, is going to be useful as well. So structured snippet is basically listing your services or products based on a predetermined list. Remember when we looked back at this earlier in the course, this predetermined list can be very useful for showing your products and services. So let's take a look at this list. So first of all, you just need to choose your language. For us, of course, it's English. Choose the language applicable to you. Then we're going to go ahead here and choose our header type. Basically, what are the things we're going to list? For us here, none of these really make sense for us. There's nothing really just highlighting services. You have amenities, brands, courses, degree programs, things like that for all of these different types of industries. Whenever you're in a position where you don't find what you're looking for in this list, generally just choose types, because then you're just listing types of service. So it defaults to show you types of products here, so like t-shirts, mugs, or bags. But for us, it's going to be types of service. So we can do something like boiler servicing, bathroom installs, and emergency plumber. So yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing you need to do for your business. List out your services, your products, or maybe your business fits into one of these categories. Essentially, you'll just be listing what your listing the options available within each of these headers to create your structured snippet extension. There are more extensions available. You've got app extensions if you are actually running with an app for your business and your Google Ads campaign. It's not applicable to us. You can also add a lead form to your ad as well to generate leads directly from your ads. And you can also add price extensions as well to kind of explain to people your pricing. So there's a few more extensions to go through that we could potentially look at in terms of promotion extensions, leads, and price extensions. So we're going to go through those now that we have done our structured snippets. Let's hit save, and then we'll move on to the other extensions now. Okay, so up next we have the lead form extension. So to add this, just click on the blue button here. And then you're going to create your lead form. So you can see the preview here, which will basically start building as you add to it. So I'm going to say get a quote as my headline. Business name is Bob's Plumbers. Description for the form, please enter your details to get a quote. So up next we have all of these pre-filled areas. So you have the name, which you want to have there. So we want to have that as the full name. Basically, all the information you collect for this lead form is predetermined. There's nothing you can do from a customizing point of view. You can only choose from a predetermined list. So I want the email, the phone number, and I want the name as well. So I've got the full name, email, phone number. If you wanted more information, in fact, I think I'll add the zip code as well because it makes sense for this type of business to know where the customer is to quote the job. So that's all fine. For B2B, you might want company names, job titles, work emails, work numbers. You might require proof of age as well. You can also add that as an option. If you were to tick this, you select the minimum age the person needs to be to engage with your services. I'm going to leave the language to English. And you can also add qualifying questions as well around different industries. So you have things around retail, real estate, jobs, general. If I click on general, you can start to see some of the questions that come up. You can't ask somebody a customized question with this extension. You have to choose a predetermined list of questions. So when you're thinking of how you want to qualify customers even more, you'll have to explore that list to find people. But for the purposes of this exercise, this is all I need from the users, pretty much in line with the lead form I've got on the website. Name, email, phone number, postcode. We've got those details. We can come back to the customer and quote them for a boiler service. So privacy policy URL goes here. I've actually got it open on the website here, so I'll jump across and copy it and paste it in. You will need to add your privacy policy URL as well, the same way I've just done that now. You can also add a custom background image here as well, if you would like to. For the purposes of this, I'm not going to do that, but if you wanted to add an image to fit your brand colors within this form, you can do that. You can also finally here add your submission thank you message. So mine at the moment just says thank you. To make it more in line with the brand of Bob's Plumbers, I'll put thanks. We'll be in touch with your quote as soon as possible. There we go. And then the next option is to visit the website and the call to action URL. I'm going to jump back to the website and I'm going to grab the URL here and I'm going to drop that in. Call to action for your ad itself, whether or not you want somebody to do a specific action when they land on the website. For the purposes of this, it's going to be around the lead form and about getting in touch. So it will be getting a quote. Choose the appropriate action for your business for this form. So get a quote is going to be the action to actually submit this lead form. And then you can say a small description underneath. As you can see, it would appear here. You can do get a no obligation quote today. That fit? Not quite. We'll just get a no obligation quote. There we go. And that's in there with the get a quote call to action. With a lead form extension, you've basically got to accept Google's terms of service as well, because obviously you're getting privacy, you're getting data from customers through the ads without actually going to your website. So you need to agree to Google's data processing in order to do that. So I've just accepted those now. When you go down, you also have an option to export your leads into different systems, whether it's a Google Sheet, a CRM like HubSpot, or into MailChimp directly. There's plenty of integration options available here. I'm not going to go into that now because it's much more technical and you might want to work with a developer to build some of these integrations. But just know that when somebody submits a lead form, you can export it beyond just your inbox and Google Ads itself. You can also export to one of these many tools here as well. So once that's all done, just hit save. And that completes your lead form. There it is, all completed and ready to go on Google Ads. So price extensions, they're a good way to promote if you have competitive pricing. Maybe you're priced cheaper than your competitors, or maybe you're in a position where maybe your premium pricing is something you want to talk about in your ad content. So with a price extension, it's very simple to create. You start off, of course, by choosing your language, which is English in this case. The type of extension you want it to be. Is it a brand? Is it an event? Is it a product tier? Is it a service? I'm going to click on services because this is a service that we're providing as Bob's Plumbers. Currency, I'm going to choose GBP, wherever that might be. There it is for British pounds. Price qualifier, I'm going to do no qualifiers because this is just going to be the pricing. I'm going to call this boiler servicing. Price, I'm going to put as £49. I'm not going to put any units in. It's just a one-off cost. Maybe you want to do pounds per hour or per week or per month or per night if you're a hotel, for an example. But I'm going to keep it as £49 and I'm going to put the description as expert boiler servicing as a description. Final URL, I'm going to pick the boiler servicing page once that loads properly. There we go. And I'm going to drop that in. There we go. And you can choose a mobile URL if you want, which is optional. Generally speaking, you probably won't need this option. Just drop in the final URL. And that completes our first price extension. So this is an item, boiler servicing, £49, and that's a price extension. Now, if I remove a few of these, you can have 3 price extensions at minimum, as you can see. So I'm going to go ahead and create 2 more price extensions to complete the list of price extensions needed, which is 3 at minimum. Okay, so we're back and I've completed all of the extensions. I've created the 3 minimum required. So boiler servicing, as I showed you when I was creating it, is up here. We've got emergency call out as another service, and we've finally got bathroom installs as a £500 service per day. So yeah, this is basically completed all of our price extensions. Remember, for your business, you need to think about your pricing and how you want to position your services. Choose the most important services and put them forward in this extension because it's going to help your customers see your pricing with transparency. So before they click, they know what to expect and you're not wasting money trying to find people who maybe can't afford your services and waste money from clicks that way as well. So it's a very useful extension to have. And the final extension I'm going to show you today is what's called a promotion extension. Again, it's something we've looked at earlier in the course in terms of what the purpose of this extension is. If you can't remember, head back to that unit in the course and you'll see a full explanation and breakdown of this extension. But essentially, it lets you promote show promotions to your products and services, whether that's discounts or codes or coupons you can use and share. And it basically gives users an opportunity to get a deal. So you can choose the occasion for this particular deal or sale. You can have pretty much every religious holiday. You have things like back to school, you have carnivals. Basically, you have it covered for pretty much any reason at any given time of the year. You can choose the appropriate celebration or holiday in order to promote your discount. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to choose spring sale. Language for me is, of course, English. You choose your language. Currency for me is, of course, British pound. So I'm going to find GBP in this list somewhere down here. And then you choose your promotion type. Is it money off? Is it a % off? Is it an up to monetary discount? So for sales up to £100, get X amount off. Or is it up to a percentage off? So is it for sales up to £100, get 10% off? Basically, you're choosing what the promotion is. I'm going to keep this as a monetary discount. And I'm going to put it as £10. The item, I'm going to call it boiler servicing. Final URL, again, I'm going to jump back over to the website, take the URL from here, and drop it into the final URL section. So this basically so far is saying that for boiler servicing, you get £10 off because of the spring sale. Next, you have promotion details. So is it a promo code you have to use if it's an e-commerce website, or is it on orders over a certain amount? Maybe your promotion only takes effect if somebody spends a certain amount with your business. This is where you actually choose those stipulations. I'm going to leave this as none because I don't need to actually have any other qualifiers for this promotion. And of course, you can schedule it. You can schedule when the promotion begins, and you can schedule an end date. This works really well with holidays, for example, Christmas or any other religious holidays with a defined start date and end date. You can schedule that here to make sure that customers are aware when a sale is going to start and end. And it also means it can be in line with your promotion schedule as well. So if your business has a promotion schedule, you want Google Ads to reflect that, you can actually just add the schedule into this extension. So you don't have to remember to disable this promotion on your ads. It will automatically come offline. I'm going to leave these as none because I'm not going to schedule this promotion. If I want to take it off, I might just take it off when I feel like it. But for your business, you need to determine what promotions you want to run, how long for, and what the reasoning is, and then choose the appropriate options for your business. But this basically highlights how to create a promotion extension. Once you're done, there are some more advanced options in terms of advanced tracking templates and other advanced scheduling options, again, based on when you want promotions to start or end, or when you want them to show based on time of day, potentially. You don't want a promotion necessarily showing if it's going to end and your office hours are already over. So this gives you that extra level of control as well, because if a customer can't actually transact and they see your advert in the afternoon when your office is closed, then it will frustrate the customer. So you can actually schedule this extension here as well. But again, for the purposes of this, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to hit save. And that's my promotion. And that completes all of our ad extensions. It's time to move on to the next stage of the setup. So once you hit next and you go through to the next page, it goes on to your budget. Now, your budget is going to be determined initially by Google. Google will recommend a daily average budget based on the keywords and targeting you've selected. The combination of the keywords in terms of the volume that they could potentially get, and also your target area in terms of how many people could be interested in those products and services, will make up what Google thinks your budget should be. This recommendation is basically kind of a highball of what Google thinks you should be spending on a daily basis. In this occasion, based on the keywords I've given Google, £242.90. Now, you don't have to use this option. Google Ads is scalable. As long as you have enough initial budget to get good keyword data based on some of those click costs we looked at earlier, then you're quite comfortable setting your own custom budget. So, in this occasion, I'm going to change the custom budget to £100. So this is the thing where it says selecting a budget that's less than £242 may prevent your ads from showing as often as they could. So basically what this means is at some point in the day with a budget as low as £100, my ads could come offline and I could lose visibility for particular searches. Now, this is generally, it could be seen as a bad thing if you're in a business where you want to maximize everything. But if this is the first time you're going into Google Ads as a channel and you want to test the water, there's nothing wrong with seeing this message. Remember, Google Ads is scalable. Even if your ads come offline later in the day, if your budget dictates that you only have a certain amount to spend, as long as it means you can get meaningful data. So if, for example, your average cost per click based on your keyword research is £2, and you're going to get 50 clicks a day by having a £100 budget, that might be a good starting point to get some data, so that wouldn't be too bad. However, if like some of the campaign examples I've walked through with some of the accounts I looked at with £20 cost per clicks, if you said a £20 cost, if you're in an industry with a £20 cost per click and you're getting, setting up a campaign with a £100 budget, you're going to get a maximum of 5 clicks, which is going to be next to nothing. So if you can afford Google's budget recommendation, I would technically go with it because that's the line of basically your visibility 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or however long your schedule allows for. But if you go lower than that, don't be necessarily put off by this message as long as you're confident in your average CPC expectations and your budget, so you can get some basic kind of data to scale your campaign or make optimizations or scale the budget over time to get to this 242 kind of budget level per day. Google Ads is scalable to some degree, so you don't have to go with Google's recommendation. I would say in the industry we're in for this particular campaign I'm setting up, £100 might be a bit too low. I'd probably go around the 150 mark to get meaningful data, so I'm going to put in 150, which still isn't in line with their recommendation, but again, as I say, it is scalable. So I'm going to put in 150 so we get some data and potentially scale the campaign towards this 242 daily budget. Once done and you've chosen your budgets, be sure to hit next. Then finally, once you've completed all of the areas, be sure to go to the last page and then click on Publish Campaign. That's the last stage of the whole setup. Once you click this button, the campaign will actually go into the stage where it will be published live on Google Ads, and then it will go live after a quick review from the Google Ads system to make sure none of the ads are promoting anything illicit. Doesn't take too long. Usually with less than 24 hours your ads will be live on the system. So click this blue button once you're happy with your entire setup. And that will publish your campaign to Google Ads. As you can see, it is now published. It's got a green little circle here to say it's live on the system. Now there's one thing we haven't done which we have to go back and do, and that is to add our additional ad groups to the campaign. So all we need to do for that, as you can see here is the generic ad group. If you click on this plus button, that will eventually load and you can create a new ad group. I'm going to go back to my trusty sheet, and the next ad group I can see here is the gas ad group. And I'm going to add all the keywords in for the gas ad group, which is here. I'm going to copy them on my other screen and paste them over. Here we go. And remember, this is all from this spreadsheet right here. Don't forget to use this as your trusty advisor as you build your campaign. Again, you're going to get this message for change to broad match. Save and continue. Same principle applies when building your ads. Your ad strength will start off as poor. You want to go through and add your ad content based on all the things you've put into your campaign planning spreadsheet. So more kind of gas related keywords, which I'm going to do now. So I'm going to drop those in from my actual spreadsheet. So we'll drop those in, and what we're going to start to see, hopefully, is after I start doing this, we'll start to see the ad strength increase, hopefully. If not, again, as I say, do not worry, because ultimately ad strength is a score that Google is giving your campaigns based on whether or not they think you've added enough assets or enough variations of assets. So the ad strength has stayed poor, not a problem, that's fine. We'll move on to the descriptions, and we'll drop in some description content as well. And we'll drop in the last one here as well. And that's all done. And then be sure to save and continue. and that completes adding another ad group to your campaign. And you want to do this for all of the ad groups that you've planned. I haven't gone through them all individually because the principle is the same for all of them, but essentially at this stage all of your campaigns are ready to go and your ad groups have been created. There's only one more thing to do, which I haven't done yet, and that is to add your negative keywords, because that's not part of the setup as well. So if you head into keywords and then go on to negative keywords, as you can see, there are no negative keywords in the campaign. We've done our negative keyword research already, remember, when we did the keyword research. So I'm going to click on this plus button and I'm going to drop in my entire list of negative keywords from my spreadsheet, which I'm just copying over on my other screen. I'm going to paste those in and I'm going to hit save. And there are our negative keywords all added to the campaign. That's all done, and all you need to do now is continue adding your ad groups, because basically it didn't let you do it during setup, which is something Google has definitely changed recently. So it's something to be aware of, that your setup is only complete when you've added all of your ad groups and all of your negative keywords as well. So that's all complete. That is a complete Google Ads setup, but the fun doesn't stop here. No, it doesn't. We're going to move on to optimizations and what to do when the campaign goes live after this. Let's understand how to report your results in Google Ads, because of course when you start running campaigns you need to understand what happened. So let's understand how we report on our success. So why would you report on your campaigns? Well, of course, remember back at the beginning of the course we initially set goals for Google Ads in terms of our revenue or cost per conversion and how we wanted the campaign to perform in line with business goals. Well, the whole way and reason you find out whether or not your campaign is a success is by reporting, and reporting on your results gives you that answer. So you need to measure how well your campaign has performed against your business goals. It's absolutely crucial, whether you're a freelancer on behalf of a client or an agency for the same reason, or if you're in-house to stakeholders in the business, you need to be able to communicate results in a campaign. So what is reporting? Reporting is essentially the process of analyzing your Google Ads campaign data. There are several metrics to understand in Google Ads that will help build a picture of whether or not the campaign has been a success. And your campaign success will depend on your initial campaign goals, as I've mentioned. So metrics in Google Ads, we're going to understand exactly what these metrics are and how to report on them. But I think first of all, it makes sense to get a definition, because of course you can see the Google Ads metrics at every hierarchy, from the campaign level to ad group level to keyword level. And you can measure performance against a defined time period. So say, for example, you can see the last 30 days or yesterday's performance or the last even year's performance. You can literally change the view to any length of time you require in order to report on previous campaign metrics and successes. So first step, as I said, is to understand the metrics in Google Ads and what they actually mean. Some of these may be obvious, others may be a bit less obvious. So I want to go through them regardless. So clicks, of course, is the number of times your ad has been clicked, which is perfectly makes sense. And cost is, of course, the number of times, the total amount you have spent on your ads. So when you start looking at the costs and clicks, you can start understanding how much volume and how much you're spending in your campaign. Impressions is a bit different. An impression is the number of times your ad has appeared on Google. It doesn't mean somebody's clicked it. It means somebody has done a search that has triggered your ads to appear. An impression is an eyeball, or eyeballs, should I say. So if one person sees your ad, that is one impression. So it's a good metric to understand how often your ads are showing, and it gives a good indication to some of the other metrics we're going to go through now, which tie back into impression. Click-through rate, a very key metric, as I mentioned, part of the quality score of your ads, so a really crucial metric to take account of. So your click-through rate is the percentage of clicks to the number of times your ad has been shown. Your impressions, again, are the number of times your ad has been shown and seen. The clicks, the number of times somebody's physically gone in and clicked that specific advert of yours. So the formula for click-through rate is your clicks divided by your impressions times 100, which gives you a percentage. So for example, your ad gets 2,000 impressions and 180 clicks. If you take 180 and divide it by 2,000, that is 9%. So that 9% is your click-through rate. Your cost per click, again, that ties back to your costs and clicks. The first two metrics we looked at is simply your cost divided by your clicks. It basically determines how much you're paying for your traffic. So for example, if you received 120 clicks and your campaigner spent £300, then your average cost per click is £250. Your click costs vary click to click. Some clicks will be more expensive, some clicks may be cheaper depending on how the auction goes for a specific user, but the metric we look at when we talk about cost per click is an average across all the traffic received in a given period of time. Conversions. Now, conversion tracking is something we've done, so we understand that this is the measure of success. So a conversion interaction is a successful interaction on your website. So if it's an e-commerce website, it would be a sale. If it's a lead generation website, it could be any of the following. It could be a phone call, booking an appointment, downloading content, anything that's a positive interaction where the user exchanges information in order for you to get in touch or to make a sale, or even make the sale outright in terms of an e-commerce conversion. This is what we mean by a conversion. What is the ultimate action you want somebody to take on your website that enables you to run your business? Conversion rate is the rate at which your clicks turn into conversions. So similar to click-through rate, which is the rate at which your ads are clicked versus the number of times they've been shown. Conversion rate is the number of conversions you get versus the number of clicks to your website. So if you generated 50 clicks and made 3 conversions, doing the formula on that of your conversions divided by your clicks, your conversion rate would be 16%. So it's a metric that determines how frequent you get conversions versus the number of clicks you get to your website. So it's an important metric, if not one of the most important. Next up, we have cost per conversion, the average amount you pay for that conversion. So we've looked at conversion rate in terms of traffic versus the number of conversions. This is basically your cost versus the number of conversions. So for example, if a campaign in a given period has spent £260 and generated 6 conversions, the cost per conversion is £43, which is the total cost divided by the number of conversions. A very simple formula, but an important one nonetheless. Next up, we have quality score. As we've mentioned, this is a really important metric to keep an eye on because, of course, it determines how much you're going to pay for your traffic. So the score out of 10 is going to be given to every keyword in your account, and the higher quality scores lead to lower click costs and better campaign performance, and lower quality scores generally lead to lower campaign performance and inflated costs of click as well. So an important metric to report on, and it's at keyword level you will find quality score. Up next, we have impression share. So the number of times your ads have been shown versus the number of times it could have been shown. Now, what I mean by that is your ads are not liable to show for every single search that could or should trigger your keywords. There are going to be times where somebody searches for something. Going back to our example, we're bidding on the keyword boiler service. Somebody goes to Google and types in boiler service and the ad doesn't show. And you're going to get that if you work internally or you work with clients. Clients might tell you, I've gone to Google, I've typed in a search and my ads haven't come up. Why is that? Or a stakeholder in a business might tell you, I've gone to Google and typed in the ads, keywords to trigger the ad, but the ads still haven't shown. Why is that? Well, it all comes down to this metric impression share, which is basically, there's 2 sides to impression share. There's the side of it where your ad quality isn't high enough, and in order to get more impressions, you need to improve the quality of your ad and essentially increase your ad rank. Your ad rank, of course, we've talked about is your click-through rate and max CPC, so your quality score and your max CPC bid. So a combination of those 2 factors aren't high enough. Maybe your quality scores aren't that high. And if your quality scores are high, then it means you're not bidding enough to maximize your impression share. And of course, another side of it is simply limited by budget. If your budget isn't high enough, Google cannot show your ads every single auction because otherwise you'd run out of budget pretty quickly, or maybe even too quickly for Google to evenly pace your budget throughout the day. So that's the 2 things that go into your impression share. If you want to show 100% of the time, you need a really high ad rank and high enough budgets to maintain visibility throughout the entire day. Those 2 factors are something you need to tell any stakeholders who are questioning whether or not your ads should or shouldn't be showing. And you could probably demonstrate this with the metrics within your account by looking at your impression share and understanding the reasons why your impression share is where it is. And it's a good way to explain this to clients and to stakeholders. Here is an example of a campaign report. It's basically showing all of the columns in a campaign you typically get. So you can see the costs, the impressions, clicks, click-through rates, average CPC, conversions, cost per conversion, conversion rate, and impression share. These are all columns that are customizable in Google Ads, and you can actually build reports around this data and customize it to any view you see fit. And you can actually start reporting on campaign results to understand what's happened and understand what's going on over time. So up next, we're going to build a campaign report in Google Ads and interpret the data. There are two sides of reporting. I explained that you can just go onto the campaign reports within Google Ads on the screenshot I showed you. But in addition to that, you can also build custom reports as you need as well. So we're going to take a look at reporting within the Google Ads interface and understand how to report on these different metrics so you can show and demonstrate value over time to your stakeholders and your customers. So here we are in a test account for Google Ads. This is an old account that's expired, so it's a good one to show you some existing data as this account has a lot of data in. So first things first is to choose your date range. What period of time do you want to report results on? So let's get that started. If I click on this option up here and I choose this date range, for example, let's do it for a few months into June and hit apply. You'll see that the data updates and you can see the population of that data. So as you can see here, we have campaigns spend expenditure, impressions, clicks, click-through rate, average CPC, conversions, cost per conversion, and conversion rate, along with the impression share, which is an important metric that I mentioned previously. Now, these aren't the only columns available in Google Ads, and if you can't see these columns, because I find these are the most crucial columns to look at when reviewing a campaign, if yours aren't showing like this, or you want them to show like this, or maybe you even want to add more campaign columns because some are missing from this that you could add, just click the columns option here and click on modify columns, and you can change your data range. Performance generally shows you the majority of statistics you want to see in terms of clicks, cost, impressions, click-through rate, average CPC. Next up, you have viewability things as well, so you can see viewable impressions. So this is all around display advertising, which isn't something we're covering on this course. Then you have conversions, so cost per conversions, conversions, and conversion rate. So you have a ton of conversion metrics under here. If you're doing e-commerce, you can also do orders, average basket size, average order value, and all the kind of tracking metrics for e-commerce. But this course isn't necessarily covering e-commerce tracking specifically, more Google Ads overall search tracking generally. So you can add those columns into reports if you would like to, but for the purposes of this, we are not going to do that. So you can see performance metrics as you can see them on the screen now, and it's a good way to understand in a snapshot what's happened in a campaign. So take business electricity, for example. In this period of time, the campaign has spent £142,000 or so, 53,000 impressions, 4,951 clicks, a click-through rate of 9.22%, which is pretty high, which is good. Average CPC of £28. Now that gives you an indication as to how competitive this industry is. Imagine paying £28 for every single click to your website. This campaign did exactly that, and in fact there's another one below it that got £30 per click. So when you look at that expenditure to only get 4,900 clicks, you can understand why. And then you can see your conversions, total number of conversions, cost per conversion, the conversion rate. So all of these kind of metrics are basically going to show you exactly how the campaign's performing against your initial objectives. So say, for example, you set an objective based on your business metrics of a cost per conversion of £70 maximum. This campaign would be fine because it's underneath that, it's £63. But say, for example, this campaign's cost per conversion was £100, you'd be able to see that actually in the time period you're looking at, that kind of tells you that the campaign hasn't been performing. So this is a very simple way to look at your overall performance at a snapshot by looking at the date range, looking at the columns and analyzing the data as you can see to understand whether or not performance has been good or bad. The second way to do this is, of course, to look at trends, and looking at trends in the data requires a bit more than just looking at this view. What you'd need to do to understand trends is to build a custom report to see that data, export it, and then import that into a graph so you can see trends over time. So we're going to do that now. We're going to do a bit more of an advanced report where you can actually see what's actually going on in a campaign. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a custom report that will show us campaign performance over time and by metric. So I'm going to click on the Reports tab and then click on Reports. That will take us to this page, and I'm going to create a custom report by clicking this button here. And I'm going to make it a table because we're going to export this table into Excel and manipulate the data in order to see trends in the data. So let me close this down. And then the first thing you want to do is to name your report. I'm going to call this one top level metrics over time and hit apply and then click on save, and that will save the report, and that means you can start building it and come back to it. And remember to save at intervals. So as I said, I want this to report on campaign performance over time. So in order to do that, you start off with a level of detail, and I'm going to add in campaign, and I'm going to add in ad group for good measure as well, so we can report on campaign and ad group level performance and understand what's working and what's not working. So there we have it. They're the two metrics we want to kind of show. Sorry, the two breakdowns we want to show. Next up, we need to add our metrics. So let's get started. As you remember, we want to start with impressions, which is IMPR on this. And then we move on to clicks. Then we go on to click-through rates, CTR. And then we want cost as well, of course. We want conversions as well. So now we have all those metrics in there as well. We want the cost per conversion as well. So we've got the metrics in terms of what's happening with our cost per conversion, how many conversions we're getting, how much we're spending, our other key metrics as well in terms of impressions, clicks, and click-through rate. And we can do that at campaign and ad group level. And once that's done, you want to export this report. And what this is going to do, first of all, actually, before we export the reports, we want to make sure we pull in the date as well. So that's going to be one of our breakdowns as well. So I'll click on day and add the day as well. So I'm going to put day to the top. So you want by day, campaigns and ad groups. So every single row will have a day, a campaign and an ad group and the metrics associated with that. Then you have your columns of impressions, clicks, click-through rate, cost conversions and cost per conversion. And they are all ready to go. So now we've done this and we're ready to go. We're going to save this report. I'm going to save, and that's saved again. So if we want to come back to this, we can. Data-wise, I've gone from February. Let's get some more data. Actually, let's go all the way through until November or December. Let's go to December. Oh, and go from February the 1st to December the 31st. And hit apply. And that'll bring in all of the data from that time period. Again, I'm going to hit save. Any changes you make, always save the report. And now I've got this ready to go. I'm going to export this data. Click on the download button, download it as a CSV, and then that will start downloading shortly. And when that does download, we're going to open this in Excel, and we're going to make sense of this data because this is a lot of data. There's a lot of rows here, and it's going to pull in a row for every day, every campaign, and every ad group. And then we're going to use that data to build a table to show us exactly what's happening with all of these metrics over time, where we can filter it by campaign and ad group performance as well. So let's go in and open this data. Let's tidy it up. Let's remove the first two rows because they're not relevant. I'm going to click on A and drag it all the way across to all of the columns. And then by double clicking, that will open every column up to the maximum width to show all the data. We don't need the currency code. We know we're working in British pounds, so we will delete that. And here is our report. This is basically the report that we have, and it's ready to go. And we can actually start using this to manipulate the data and start building the report that we want to see. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is make sure the data is tidy and appropriate. So in order to do that, you need to just double check that all of the columns have correct data, so they're all numerical values. The obvious thing I can see here we need to fix is that the double lines here, the double lines needs to be changed. So what I'm going to do is change those. I'm going to do a click on the column, do a Control F, and replace the two lines with nothing, in fact with 0, and hit replace all. And that will basically mean our formulas working with numbers don't have to work with those two lines, because that will break our formulas, because we're going to need them when we create our pivot table. So now we have all of this campaign data. Always remember to hit save at all times. Keep saving your data. We're going to select all of the data in this table by clicking on cell A1, pressing Control and Shift at the same time, holding those down, then pressing down while still keeping them held. And again, while keeping them held, we're going to press right, and then we're going to click on Insert, and then we're going to click on Pivot Table. and we're going to open a pivot table on a new worksheet. And that will take us to our pivot table builder. And you can see here, all of the columns we have in our report are shown here. And that means we can actually start building our report out and understanding what's happening with the data. So the first things first, I'm going to drag day into rows. And as you can see, that's broken out all of the data by month of year, as you can see here. And you can also expand that to include days as well. So every day that's included in the report has now been rolled into one, and you can see this here. I'm going to change this label from row labels. I'm going to call it month and year, and then expand it. So this is the first part of the data we want to look at. So say, for example, we wanted to see in this account over all time what the conversions have been like by month. All we need to do is drag the conversions down into values, and that will give us that data exactly. So you can see here, sum of conversions over time is shown here. So that will tell us how many conversions we have had by month. But if we wanted to go further than this and actually visualize this data, we need to add a graph and make sure that it's visible so we can see trends over time, because this can show you trends over time, but it's not as visual as actually being able to see the data. So what we need to do from here is actually insert, and we just click on recommended charts, because Excel is smart enough to understand what we're trying to show. And here we go. If I click on this and hit OK, we now have a column chart which reflects this data. So you can see over time, conversions have increased, a bit of a dip over May, June, and then it goes back up again into September. Massive drop in October, then a massive spike in November. So something's obviously happened in the campaign here to show that there might have been an offset. Maybe something happened in October and then spend increased in November to make up for that issue or problems in October. And then December being a seasonally quiet period for business to business, which this account is, in December, the conversions massively dropped down again. So it looks like February, the campaign started ramping up. It kind of hit peak in September, had an issue in October. It was offset in November and grew again in November as a result of maybe some budget adjustments. And then in December, it's massively dropped down. If we wanted to see whether or not it was a budget adjustment, simply drag conversions back down and then drag cost into its place under values. And you'll see here, actually, that doesn't quite tell the story. In October, spend was very high. November actually spent less than October. So that tells me October was a very, very unprofitable month because spend was really high and conversions were really low. And to further cement that point, drag this away and then drag cost per conversion in its place. And then one thing we need to do with cost per conversion, because this works by totaling everything, cost per conversion is an average metric. It's the average cost per conversion. So we need to change it from totaling all of the cost per conversions in this table and make it an average instead. So we need to click this drop down, because as you can see, the cost per conversion according to this is going to be way into the £100,000 mark, which simply isn't true. So click the drop down here and go to value field settings and then change the sum to an average. And then all of a sudden you can see cost per conversion is actually £70 or just over in October. So there was a massive spike in the cost per conversion, which shows you that there was a massive problem in this campaign. It could have been website issues, it could have been tracking issues, who knows what it could have been, but this is where you start to interrogate the data and have the conversations in your business to understand why this has happened. So using pivot tables and downloading these metrics over time, you can start to build a picture. You can even start building dashboards by copying and pasting these pivot tables. You can literally just do this and then create one for conversions instead of cost per conversions. And then do another graph. Just go to insert and then recommended charts, drop another one in, put that here. So you can actually start really showing people the data, and you can do this in meetings and discussions and understanding what's going on by manipulating the data and of course labeling it appropriately. So this one will be cost per conversion. And then here we have conversions. And there you have it. So this is how to look at data over time. It really builds a big picture. So first of all as well, we need to change this to a pound amount. There we go. So that makes it even more accurate. And they've got here as well conversions. That just needs to be a numerical amount, which it already is. So you could the kind of sky's the limit with this. So you could actually manipulate the data within these pivot tables as you see fit by dragging things into values. And you can also add filters. So again, going back to this, if I wanted to see the cost per conversion in a specific campaign, all I would need to do is add a filter. So if I drag a campaign into filters for this particular pivot table and click this drop down, I can actually select which campaign it is I want to look at. So say, for example, it's just this campaign. I can click OK, and the data will update accordingly. So you can see here, actually, in that particular campaign I just selected, the cost per conversion spiked at £250 per conversion in October. So you can see it at campaign level as well, and that's a really handy thing to look at because it gives you an indication as to the performance at a campaign level. Maybe you want to roll in all of the electricity campaigns or maybe all of the energy campaigns. In this particular example, you can click more of them to add them into the aggregation of this view to kind of see what happened and which campaigns are contributing or otherwise. So filters become a very important part of this as well. This is a very useful way to build dashboards, and actually if you add your branding to this in terms of brand colors, you can format these pivot tables as you see fit. So if you click on pivot table design, you've got a number of colors you could potentially choose from. If I wanted to go for something more in line with green, which is my brand color, I could probably do that. It doesn't really look great on the default, but we could change it if we wanted to. But this is a great way to show reporting. It's a very simple way to do it. Once you've exported all the data, all you would need to do to keep this up to date is to keep doing exports of the latest dates, adding it to the pivot table and refreshing the data. And it just pulls from this same table and then adds it into this pivot. So this is a great way to do reporting and a way to show trends over time and break things down. Again, by default, when you're building your dashboards for stakeholders, you can preset these filters and label them. So for example, this campaign, I selected business electricity. I could select that campaign. I could move this down, put this in place here. And then I can call this business electricity. I could probably do like a box around it of some kind like this, and then do an outside border box, and then do like a black banner, and then make text white, and then bold it. Could probably even increase the text size here as well. And then there you go, there's your business electricity data, and you can have other tables within that, and you can share this with stakeholders, and then you can also potentially show them all of this data and allow them to manipulate it as they see fit, and you can do the same as well. This is a great way to do reporting. It gives you a lot of customization options, and it's quite simple. People are often scared of pivot tables when working with PPC, but this is a very simplified way to do it. So now let's turn to campaign optimization. So essentially, we've looked at building a campaign, we've looked at how to report on results, and when you've got the results from the campaign and you want to make improvements, what can you do to improve campaign performance? Let's understand a bit more about optimization. So what is campaign optimization? Well, it's the process of making changes to your campaign to improve performance. Changes can be made to affect the individual metrics that make up the overall result. So essentially, if you're looking at improving how much traffic you get to your campaign, you could look at improving the click-through rate so you get a better share of the clicks available within your niche or sector. So that's an example of improving campaign performance. So those micro metrics are managed essentially by increasing campaign performance. By changing and improving those metrics, it leads to an overall improvement in the campaign. So the two outcomes you want from campaign optimization, these are the two options you have really. An increase in the volume of conversions or a decrease in the cost per conversion. So what I mean by that is increasing the total number of conversions your campaign generates in terms of the actual overall performance of the campaign. What can you do to maximize the number of conversions or sales or leads you're getting versus how can I make the campaign cost effective in terms of my cost, in terms of my budget? How can I make that work as hard as possible to get as many conversions as I can for that budget at the right cost? They're the two areas or the two outcomes you have for optimization. So increasing conversion volumes essentially means making changes to generate more leads or sales. So for example, if your campaign is generating 10 sales per week, you make optimizations to the campaign, and that could increase potentially to 14 sales per week. So by making those changes to a campaign, which I'll go on to what the options potentially could be to do that, you're basically improving your campaign overall volume. So here's exactly how you could potentially increase the number of leads you get to your campaign, the overall volume you get from your ads. Better budget utilization. So In terms of your budget, you know how much it is, and if you're not hitting budget every single day and you're not getting more and you want more traffic, you need to increase your budgets to get seen more on the search results, leading to more clicks, leading to more conversions in line with your conversion rate. So that's an easy way to increase volume. If you can increase budget, there's a potential to do so. And again, look at your search impression share to see how likely it is you can increase your budget. Next up, we have discovering new keywords. Now, of course, increasing volume means how can you get additional traffic to your website? If you've increased budget as high as it can go within your conversion volume limits, then what can you do? You can also look for potential new keywords. You can go further afield. Another way, I've mentioned this just a second ago, which is better click-through rate. If you can increase your click-through rate, you don't have to do anything else to your website to increase your conversions, because it means you're getting a bigger share of the traffic available for people looking for your services. And as a result of that additional traffic uplift you get from an increased click-through rate, you get more conversions in line with your conversion rate. You can also increase keyword visibility. So if you have keywords in your account that have medium to low impression shares and they could get a bit more volume, you could actually increase your bids for those potential keywords. And if you're using smart bidding, you can actually increase your ROAS target or your CPA target and not put any kind of restraints on it to maximize the volume you get. Remember, we talked about maximize conversions and maximize conversion value as two options to increase your conversion value or volume. And by restricting it, by giving a target CPA or a target ROAS, then you're going to get less volume. So you could maybe push that a bit further, or maybe remove the volume restriction, the restrictions altogether, to maximize the volume you get in your campaign. And of course, the final one is improvements to your website to improve your conversion rate anyway. So by doing that, you don't literally have to change anything to your campaign. You can keep the campaign running as it is, but by increasing the conversion rate of your website, you're going to increase your conversion volume, and you might even reduce your cost per conversion too. So that's a good way to look at things as well. The other side of the coin I mentioned is reducing the cost per conversion. This is an important part because some businesses decide that they want to get more volume. Some decide that they want to get leads at the right cost in order to make themselves profitable. So again, to reduce your cost per conversion, you can look at your budget utilization. If your budget is not maxed out and your conversions are still high, by increasing budget, you're going to actually probably increase your cost per conversion. So by overutilizing your budget, if you set budgets really high because you want to get a lot of visibility, that can sometimes have a negative effect on your conversion value. Your cost per conversion or your ROAS target, because Google's going to push that budget as far as it can to get as much volume as it can. But by virtue of doing that, your bids are going to increase, and Google is essentially going to look for as much traffic and sales as possible, but your cost per conversion will go up as a result. So your budget utilization becomes important there as well. Decreasing keyword bids or decreasing your CPA. This essentially provides you with less visibility overall. And if you do it too much, you can actually lose all your visibility. So it's a very careful thing to do, and you have to increment this carefully. If you're on a target ROAS or a target CPA kind of campaign strategy, then by decreasing your bids in terms of your target ROAS or target CPA bid, you can get a better cost per conversion, but you'll also lose out on some volume. And it's basically a case of deciding which way you want to go. And again, going back to manual CPC, by decreasing your bids, you're going to get traffic at a lower cost, meaning your conversions are going to come in at a lower cost as well. But again, by lowering your bids, you are decreasing the overall potential volume of your campaign. So it's a battle between the two. Website improvements can also reduce your cost per conversion. As I mentioned before, it has a double effect on both the overall volume and the cost per conversion. By improving your website conversion rate, it uplifts everything in the campaign. And of course, you could potentially narrow the campaign focus. Now, if you go back to the example I've shown you throughout this whole training, if we were to look at the ad groups that we've created, so you had the Bosch ad group for Bosch boilers, you had the generic one, you had the local one, you had the kind of best boiler service kind of campaign ad groups. If we can see in the data that some of those ad groups convert at higher or lower rates, if the ones converting at a lower rate are going to lift our conversion cost per conversion up and increase it by running ads on that, we could decide to remove that from the campaign altogether to bring the overall cost per conversion down to an acceptable level. Again, by doing that, you are going to lose volume. So that is kind of how you have to view things when looking at reducing your cost per conversion. CPA versus conversion volume. So when your campaigns get to a point where your campaigns will naturally, by the time you've optimized them, they will get to a point where you have to decide which way you want to go. Do you want conversions to come in at a good cost, or do you want a higher volume of conversions? You need to determine the most you're willing to pay for a conversion and balance that with the total volume of sales. So let's have an example. You decide the maximum you're willing to pay for a conversion is £10 and you're achieving 10 conversions per week. However, on reflection, you think to yourself, actually, we're getting 10 conversions per week at £10, which is fantastic. But if I can get a few more conversions a week, then we'll really be flying, and I'm willing to pay a bit more for those additional conversions. So the question could be, would you be willing to pay £12 per conversion instead of 10 in order to get an additional 1 or 2 conversions per week? That is the balance you have to strike. Essentially, what is the most you're willing to pay for a conversion? And if you've hit that threshold and you've maxed out the campaign performance and you've maxed out the total volume of the campaign, if you want to uplift your volume and you've made all the improvements you can, you have to decide whether or not you want to pay a bit more for your conversions to increase the volume even further. For example, there's a client I've had before in the past who had a call center, and if his phones weren't ringing, then he's losing money. So some days where it was extra competitive, he was willing to pay more for a lead because it meant that the phones were ringing and people were actually calling his business, and the call center staff weren't sitting there waiting for phone calls to come in and him losing money. He was actually bringing money back into the business by closing sales. So it meant that he paid more for the leads on that particular day, but he was willing to in order to improve the overall volume. So this is the conversation you have to have with yourself in your business. Do you want to improve your overall volume, or are you looking for the right cost per lead and you're happy sitting at the same cost per lead because that's the point of profitability? So in terms of actually optimizing campaigns and the actions you can take, there are a few things you can do. You can obviously add or remove keywords. If keywords are performing well and generating conversions, you want to maximize their visibility or bring their conversion costs in at the right level, depending on your objective. Again, volume versus value. You can also improve your ad copy to get better click-through rates, to get a bigger share of the clicks in order to get more conversions on the back end. You can adjust your bids on your keywords as well. So if you're running manual CPC, you can increase bids on keywords getting conversions and decrease bids on keywords less likely to get conversions, but still could contribute to your overall conversion volume. So if one keyword converts at 10%, you want to maximize its visibility. If another keyword converts at 1%, it's still converting, but you don't necessarily want to spend as much on that potential keyword. Again, those bid adjustments are at keyword level for manual CPC. If you're on an automated smart bidding strategy, then you're going to be changing that restriction level. So on a target CPA basis or a target return on advertising spend or ROAS basis, that's where you move the needle if you're not running on manual CPC. Again, it goes back to volume versus value, a very key lesson from this particular module of the course. Remember, that's what it's going to come down to when optimizing your campaigns. Do you want more volume, or do you want them to come in at the right value? In addition to that, improving the quality of your traffic by finding negative keywords. If you're finding search terms in your search terms report that aren't in line with what you actually want, then you need to, of course, make those changes and block those search terms from showing by adding them to your negative keyword list and optimizing your campaign that way by improving the traffic quality. You, of course, will lose click volume, but it's not a big loss if those particular search terms over time aren't converting and the data shows that you're not getting sales from them, then it's fine to do so. So up next, we're going to do a bit of a walkthrough on an existing campaign to kind of show you where these conversion optimization points are and the campaign optimization points, so you can decide for yourself whether or not it's something you want to do and adjust and optimize. Okay, so one of the things you can do to improve campaign performance is to analyze these search terms reports in order to find negative keywords, because a lot of the time Google will match your keywords, even those with strong match types like phrase or exact match. They'll match them to keywords, to search terms that aren't necessarily relevant to your campaign. So let's get started. We're going to go into a campaign. Let's just choose this one. We're going to go to the keywords tab, and then we're going to go to the search terms report. Now, what this report will do is in the given time frame, which here you can see, it will show you all of the search terms that matched to your keywords. So you'll see on the left-hand side column here are the search terms that people type into Google, and here are the keywords that they match to. So all the keywords in your campaign that Google's decided match to the user's search term and then serves your ads and generates traffic or impressions for, this is where it will show. So as you go through this list, your job is to essentially find search terms in here that don't match your campaign objectives or keyword, and it essentially is down to you to make those negative keywords. In this example, I'm just scanning through the list here. I think because this is quite an old campaign and we're quite far through the data, there's going to be a lot of search terms in here that are highly relevant. So let's go back a little bit further, and we will do from January to the end of February and do apply. And let's have a look and see if there's any in here that aren't quite right. So if we go through here, you'll see some excluded keywords here. So these are ones that have historically been excluded from the campaign as negative keywords. So for example, this keyword here, current business electricity rates, this potential search term doesn't actually match our business electricity rates keyword in terms of the objective. Business electricity rates as a keyword insinuates that people are looking to change their business electricity tariff and get the idea of the rates. If people are typing in the word current, then to me, that sounds like somebody just looking for the current pricing. So they're not really looking to switch their account. They're just looking at the current prices, just generally speaking. So it's much further up the buying funnel. And when we're paying as much for clicks, as you can see here, £15, £24 for clicks, you want to make sure the traffic is highly targeted in this particular campaign. So these were excluded. So if I go through and click on this keyword here, you can click this option to add as a negative keyword, and when you do that, it's done already, but just for illustrative purposes, I'm going to show you. You can add that negative keyword to either your ad group or your campaign, or to a pre-existing negative list that you've got in the background. Generally speaking, I think if you add them to the ad group level, it's the first kind of step of eliminating searches that aren't relevant. Because if you add it to the campaign level, there may be other ad groups in the campaign or in future you might want to target. That means that you can create those new future ad groups and not worry about negatives blocking those searches if you were going to go down the route of bidding on keywords like the one I'm blocking here, which is current business electricity rates. If I wanted to reintroduce this in a separate ad group to get more volume for my campaign, then I would be blocking it if I add it to the campaign level negatives list. So ad group level is always the way to go. By default, you'll notice the negative keyword has square brackets around it because it's an exact match negative. Generally speaking, that's a good thing to do, to add them as exact match negatives, because it still gives you an opportunity to find volume for similar searches. If you add them as broad match negatives, then you're going to block out a lot of potential relevant searches as well. Generally speaking, broad match negatives should be one word long. If you go back to our example, one of the only broad match negative keywords we had was the word oil, because we don't deal with oil boilers in the example campaign. And that's a one-word negative keyword. So generally speaking, unless it's a very obvious term that you don't want to ever exist in your campaigning, and it's a one-word term, you want to make that a broad match negative. Everything else you want to make exact match and keep optimizing and improving performance as you get the data. So if you were to click save on this, that would add this as an ad group level negative keyword as an exact match negative keyword, and that will block the keyword out. So your job is to comb through the list of potential search terms, find something that's not quite relevant to what you're doing, and then you want to exclude those terms as well. So that gives you an indication of how to optimize for negative keywords from the search terms reports. I would say you should complete this activity at least once a week, so you get enough data to kind of optimize and check your search terms. One thing I'll also say is Google have changed the way search terms work. They used to show you 100% or near enough 100% of user search terms, but because they're moving towards automation and they don't necessarily want users to block out a lot of searches, they want to get the data themselves to optimize for you, they've actually hidden a lot of the search terms. They cite privacy as the reason, but Google are a very powerful company. They could actually just block keywords that give away private or user-specific information. But they've actually eliminated in some campaigns up to 50% of the search terms from showing. In fact, I've seen campaigns with 60% of the search terms not showing, which means 60% of the ad spend doesn't actually show what the user typed in to generate the click, which is problematic. But still, this exercise is a good one to do, and it makes sure that your traffic quality is as good as it can be. So do this exercise at least once a week, and in the early stages of campaigns, you can have a look at this every few days to double check that the quality of your traffic is strong. So this is an activity I would definitely advise to optimize your campaigns. And that completes the training. Thank you so much for taking this course. I really want to bring you the best-in-class PPC training available out there, and I really hope I've done that for you today. Now, don't forget, your learning doesn't end here. It's only just beginning. Continue using the strategies you've learned on this training in your day-to-day lives as marketers. And again, because you've purchased this training, you have direct access to ask me anything. Even though you finished, you can still ask me questions for any challenges you face in your PPC life going forward. The last thing I'm going to ask you to do, if you can please leave me a review, because it's really helpful to understand whether or not I've helped you. I'm really hoping I have helped you, and you can leave a positive review. But if you have any feedback in addition to what you've experienced on the course, please let me know directly, and I'll be more than happy to discuss that with you. Again, congratulations on completing this training, and I really hope to see you again in the future. And I wish you all the best in your PPC training and in your PPC development and your development as an all-round digital marketer.